Chapter 19. Enemies. Dinner was shepherd's pie, ground lamb in gravy with mashed potatoes on top, and not a bit of green to be seen anywhere. Perry thought he'd probably kill for a vegetable by the time he was done with this world. Richter had a penchant for salads, and he'd come to like them too. His stomach wasn't entirely happy with the cuisine, but he'd managed not to drink any water that hadn't been boiled or fermented. Flora was sticking to him, which was nice. Harry wondered how he would have gotten along without her and decided that the answer was poorly, at least without more spying. Coming in with no money and no knowledge was rough, especially since the power armor couldn't be worn without making a scene. He was pretty sure there would be a next world, and one after that, and as many as he could stomach, and he didn't think he would always have it so easy, unless having an ally was a part of it, something that he could count on. He wanted to talk with Cosme about that and hoped that they'd have a chance to chat before getting down to fighting. He doubted that would happen, though, since it would mean one of them losing the element of surprise. "You do eat food," said Perry as Flora picked at her own smaller meal.
"You're curious about our diet?"
"Yes. It's one of those geography things. Food and water are necessities, and they're the starting point for just about anything. You've said what you eat, but not how much, and you were cagey about where it's sourced from."
In truth, we're kept in the dark too. The less any single person knows, the less can be spilled on accident.
She watched him, pale gold eyes on him.
"Are you asking because you want to walk this path?"
Perry leaned forward. They were apparently safe to talk about this here. Maybe because they both wore glamours, but he still felt self-conscious. He'd never been in a pub before, unless you counted the pubs of Tacoma, which he didn't. The castle at Seraphinus had one, but it was only for the common folk, and he'd been playing at being a knight there. "I need to be strong enough to beat Cosme. That's all. If it's a cursed existence, I won't do it. But if it's a pickled kidney every fortnight, then yes. I do think that would be a price I would be willing to pay." Eating a human kidney seemed like something that was easier to say you'd do in the abstract than to actually do in practice.
"It's a small portion every day, no larger than a quail's egg."
She was watching him. It was as much as she'd given him about the specifics. "Thank you," said Perry. He leaned back. "And if you take it seriously, if you want to dissuade people from becoming, what you are, then why did you do it?"
"If I hadn't been, with my mother and father dead, I'd have ended up in a bad way. My sister ultimately landed in a madhouse. My brother a sailor, if he's still alive."
"Taken in by the vampires?"
"By the Strix. I was groomed for this position. They needed someone who could work for the king. Someone young, moldable. Someone who could respond to the century of progress, adapt to the shifting tides. Young blood."
"And you don't resent it? Them doing that with your life, when you were too young to say no?"
"I was 12.
said Flora. She looked a bit puzzled.
"That's young for you."
Perry nodded. He couldn't help but think about the daughter that King Odilon had tried to offer. "But you don't want me to do the same, to take on the power of some genus."
"Growth of our population is controlled by the custom. That's a part of it. Unchecked, we could outstrip the supply of food."
She let that hang in the air for a bit. They were ethical vampires, mostly, and ethical for pragmatic reasons. But they couldn't stay ethical if they were starving. They'd start having to dip into the ready supply of bodies that weren't dropping dead on their own.
"But people who want power for its own sake are to be avoided, as a rule. Our various powers sometimes grow stronger the more we're fed. And in the past, there have been those who gorge themselves, seeking the highest heights of well-being."
That did finally put Perry off his food, but he finished it all the same, shoveling the last morsels down since he wasn't sure he knew where his next meal was coming from. He watched as Flora paid for their food, since he might have to pay for his own next time, and wanted to make sure he could at least hand the money off like she did, without drawing attention to himself. When they left the pub, the temperature had dropped, and when the noisy pub had been so hot that he'd almost wanted to take his jacket off, the night air was cold enough that he could see the fog of his breath.
I think they're gone,
said Flora, voice low. Her skirt swished as she walked. Were we followed then?
It's hard to say. But if we had a shadow when we went in, we don't have it now. Or they're being quieter about it.
They walked together in relative silence. He wanted to pick her brain about the different genera and which one would suit him best as a thresholder. But he thought she would take that the wrong way. 5 was almost too many to pick from, given how different they all were. But the thing he was thinking about most was where he'd get food in the other worlds. Here, there were at least systems in place to get Flora her food every day with a minimum of collateral damage. But if he went somewhere else... The scope of worlds seemed large, though he knew it only through the glimpses of other thresholders. Getting fresh blood seemed like it would be almost impossible if he ended up in a place like Seraphinus again. Perhaps not impossible, but at least morally abhorrent, and difficult to do without angering the locals. It was easy enough to think about skimming from a blood bank, but if he found himself in a post-apocalypse with only a dozen survivors, it would go poorly, one way or another. When they reached the factory, she looked around for a moment, then leapt up to the roof with her shadowy wings, which protruded right through her blue jacket and vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Perry followed after her, more slowly, floating up behind his sword. It was much more difficult to use without the armor to lock him into place, and he always felt a bit like Mary Poppins.
I'll leave you to it,
she said once she'd seen him to his door.
And tomorrow, you're on your own. I have my responsibilities to the Rose.
She tapped her badge.
And I'm hoping that you can stay safe and out of trouble on your own.
You're not worried that I'm going to start a fight?
I am. But if I spend another day with you, I'm liable to be written up. Keep your head down. Keep to the custom. Do you know what you're doing?
This was a test, he was pretty sure. One that he wasn't entirely prepared for. I'm taking a bullet from the world before last to a machine shop. I'm doing some reading from the books that I brought with me, and I'm searching for radio signals to see whether Cosme is making a mistake or trying to set a trap. Then, maybe finding a public library, or at least reading through newspapers. I need to understand more about the world, so I can know the shape of all worlds.
You can't wear the armor during the day. Not unless you're going out of sight.
With a large cloak, maybe?
No,
she said, shaking her head.
Even with a strong one, they're just not that powerful. The sword, if wrapped, can pass for something else. If people see metal, their mind won't be able to explain it away so easily.
She was watching him, eyes hard. She didn't trust him, he could tell, which wasn't what he'd hoped for. He thought they'd been building a rapport.
I'll stop by when I'm done for the day to check on you. You should have enough money for food, drink, and nearly anything else you need. I'll get those coins sold, and when I do, you'll have enough to keep yourself in fit shape. We'll get you proper lodging, a place where you can hole up and pretend to be normal.
Will I be able to buy a gun here? Or is that the sort of thing that King Edmund frowns upon?
Only a rifle for hunting, and only out away from the city. They're used by the military too, but only in special circumstances. You won't be able to get one, not without some negotiation, and you don't want the gendarmes to be cold on you, not like what happened earlier today. Don't seek out a weapon, not unless you talk to me first.
I am talking to you.
What would you want with a firearm? You have your sword and your suit, unless thresholders have had the balance of power changed for them too.
Just as a backup. I'll ask more tomorrow. I want to explore the city more than I have today. Get my bearings. See whether there's a way to flush Cosme out. That was assuming that Cosme had gone to ground, which wasn't entirely certain.
Don't do anything that puts us at risk. If the custom breaks, if King Edmund lets his hounds out to chase after everything strange in the city, it's not just us that will be in trouble.
I know, said Perry. He let out a breath. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk more then. I'll do what reading I can. See how I can help your people. Whether there's something I know or can build or something to make your lives easier. And if you find Cosme, you let me know.
I will. Stay safe.
She left the rooftop and jumped down without another word. Perry watched her go, then went inside, where it was still somewhat chilled. The rooftop shed hadn't been insulated well. It had been built for storage or something like that, and then converted to a living space by some kind of monster of the night. He took off the suit she'd procured for him, setting everything aside, then began putting on the skin suit that was worn beneath the power armor. The power armor, which had been custom built for him using largely automated processes, took something like 15 minutes to put on or take off, most of that being the process of connecting everything together. The last piece to go on was the helmet, and once it was in place, Perry was able to take his first breath of clean air in several hours. He had almost gotten used to the smell, though the mild cough that came and went from breathing it in wasn't something that he would ever get used to. The only comparison he could make was to the worst wildfires he'd experienced, when ash was thick in the air, and the hanging particulate made the sun bathe the city red. But that didn't have quite the same stink. Marchand had been talking with him throughout the process of putting it all on. There had been no radio signals from Cosme, and in fact, no radio signals whatsoever. Marchand had a report of all the sounds that had happened outside the hideout, but there was nothing of note. He also had a full recording of everything that had happened while Perry had the earbud in, and Marsh's hearing was good enough that he could pick up on things that Perry hadn't heard. Most of the audio only added slight context to the proceedings. Marsh had heard, through a door, an account from one of the vampires of how the last major Thresholder battle had gone. They'd talked about beams of lancing light, hundreds dead, thousands homeless, explosions and winds that whipped people against walls hard enough to shatter their bones. It seemed a far cry from what Perry was capable of. Perry stepped out of the hideout, looking up at the night sky. The fog had cleared up, and some of the air pollution had been blown away from the city, or had otherwise settled down some, though not as much as the night before. Marsh, can you give me a weather report?
It would be from visual data only, sir.
Go ahead.
Clear skies, winds of 7 meters per second to the northeast, temperatures falling through the night.
No cloud cover then. He didn't like that. It meant his return to the manor wouldn't allow him the same sort of escape he'd had before. Still, he felt the need to go back just in case Cosme was dumb enough to stay, though it was possible that Cosme was lying in wait with all his power ready to strike, hoping that Perry was dumb enough to come back.
Excuse me, sir, but you were asking about sounds earlier. I think someone is approaching.
Perry frowned. He wasn't supposed to be on the roof, but the factory had closed down for the night, and the workers who did the heavy industry of the city seemed to have mostly punched out for the evening. The gas lamps on the street below weren't lit, and it was quiet in the immediate area, most of the sound coming from farther into the city. "Show me," he said. Marchand added indicators to the HUD, and Perry turns to look in the right direction. There were 3 of them, moving quickly at a run, and after a moment they disappeared, then reappeared on a nearby roof. "Stay dark," said Perry. The suit had outside indicator lights and lights for illuminating the surroundings, but these were all off as a matter of course. Perry wanted to keep them off, though, if someone was coming his way, especially someone who was able to leap up onto a rooftop with ease. 3 someones, in fact. It was impossible to tell who it was from just the sound, and there wasn't enough clarity for Marchand to get a solid look at them, not when they were still a few buildings away. They were moving with purpose, though, directly toward the hideout. Flora had said that only she knew where he was, which, on reflection, didn't speak highly of her trust of the others. That meant if these people were coming toward him, they had tailed him well enough to find the hideout. It was also plausible that it was Cosme with some friends, though Perry didn't think that was very likely. There was no light around them, just the gas lamps in the distance, but the suit had good optics, and Marchand had compensated for the low light. When they came to his roof, they stopped. They didn't look like they expected a man in full plate armor waiting for them. The three of them were dressed in long coats, wearing hats that obscured their faces in the dark. One of them had a pistol in hand, another had a knife, and the third had extended claws. They stood there for a moment, 100 feet away, watching him carefully. Perry unsheathed his sword. It had a faint glow to it, which grew when its magic was being used, or in battle. It brightened the surroundings, like he was holding an oversized glow stick. The one in the middle, who held the pistol, raised it and fired at Perry. It struck the armor in the shoulder and plinked off harmlessly. The caliber was far too low, the metal of the armor too hard, the distribution of force too efficient. Against a gun like that, the armor would withstand a virtually unlimited number of hits. The sound of the gunshot echoed across the rooftop, and the one in the middle took a moment to glance at the pistol before stowing it. The one with the knife likewise sheathed it, and without a word, the three of them spread out and moved closer, crouched low. Perry was tempted to use the armor's gun, but there were only 3 bullets left, and he wanted at least one of them so he could have more made, if not in this world, then in another. He wasn't sure the gun would actually work against them, but at the Jade Council it had been mentioned that the forward march of progress was making them more vulnerable in a physical sense, as well as from an information security perspective. What a bullet impact looked like, he wasn't entirely sure, and it didn't seem like the proper moment for attempting ballistic science. When they threatened to surround him, Perry went for the one on the right, shifting his feet and pushing off the factory roof so hard he heard the boards groan below him. He saw a look of surprise in the man's face, stained teeth in an open mouth with a scraggly beard, and then the sword was straight through the man's midsection. He looked down at it in surprise, then looked back up at Perry and hissed blood. The blood covered the cameras, blinding Perry for half a second. Then Marchand switched to a few of the suit's other cameras, these ones at lower resolution, and a half second after that, Marchand had completed a reconstruction of the view, this one with an even lower resolution, like the world had become a PS2-era version of itself. Perry could immediately tell that the latency left something to be desired, and that he'd be sick to his stomach before too long. But it was better than being blind, and then he was fighting again. The one who'd been on Perry's left was now behind him and had grabbed him while Marsh was figuring out something like visibility. The vampire was squeezing with surprising strength, arms locked around Perry's chest. But there was no groan of the metal, and Perry knew that it was a strong grip, mostly because trying to pull the arms off was giving a lot of resistance. He finally managed to get one free, then turned around and slashed out with the sword. This seemed a bit more effective than the thrust had been, cutting straight through an arm. The relative silence of the fight was broken by a scream as the vampire's hand fell to the ground, and Perry spun to deal with the others, hoping that for these creatures, losing a limb was enough to take them out of the fight. The middle one, who'd been holding a pistol when the whole thing started, had something else now. Long white knives that on closer inspection were made of bone. Not just made of bone, but bone itself, protruding from his forearms. He came at Perry, moving fast in a boxer's stance, and he went for Perry's armpits, maybe thinking that they were a weak point. Perry brought his arm down on the bone, crushing it, and when it splintered, he moved in close for a headbutt, which crunched more bone, this time in the man's face. Perry had headbutted people with the suit before, and it could kill a normal man instantly, but the vampire only stumbled back, making a sad sound and clutching his nose, where blood was running freely. Perry moved forward and brought his sword down, cutting straight into the skull, again with far more resistance than he'd ever had before. He watched the body, then turned back to the others. They had regrouped, but were looking worse for the wear. The arm was still on the ground, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. All this was rendered for Perry as a reconstruction from other cameras, low poly, low resolution, and he was feeling sick, his stomach churning at the slight delay between his body and his perception of his body. He had a thought to spare them, and that thought immediately died. They'd come to where they'd thought he would be sleeping, where he possibly should have been sleeping without his armor, and they'd tried to kill him there. If they left, they could bring back reinforcements, and any damage to the suit couldn't be repaired. In the worst case, they'd figure out some way to kill him.
Sir, the filters are clogged with blood. Moving to supplemental oxygen.
Perry lunged forward with the sword, swinging it through the air with as much power as he could muster. It cut cleanly through bone, slicing several ribs in the process, and the vampire, the one who'd lost his hand, didn't quite fall apart in two pieces, but there was so little connecting the two pieces that a sharp yank would have taken them apart. The final vampire, the one with a gut wound, tried to flee. Perry pursued him. He had no idea who this man was, who'd sent him, or even really what his powers were. He was Varkoli, bloodspitters and manipulators. But Flora had left things out, not liking a line of questioning that had begun with, "So what are you weak to?" They were 2 buildings away when Perry managed to land on the vampire with a leaping tackle that broke part of the roof beneath them. He wrestled with the vampire for a brief moment, then grabbed the back of its head with the gauntleted fingers, positioning them so the full force of the suit could be exerted at a moment's notice. He almost crushed the skull, as he'd crushed orc and hobgoblin skulls before, then stopped himself.
Who sent you?
He asked. The answer was unintelligible, and Perry lifted the vampire's face up from where it had been pressed against the roof.
Repeat that,
he said. He was queasy, the motion of the chase having made the virtual reality feel even worse. "Melons, Mercer," the vampire said, more clearly this time.
Why?
"Don't know," the vampire replied. There was a pool of blood below them, growing with every minute. Perry hadn't thought that the gut wound would be fatal, not if the vampire could run with it, but he was fading fast.
Oxygen is critical. You'll need to get out of the suit soon, sir.
Perry crushed the skull in his hand. He had experience crushing skulls, but it was still grisly, even filtered through the unreal low-poly images that Marsh was providing. There was more resistance, too. He went back to the small shed he was supposed to be living in and gave the area another scan before finally taking the helmet off. He was able to see much less well with the helmet off, but he could see the destruction. It wasn't much, just places where the roof had damage. Much worse was the blood and bodies, which were strewn around. He didn't know what he was going to do about that, but it might leak through the roof since he had no faith in the waterproofing, especially where some of the tar had been ripped up. He took a moment to breathe, then set the helmet to the side and gathered up the bodies, stacking them like cordwood. The battlefields of Seraphinus had prepared him for this. He'd killed there, moved bodies there, grown accustomed to death. The smell of blood was sharp in the air, covering up the acrid stink of air pollution. Perry left the bodies where he'd laid them out, then began taking off parts of the armor, looking at the legs in particular, where the air intake was. He had limited experience with servicing the armor, and it wasn't really meant to be serviced. But the air intake was one of the bits he knew how to fix, at least in principle. They were gummed up with blood, which had somehow gotten up through the ducts and into the main area responsible for air exchange, stopping only at the filter. That wasn't how blood was supposed to flow. The vents had a downward angle specifically because it meant that they'd only have to deal with water when he was actually underwater. in which case everything would snap shut. The blood had behaved strangely, like it had a mind of its own, and when he looked at the helmet, he could see that it was once again clear, the hydrophobic coating working properly. Hemokinesis? Hematokinesis? Something like that. That was probably the Varkoli, and the one with bones sticking out was probably the Austin, which left the one that had tried to crush him to death, who he suspected was the flesh-eating one. But there he wasn't entirely sure. He cleaned the filters as best he could, using a rag to get sticky blood out of the ducts and vents, then wiped down the armor, which still left quite a bit of blood in the cracks and crevices. It would be easier to remove when it dried, and maybe the coating that was supposed to keep it from getting dirty would work better then, or when he stood in the armor while the rain fell around him. Mellons and Mercer had been the names. They were both members of the Jade Council, one of the two Varkoli and the Council's lone Austin. Both were in favor of breaking with the custom, which would mean either making themselves indispensable to the king or overthrowing the monarchy entirely. That he was being attacked by them didn't seem to make sense, but he'd heard it directly from the mouth of a man whose skull was moments away from being shattered. He was still mulling it over when Flora showed up, breathless, bringing a warning that was coming half an hour too late. Chapter 20. Clean Future. In the end, they dumped the bodies in the Primrose River, which took some doing. Flora took one while Perry took the other two, the armor making the weight of the bodies easy. They moved silently, above the rooftops, and Perry kept a close eye on the power armor's battery. In his experience, travel was always the biggest drain, especially if it was large leaps from place to place. Combat was a series of quick motions and exertion, amplified by the suit, but it was usually over quickly, one way or another, and even extended time on the battlefield didn't last that long between bouts of action. Movement, by contrast, was a constant expenditure of the power armor's energy, and while the microfusion reactor could endlessly recharge the battery, fast movement over long distances could deplete it in a hurry. Flora checked Perry over, then had him wash himself off, which they used a rain barrel for. Because of the Varkoli, having leftover blood on you was a hazard. It was also plausible that a person could be tracked with only a single drop of blood, which was one of the ways that Varkoli hunted.
You should have told me.
I don't think it's how they found you. I would have smelled it if they had placed blood on your person. We can check your clothes, but it's more likely they followed at a distance and came at you only once they knew I was away.
Washing the suit took some time, and once it was done, Perry gathered up all his worldly goods into a small sack.
You're going to have to stay with me,
said Flora, once the bodies had been dumped. The bodies had been stripped of any valuables or identifying information, then weighted down as much as they could be, which would hopefully prevent them from rising to the surface until after some decomposition had taken place.
All right. I hope you've got a balcony.
Flora nodded, then took off, leaving him to follow. He tried to use the sword to fly more than he used the armor to run and leap, the better to conserve power while the battery was charging. He'd run out only once during a protracted engagement, and had nearly died among the mud and blades. They hadn't spoken much when she'd arrived. He'd given her a brief overview of how the battle had gone, along with the names he'd gotten. Then they had gotten to work dealing with it as much as they could. There was evidence, and it would have to stay there until it was washed away by the rain. She had reacted with cold calculation, not surprise. It was very late into the night when they arrived at a 5-story building with tiny balconies and dead silence. Flora waited and watched, and Perry offered to send up a drone, which she declined. Marchand heard nothing but the meowing of stray cats and the occasional cough. It was late enough that most of the city had gone to bed, and because they didn't have incandescent light bulbs, at least not in ready supply, the darkness was stark. Eventually, Flora was satisfied that they wouldn't be ambushed, and she leapt straight up, flapping her wings twice, and landed on a fourth-floor balcony. Perry followed, pulled up by the sword. The apartment was larger than Perry had expected it to be, and it looked out on a small park, the one they'd sat in while waiting to see whether her place was safe. It had a kitchenette and a living room, with a single small bedroom and a bathroom, but it had indoor plumbing, which so far had seemed to be a rarity.
You should be safe here. You can take the armor off.
I'll leave it on. I'm sleeping in it tonight.
Flora regarded him.
Because you don't trust me? Or because you've had too close of a call?
The latter.
Mostly the latter.
You handled the bodies well? The fighting?
It was late enough that Perry mostly felt like crawling into bed and going to sleep. The meeting with the council had been late. Then it had been a late dinner, a late fight, and even later cleanup. Sleep was one thing he couldn't afford to sacrifice. Still, this was his only ally, possibly his ally, a part of the pattern.
I was a soldier.
Not a scholar, as you said?
No, I was a scholar before all this. But in the last world, I was a soldier, a knight in cobalt armor. I spent a lot of time on the battlefield. Without me, the kingdom would have been overrun.
He had killed hundreds. They had mostly not been human, which made it much easier. But they hadn't all been orcs, bugbears, and goblins. There were humans among the opposing forces, and the armor let him move with overwhelming force. He'd sunk into the role.
War is still difficult. I know enough people who came back from the Reclamation War with their minds frayed.
She didn't talk about the ones who hadn't come back at all. Perry had seen allies drop. His squire had been killed in an early battle as the young boy tried to follow behind Perry's reckless blitz.
I'm fine. You think this will happen again?
I don't know. I don't know what they expected to happen. 3-on-1 and you still murder them. That might send a message. Or they might try to get you when you're more vulnerable. I don't think they expected to find you ready and waiting in full armor.
There was a mild question in her voice. What were you doing in armor question. But she didn't seem like she meant to press.
Probably not what they were expecting, no,
said Perry. Aside from going to the manor, he'd put the armor on out of a sense of preparedness. If he'd stood down and laid low, he wouldn't have been as combat ready. He was now tired enough that he would have been unsteady on his feet if the armor wasn't keeping him stone solid. The adrenaline had left him, and his heart rate had long since come down. The manor would have to wait.
Take the bed. I'll keep guard.
You don't need to sleep?
Not as much as you do.
I'm going to be in the armor. The ground is just as comfortable as the bed when you're encased in metal.
Go,
said Flora, gesturing to the room.
Easier to hide you if someone comes in.
Perry went. He wasn't sure that he would trust the bed, but he lay down in the armor, staring at the ceiling for a moment. Marsh, set up an alarm system. Wake me up as quickly as possible if someone other than Flora enters the apartment.
Very well, sir.
And wake me up if it looks like Flora is going to attack.
Of course, sir.
Record any conversations that seem relevant. Those that mention the Varcoli, the Strix, or anything else.
By default, I record most conversations within earshot, sir. Get some sleep, sir.
Right. Shut off the visuals. Play some white noise. Do a lullaby protocol. He was pretty sure that wasn't a thing unless Richter had the same sense of humor as him, and had spent an afternoon on it. He'd never asked for it before. The display went dark, and the sound of ocean waves came in, quiet and soft. Perry couldn't help but replay the long day he'd had, but his thoughts lost coherence early on, and he was asleep soon afterward. He woke up with a start what felt like moments later, and the display flickered on an instant, showing him the same room, but during the daytime. The sheets were simple and white, and the dresser was battered. He needed to pee, so he made his way out of the room and found the bathroom. where he detached part of the armor so he could relieve himself. Flora was nowhere to be seen, but there was a note pinned to the door in delicate cursive that Perry had a little trouble reading because of all the loops and whirls. It was a relatively short message, letting him know the location of the key, giving him some instructions, and saying, in brief, that he was free to stay as long as he liked, so long as he was careful with coming and going. Did anything happen while I was out?
No, sir. Florence didn't sleep. She was in front of the door to your room, facing out for most of the night, then changed clothes, freshened up, and left. There were no conversations of note, at least not that I heard.
Perry let out a sigh. Thank you. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to take the suit off to go around the city. He was stiff and sore, as expected when spending the night in armor, and he wished that he'd done some stretches before falling asleep. The armor came off piece by piece, and when that was done, he looked at the pile of pieces, grimacing. There was no good place to leave the armor, but it just wasn't comfortable or practical to have it on long term. This was Flora's apartment, and she could come home at any moment, or direct someone to her house if she turned on him, which might lose him the most valuable single object in this entire world. Still, there was nothing for it, and he had at least locked the armor so that it would respond to only him. Also, with the earpiece, Marchand would tell him right away if there was a problem. Perry left the apartment with his sword in hand, though wrapped up, his suit in place but slightly rumpled, and a single round from the suit's gun in his pocket. He was skeptical about the ability to make more ammunition, but he had to try. 3 hours later, he'd visited a number of different places and gotten his answer, which was that it could be done, but that it would take so long that he'd probably be gone by the time the first round was produced. This world had percussion cap rounds in the same way that Richter's did. It was only a matter of how precise the machining was, how uniform the propellant was, and how low the cost. Perry had seen presses and tumblers that could do most of the work, but the worry was that they'd be beyond an acceptable tolerance for the suit's gun. It wasn't just a risk that the gun wouldn't be able to load or fire the rounds. It was a risk that the gun would become damaged, unusable. Still, he found someone who was willing to give it a go for the right price, which seemed quite high compared with the cost of meals, and which could only be done in bulk. 500 rounds in total. The gunsmith had taken the bullet, one of Perry's Special 3, and had examined it like it was a fine Swiss watch, rather than a mass-produced round. From there, Perry had no other grand plans for his day. There was still no hint of radio transmission from Cosme or otherwise, which meant that even if Perry had been up for a fight, he wouldn't have known where to go to start one. He made his way to the second tallest structure in Teaguewater visible from anywhere in the city, the spire that he'd seen on his first night. It was in a large park toward the center of the city, which appealed to Perry since it meant some greenery and a slight reprieve from the dirty air. He carried his sword, which no one had commented on, and went to go see what was going on. It turned out to be a World's Fair, marking the first decade of the Century of Progress, and there were pavilions open and marvels on display. Most of it was embarrassingly basic for someone from 21st century Earth. Crude devices that used voltaic piles to generate electricity that briefly lit light bulbs, or steam engines with astounding breakthroughs in efficiency. Perry looked at it all, though, trying to make sense of all this in the context of the custom, and how close everyone feared it was to being entirely broken. Cosme had been attempting to invent radio, to uplift in his own words, and Perry wasn't certain how seriously to take that. But they did have a working radio transmitter, even if it couldn't transmit audio. If Cosme didn't know about the vampires and the other creatures that went bump in the night, perhaps he thought that this was the world's power, something having to do with electrical generators or steam engines. Aside from the marvels of engineering, there were vivariums and jars of preserved animal parts, the other prong of scientific advancement. some of these having come from far-off places. This world was still in a colonial era, though Perry hadn't seen any evidence of slavery or indigenous people. Teaguewater itself had been a colony before the monarchy had fled the homeland and set itself up on these distant shores. Perry was making his way to the spire, something like the Eiffel Tower or the Space Needle, and it was even taller than it had looked from a distance, when he spotted a familiar man in a suit and top hat. It was Wesley, the man who'd been building the radio with Cosme. That piqued Perry's interest, and he turns to follow Wesley, who was walking through the park, deep in conversation with another man. Cosme was nowhere to be seen. Neither Cosme nor Wesley had actually seen Perry. They had only seen the suit of armor. In fact, they hadn't even exchanged names. So far as Cosme knew, Perry was just a man with a sword and armor, and without either of those things, he would be unidentifiable. Perry had the sword with him, wrapped up, but he was hoping that so long as he kept back, the glamour would be enough. There was some useful lie he could tell, he was sure. He could pretend to be delivering a strut, or a piece of measuring equipment, or something equally prosaic. The magic of the glamour was such that he shouldn't have to make excuses or tell lies at all, but he wanted to be ready. Wesley was reserved, speaking without gesturing. The conversation appeared to be one of investment and the securing of funds, though the actual subject of what was to be invested in wasn't clear at first blush. Radio was a good guess, of course. Perry followed behind. Wesley would lead to Cosme, and then Perry could retreat to Flora's apartment, put the armor on, and make his move with the element of surprise, ideally while Cosme was sleeping. The suit had excellent hearing, and he could wait on the other side of a wall until the perfect time to strike. The conversation that Wesley had been in the middle of concluded with a handshake, funding apparently secured, and Wesley turned around so quickly that Perry was momentarily dumbstruck. Wesley walked on, though, going back the way he came, paying no mind to the man with the wrapped-up sword who'd been following him. It was entirely possible that he'd have done the same even if the glamour hadn't been doing its work. Again, Perry followed. He was watching Wesley. The man was a lord, or something like that, and the manor had been his, almost certainly. Perry had found an urban fantasy policewoman, and Cosme had found, what, an inventor? An engineer? It made Perry think of Richter, naturally. When Wesley reached a large red and white striped tent, he slipped inside through a flap, and Perry pulled up short. There was a sign above the closed entrance, Wesley Wonders, which answered a few questions and raised a few more. It was tempting to go in, but if it was a private place, the glamour wouldn't protect him quite so much. As Flora put it, the glamour would keep people from asking questions if you were waiting in line at the bank. But it wouldn't help if you broke into someone's house. Perry found a bench nearby and waited for Wesley to re-emerge.
Radio signal, sir. Quite strong, close to you.
Ah, said Perry, eyeing the tent. He tried to work that out. The fight had been the day before. Had Wesley moved the equipment to the fair with a horse-drawn carriage in that time? Most of it seemed quite bulky. Still nothing coherent?
The Fibonacci sequence is quite coherent, sir,
replied Marchand. The AI could seem offended sometimes, affronted even, which had been one of Richter's small touches.
But in this case, I believe it's a message of some kind. I'm not familiar with the specifics. It's possible a code book is being used.
Like Morse code?
Morse code encodes text characters,
replied Marchand. It was right at the cutoff from the diverged timelines, and since Perry had never learned Morse code, he couldn't guarantee that it was actually the same.
A code book could have entire messages assigned to the brief bursts of radio that are being used for this transmission. I'll record everything and run some analysis on it, but so far I can't make heads or tails of it.
Perry frowned. It was possible, if only barely, that Wesley was sending a message to Cosme that would require the receiver to be set up. But receivers were far easier than transmitters, at least as far as Perry knew. He gripped the sword. It was possible that Wesley was communicating the good news of more funding, he supposed. But it was also possible that in spite of the glamour, he'd been clocked. Perry moved toward the tent and opened the flap. Just barely, so he could see inside. There was all kinds of equipment, including some thick cords going from machine to machine. It did seem to be the same sort of machine from the day before, but there were others set up as well, some of them with small displays on them that Perry was too far away to read. It was only Wesley in the tent. Cosme was nowhere to be seen. Perry backed out again. He looked at the sword in his hand, frowned, then made a short jog over to some sickly bushes and slipped it in there after looking to make sure that no one was watching him. Unlike the suit, Perry wasn't at all worried about anyone stealing the sword, since it was nearly invulnerable and would come when called. If the sword was thrown into a safe, it might be in trouble, but it could cut through virtually any metal given enough time, and Perry didn't think it was likely that it would get to that point. He was on his way back to the tent when he spotted a pamphlet on the ground, printed with crude lettering and images, a map of the fair. It was the first time he'd seen such a thing, and when he looked at it for a moment, his frown deepened. The spire in the middle of the park was apparently Wesley Spire. The fair itself was funded in part by the Wesley Corporation, in cooperation with the Kingdom of Maresland. Wesley had the only portrait on the pamphlet, and his extensive accomplishments were listed there. The man had a great many things named after him, it seemed. Perry wondered how Cosme had gotten the attention of such a man, but he supposed that a book of future science history would do it. It brought Richter to mind again, for obvious reasons. She'd been a brilliant engineer, though assisted by artificial intelligence and standing on the shoulders of giants. She hadn't invented microfusion, nor made the basic power armor, nor even the frame that Marchand was built from. Instead, she had spent millions of dollars on a home lab that could make one of those suits from very expensive parts. And from there, she'd spent enormous amounts of time laser-focused on making the power armor everything she'd thought that it should be. She had laughed when Perry had asked her how it was possible that she'd invented all those things, and explained that there was an era when lone polymaths could found entire fields and write seminal works that would be used as reference for centuries, but that they were long past that. Wesley, at least from the self-aggrandizing pamphlet that it seemed his company had helped to print, was exactly that sort of polymath at exactly that correct moment in history. He was also allied with Cosme, or had been, and seemed relatively unsurprised that Perry had shown up. As Perry's father would say, they were in cahoots. When Perry went into the tent, he made enough noise that Wesley looked up. He had cool blue eyes and a close shave. His suit was perfectly fitted to him. "We don't open until 10, said Wesley. He was looking at Perry's suit, an expression of mild disfavor on his face. "Are you him?" asked Perry, holding up the pamphlet. "You're Wesley?" "Cormorant Wesley. The exhibit opens at 10, he repeated. "If you come by then, I'll have demonstrations of astounding importance prepared. I'll be here for 2 hours. If you'll excuse me, there are still preparations left to do." He was curt, but had reason to be, because Perry was barging in. "I'm an inventor myself. I've traveled a great distance to see you." He hoped his accent, which distinguished him from anyone else in the city, would help to sell that. "I'd like to meet with you, and didn't know of another way to introduce myself. You have your fingers in a lot of pies, and I was hoping I could pick your brains." The expression of disfavor deepened. "Unless you hold a revolution in the palm of your hand, I don't have the time. Now, please, I need to prepare. I have designs for a heavier-than-air flying machine. A prototype has been built. It works, but I need funding. And more than that, Someone who can get the things built so they can be sold. He was uncertain how he'd pull that off, though Marchand had all kinds of things tucked away in his file storage. And beyond that, Marchand was a halfway capable engineer when properly directed. This gave Wesley pause. "Following Sir Earnhardt's principle?" he asked. Perry nodded, hoping that wasn't a test. In his world, it had been Bernoulli's principle, if they were even thinking of the same thing. "There are some challenges, but I'm well on my way to overcoming them." "That is the sound of a man who hopes money will solve his problems. Money can't help you to escape a bind that physics has put you in." He turned back to his work table. "Under ordinary circumstances, I would look at a draft of your design, but I've had many offers of late, and won't be able to find the time, not unless you have a working prototype to demonstrate. If you had such a thing, you wouldn't be coming to me like this. You'd be flying overhead, making a show of your technological triumph." Wesley did not, to Perry's ears, sound like someone who was dealing with people who crossed between worlds. He was too unflappable. If Perry had known that there were people like himself, alternate worlds with magic and vampires and science-fictional technologies, he wouldn't be able to shut up about it. Wesley had a book full of future science, must have known that sustained human flight was possible, probably knew that people could land on the moon, and was simply at the fair, showing off technology that was incredibly stale by the standards of what was in Cosme's book. Perry hesitated, wanting to push further, to say that he had the secret to sending voices over radio. But he resisted. Wesley didn't know who he was. Cosme didn't know what Perry looked like, and could only guess that Perry was somewhere in the city. It was too good an opportunity to blow. "I'll submit my plans to your office then, and I'll come back in an hour or so to see these demonstrations. Your inventions are known around the world, and I'm eager to see them in person." Wesley seemed to like that, though his face didn't betray much expression. Perry spent the next hour seeing the rest of the fair, having retrieved his sword from the bushes where it had lain unmolested. He went to the Wesley Tower, rode an elevator powered by a steam engine to the top, and looked out over the city of Teaguewater, though the view was marred by the pollution of heavy industry. It wasn't a terribly pretty city, unless you liked copious amounts of brickwork and crowded buildings whose chimneys seemed to be fighting each other for space. Besides, Perry could get a better view at virtually any time he wanted to. The tower itself did resemble the Eiffel Tower, but when he quietly asked Marchand about it, Marchand had never heard of Eiffel, nor his tower. Another victim of the alternate history of Richter's world. If only Eiffel had never built his tower, we could have had fusion reactors and power armor. That was a joke he'd made with Richter often enough that it had been on the edge of growing stale. There were many large differences between their worlds, starting around the time of Napoleon. But blaming all the divergence on minor historical details tickled them both. At 10, Perry made his way back to Wesley's large tent, which was already crowded with people. He was slightly late, and the demonstration was in full swing, with Wesley standing on a small stage in the center of the tent. Perry wouldn't have taken him for a performer, but the man's demeanor had changed entirely. His stance wider, a wide smile plastered on his face. Absolutely artificial, but enough to fool someone from a distance, which most of the audience was. "We are days away from a breakthrough in radio. Already, wireless telegraphy has been solved, and wires running between stations will be a thing of the past. But radio can carry more than the beeping of a telegraph. It can carry a voice as well. And within a month, a conversation with someone on the eastern shore will take place, capping off the fair, so long as a ship can make the journey. Progress, so fast that it outpaces the steamships." There was brief applause from the crowd, but these were only claims of things yet to come, and Perry was feeling some skepticism himself. Even though he knew that everything Wesley said was possible in theory, A handful of days to solve all the technical problems of transmitting voice over radio? A month to have transoceanic radio conversations? That seemed unlikely. Even with Wesley's reputation as an inventor and businessman. Even with everything that had Wesley's name attached to it. The Wesley Battery, the Wesley Telegraph. Seeing someone up on stage making grand claims inspired doubts. The crowd murmured when Wesley picked a leather glove up from the table set behind him. It was thick, like something a falconer or metalworker would wear. He had assistants with him now, but they were standing well back, and moved further when he slipped the glove on. There were wires going down the fingers, and a thick lump of metal at the cuff. There are in the history of the sciences those things which can be predicted, and those which cannot. Radio has been understood to be possible for more than a decade. Wireless telegraphy and evolution of the wired telegraph. Voice and evolution of simple resonance. He was holding the glove away from him, deepening the comparison to a falconer. The eyes of the audience were on it. Perry's eyes were on it. Those advancements which seem to come from nowhere, which appear before us like a miracle, are much rarer. He flicked his gloved hand and lightning burst forth from it, arcing over the heads of the audience, coming perilously close to them, and ultimately striking a metal ball hung from a crossbeam of the tent, near the entrance. Perry hadn't noticed it before, but it was clear that it was there for just that reason, and wires rang from the ball down into the ground, for unknown purposes. I'm here today to tell you that steam power is on its way out. The future of rail, of steamships, of factories, lies not with the burning of coal or gas, not the stink we've grown accustomed to, but with this. He pulled the glove from his hand in dramatic fashion, apparently no longer worried about electrocuting himself, and pulled something from the lump of metal. He held it up, and it was so small that it was difficult to see. I hold the future between my thumb and forefinger. Perry tried to move closer, to see, and caught a glimpse of it just before Wesley put it away. It was red, translucent, and familiar. Once it was gone, Wesley wasn't long for the stage either, disappearing to applause and shouted questions that went unanswered. Perry was left watching the stage and thinking about the arc of lightning and the trouble it spelled for the future. Wesley had been using one of the rubies from Cosme's gauntlet. Chapter 21. Reflections. Perry spent most of the day at the fair. He stuck around Wesley's tent, where Wesley demonstrated the lightning glove 3 more times, always with nearly identical patter. The wireless telegraphy was demonstrated a few times, to much less applause, perhaps because it was less visually stunning, or because the beeping was just noise to most of the crowd. It was this world's version of Morse code, though the message turned out to just be a test sequence. There was no sign of Cosme. Perry was left wondering about the ruby and was given no particular answers from the repeated demonstrations. Cosme's staff had been incredibly powerful, capable of instantly and nearly perfectly parrying bullets, allowing him to fly, and with powerful strikes that had brought Perry to his limits. Cosme's gauntlet had a much less clear function, except that it increased power somehow. A single ruby was enough to throw lightning when properly induced to do so. Cosme hadn't done that during the fight, though, for no clear reason. Perry had planned to tail Wesley, but when the final demonstration concluded, Wesley got into what appeared to be an automobile, started by hand crank, sputtering black smoke and steam, the only of its kind anywhere in the city, at least that Perry had seen, and drove through the streets at speed. The automobile went faster than Perry could run, and possibly faster than the sword could fly him. Not that he wanted to make a scene and break the custom. He was starting to understand why the vampires were so worried. Perry spent the rest of the day moving around the city, mostly walking, but at times stopping in different places. He was trying to get a feel for Teaguewater, to really see it as a coherent whole, and while he felt faintly ridiculous walking around with his wrapped-up sword, that was better than walking around without it. He wished that the power armor could be summoned somehow, or carried around in a suitcase, or that it could otherwise have its weaknesses shored up somehow. A resupply of ammunition was definitely one of the things holding him back, but he was doubtful that the man he'd hired and the tools of the era were up for the task. Unfortunately, a proper test fire would require risking the shoulder gun, and a single test fire wouldn't be enough to ensure that it could stand up to repeat use. That was a problem for another day. The police in the city dressed like Flora, and there were far more of them than Perry had expected to see. They were, according to her, a branch of the military, tasked with enforcing civilian law, but they weren't supplemental. There was no competing police force in the city, none that reported to the mayor or city council or anything like that. King Edmund was disliked, his police given a wide berth. Flora aside, or possibly included, they were jackbooted thugs, their fine blue uniforms in deliberate contrast to the clothes that most of the common people were wearing. It marked them as police of the nobility, rather than of the commoners, which no one could mistake for a good sign. City watching wasn't just for future tactical advantage. It was soothing to Perry in a way that he hadn't expected. He'd been a soldier for too long, fighting tactically for his own sake and the sake of the men he'd led. And while he'd been more of a blunt instrument crashing against the enemy ranks than an actual commander, he'd felt the weight of it settle on his shoulders. It had been for many long months, broken up only by returns to court, something the sword and powered armor sprints had afforded him. Perry wasn't much of an intellectual, at least in comparison with most of his peers who had also been grad students, but he liked puzzling things out and liked to make observations. Teaguewater wasn't Victorian London. It was Boston, a place with its own history, but nothing that matched one of Earth's old world cities. It had been a colony until the king had sailed to its shores and declared that the kingdom itself was relocating, a territory no longer. That had been 2 sovereigns prior, and King Edmund was the first king to have been born in the newly reforged kingdom. There had been hard times leading into the century of progress. Perry saw signs of the fire before he found a plaque commemorating it. There were too many buildings in the same place that were built in the same style. The roads there straighter, all brickwork and slate roofs. Fires had once been the scourge of cities, not only because of the construction materials used, but the complete lack of public safety measures. For that same reason, many of the major cities had been horrible pits of disease and pestilence, with no workable sewer systems and no public health measures. Not that an understanding of health had been all that good. 2 separate pandemics had swept through the city too, one of them killing almost everyone over the age of 70, the other claiming half a generation of children. There was no evidence of the supernatural, not until Perry started looking closely. He had his own glamour on, and people seemed to ignore any strangeness, like the long wrapped-up package that happened to contain a magical sword, and to a lesser extent, he suspected, his height. He tried to focus on the people his eyes skated over, picking out details, really pushing his mind on them, and over the course of wandering the city, this eventually paid off, though only once. There was a woman with purple eyes whose ears were carefully concealed by her hair, 2 pale skin and 2 sharp teeth. She glanced at him, eyes moving over him, then she gave him a second glance, this one more pointed, nodding for him to move on. He wondered whether the vampires had grown fat during the times of troubles when the dead were in ready supply, the living more accustomed to losing loved ones. He wondered whether they were vulnerable to the same diseases the normal people succumbed to, whether a plague among people meant a plague among vampires. Becoming a vampire would be a mixed bag. The biggest thing that Perry was worried about was the next world, where there'd be no ready supply of bodies, unless he made quick enemies. The loss of his humanity was also a concern, but Flora seemed plenty human to him, wherever her loyalties lay. She was resistant to the idea, not even willing to discuss the pros and cons, and he would need her help if he was going to do it. She seemed to see herself as less than, for all that she had loyalties to vampire kind. When he returned to her apartment, she was still out, and the armor was still safely in place, having verifiably not moved an inch. Perry hadn't wandered out of range of communication with Marchand, but it was still good to be reunited, and Perry spent some of the remaining time with the helmet on, connected by a long cord to the armor's torso for power, mostly looking through Grapbook, the equivalent to Wikipedia, before finally watching some anime. The media loadout in the power armor had once felt vast and overwhelming, especially in the context of a machine that was supposed to have a permanent connection to the internet. After 9 months in a land with dragons and wizards, he understood the limits of the library, which ran to Richter's tastes. There was a bit too much anime, or the version of anime from Richter's world, and not enough classically good cinema. Richter had thought that the best thing about Another World was that you get a whole alternate history of media, the output of multiple generations of the most brilliant filmmakers, musicians, and artists. She'd wanted to share everything with him, all the music he'd never encountered before, all the different styles and genres that had never arisen on his Earth, or the ones that were somewhat the same but different in key ways. Perry mostly longed for some of the familiarity of home. When Flora returned, that was where she found him, lying in bed with the power armor's skin-tight undersuit on, helmet on his head, watching television from Another World. He'd heard her coming. Marchand had, anyway, since the suit could hear everything in the entire building and track all the residents, but hadn't moved much. He'd taken a moment to show her the moving images on the inside of his helmet, but the helmet wasn't sized for her, and she was confused more than anything.
It's factionalism,
said Flora, reporting on her own, more exciting day.
The different clans have different needs and different dispositions when it comes to the reveal. The Austin can have bones that are days or even weeks old, months if properly kept, and the Varkoli think they'll be safe because they don't need to kill at all. They can take from the living. Since the first of our kind moved here, we've had an alliance, one founded on mutual trust and respect, but also complementary needs. Now that's breaking down.
And some of them want to kill me.
I think that first attack was because they wanted to see if you could be killed. If they had been able to sneak up and drive a stake through your heart, the whole thing would have ended. I don't think they had expected to sacrifice 3 men in the process. They'd probably been hoping you would retreat. But someone needed to probe. Both sides would prefer you dead, though. For the openers, they want you dead because they want the reveal to happen on their own terms. For the cloister, they want you dead because they don't want the reveal to happen at all.
They have names now. That's not great.
We have our own broadsheets. They cloak the language, never reveal much. It's a neighborhood rag by any measure, but they keep a good watch on the pulse of opinion.
Of the sides, I'm most favored by the cloister?
In the sense that they're more inclined to believe that you don't want a city-destroying fight that blows everything open. They want you to leave, to go away silently and without harm. Failing that, they'll kill you, or try to. And some people think it's better to end you sooner rather than later. You're an acknowledged threat to the custom.
Perry let out a breath. I'm going to be lying low, then. It's a shame that Cosme isn't.
He's not.
That led Perry to tell her about what he'd been up to that day, the repeated demonstrations from Cormorant Wesley, and the concept of uplift, which was apparently less obvious than Perry had thought it was.
That's not what he's doing, though, Wesley. You said that he was using a ruby, a piece of a magic item, something of witches rather than science.
Magic can be amenable to science, said Perry, as though he didn't need to include 5 asterisks and caveats to that statement. Wesley was claiming that this was the future of energy, that it would replace coal. So either he was trying to drum up funding so he could cut and run, Or he has some way to replicate them, grow more or something. Rubies could be made or grown, Perry knew, mostly from consulting Gratbook earlier in the day. Of course, rubies couldn't output enough energy to run a steamship, but to know more he'd have to speak with Wesley, or examine one of the special rubies himself.
And you're saying that the man your adversary was with, the man who now has knowledge of thresholders and who knows what else, the man you appeared in your armor to, is Cormorant Wesley?
Yes, and apparently he's a pretty big deal.
He's the face of the Century of Progress, arguably the most recognizable man on the continent aside from King Edmund.
She let out a frustrated sigh.
And he knows.
It was practically a hiss.
He's seen you fight.
Yes. Magic sword, magic staff, magic bracer, and armor that must have seemed like magic, but is actually technology so far beyond him that he could spend the rest of his life studying it and still not understand it. He's seen all those things. I don't know what Cosme has told him, but I'm certain Cosme has been to worlds with magic in them. Magic that's more out in the open than here.
How many of those rubies did the gauntlet have?
I was too busy fighting to count. 12, maybe. 24. He paused. Marsh, how many rubies on the gauntlet?
23 at the start of the fight, sir.
Perry frowned at that. And at the end of the fight?
22. One of the rubies disappeared shortly after the shirt sleeve caught fire.
That corresponded with an increase in raw power. He was feeling upset with Marchand for not having said something earlier, but it was difficult to get the AI to understand that magic was a real thing that existed in the world, let alone to do some detailed analysis that Perry himself hadn't thought to do. Perry relayed that to Flora. If they're a part of the Gauntlet's power, then Cosme is weakened when they're out. Or should be. It wasn't clear to me whether Wesley was using a new ruby for each demonstration, but my guess is that he wasn't. He was virtually certain that the next time he faced Cosme would have one of those gloves on, ready to launch lightning in addition to his other attacks. The scary thing was that Cosme might not have even been at full power in that first fight, which meant that there might be more tools at his disposal. Perry had caught him unaware, and didn't think that he'd be able to do it again. Not if Cosme was smart. I'm going to follow Wesley. Go to where he works, whatever laboratory he has in the city. Go to his home if he's got one that's not the manor I visited. That's how I'll find Cosme again. He hesitated. There was a time to ask again about becoming a vampire. To only ask. But it didn't seem like this was it.
You heard me say he's one of the most famous men in the world, didn't you? If something happens to him, it has to be deniable. No glamour is strong enough to keep the newspapers from snooping around him.
No photographs, though, right? That's a plus.
Photograph?
Asked Flora. She had a frown on her face.
What's that?
Chemical. Mostly chemical. Recording of a scene? Like a painting taken in an instant, then chemically developed.
A picture taken in an instant would be extremely bad news for the custom.
Yes. My guess is that the glamours don't work when people are looking at a painting of someone wearing them. I haven't really had a chance to check, but my guess is that since my armor delivers video to me, I'm immune to glamour when I'm wearing it. Flora moved to the door of the balcony and looked out at the small park for a moment. The balcony was only large enough for a single person to stand on it, and a single rusted metal chair sat out there. He imagined she looked at the park often.
Of all the things you know, or could be told by your armor, there are many that would help speed the end of the custom.
Cosme knows many of the same things I do. He's also paired up with someone who's capable of turning that technical knowledge into material reality, and so far as I'm aware, doesn't even know the custom exists.
Then tonight, we go find Wesley,
said Flora, nodding. How are you?
It's been a very long day, and it's only halfway done.
Anything I can do for you?
You could refrain from giving me any more revelations about how perilous my position is.
She ventured a smile. Her teeth were very white. "The moving images didn't do it for you?" said Perry, gesturing at the helmet. "But do you like music?"
Are there people who don't? I suppose I'm particular. My kind have heightened hearing, a better sense of tones, but I've been to the symphony only once and have heard professionals rarely. We don't have the time for that, nor the money, nor the clothes.
"Did you want to hear a song?"
You sing?
"No, but the armor can play music." Flora appraised it. There was something like hunger on her face.
Quietly, so the neighbors won't hear.
Perry instructed Marchand, looking through the media library until he found some orchestral pieces, part of the cultural history of Earth 2. It was a cello concerto written by Bach's son, one that Perry had heard his mother play before. He kept the volume low, and they sat next to the helmet, side by side listening to it.
Another?
Said Flora as soon as it was done. Perry had obliged, and they listened to music together long into the evening, until the call of hunger overcame him. Chapter 22. Wesley. They moved through the city at night, Perry in his armor, Flora in dark gray clothes that cloaked her better than her blue uniform. Perry wore a hooded cloak as well, which Marchand complained about since it covered a few of the cameras, especially back-facing ones. But it was a trade-off between some degree of stealth and better mobility and vision. With a cloak, there was a good chance for the glamour to work better, allowing people to think that Perry was a bird or a teenager running rooftop races. In a fight, the cloak would be the first thing removed, and Perry practiced that a few times to get the motion smooth. Wesley was a public figure, very nearly the public figure, and it had been trivial to find out everything they needed to know, especially for Flora, who knew the city backward and forward. Wesley's research laboratory and primary lab was in the west of the city, away from the busy wharfs and most of the squalor of industry, while his home in the city was one of a few fine houses up on Proctor's Knob. The king had a fine palace as the jewel of the knob, visible on a night without fog from as far as the cathedral. Perry had likely seen it on his first night, and Marchand had definitely mapped it. Proctor's Knob was a place that Flora was keen to avoid, given the number of guards there, so they went for the laboratory first. Fowlin Park was a set of new buildings surrounded by high brick walls, which were topped by barbed wire. By the time they reached it, there was no one there, but they'd been moving under the cover of fog and night, and hadn't expected many people to be burning the midnight oil. Perry had some hope that Wesley would be there, and some trepidation at the thought that Cosme might be lying in wait. But the only light came from a gas lamp near the entrance where a guard sat in his hut. Perry sailed over the walls while Flora came over with a flap of her wings, and they sat for a moment on the rooftops while Marchand listened in.
I don't hear anyone, sir.
We're looking for the rubies. Show me the map.
Acoustic mapping wasn't perfect, wasn't even particularly good compared to the digital reconstructions that Marchand was capable of with video, but it was something that could be done from out of sight. The rubies were tiny, and Perry thought that they'd be in a safe, which was what he was really looking for, something that might also contain the book that Wesley and Cosme had been looking at. The book was from a different, more advanced world, and Perry thought it might contain useful details. Marchand was also entirely capable of safe-cracking, though Perry had yet to put that to the test. When Marchand gave them the all-clear, they moved into the buildings, taking a closer look at things. Perry with the enhanced vision that the suit offered, Flora with her own ability to see in the dark. There were all kinds of machines around the place, pieces of equipment and materials for building more of them. Perry recognized certain things, like a metal lathe and a drill press, but most of it was a mystery to him, and Marchand wasn't terribly adept at identifying machines from other worlds that were equivalent to antiques. There were a few of the devices that had been on display in the tent at the fair, These ones built for fiddling with and testing rather than for showing off. Metal shavings were strewn on the ground, and a smell of oil permeated the air. A single large machine dominated the area, and looked to Perry's eyes like a Gatling gun, though the barrels were too short for it to be that, and it was oversized, big enough that even with the suit, Perry would barely have been able to lift it.
Nothing,
said Flora, her voice a whisper that Marchand picked up easily.
It's not clear when Cosme arrived here. Some of this, most of this, probably predates him coming to this world.
The machine in the center looked new, though, and Perry thought briefly about smashing it, just in case.
Do you think Cosme would have stuck by Wesley, knowing that you would be on his tail?
I don't know. I don't know how he thinks. If it were me, I would go to ground. Find a place that couldn't be linked to Wesley. Lie in wait for the enemy to slip up. Gather what power I could. Feed Wesley as much as I could to eke out some advantage. Return to the shadows when that was done. I think I could turn Wesley, given the chance.
How?
Cosme had a book. I have 100 million books and an artificial intelligence. We're not the same.
You can't offer him the keys to the kingdom. It's a kingdom that doesn't include my kind.
I think it is. You need human organs. A pig's won't do. There's got to be a reason why, and medical knowledge is a starting point. We can examine your blood under a microscope for a start. We can see what differences there are in the cells. We can first explain it, and then solve it.
Flora's lips were tight. The pale skin of her face stood in stark contrast to the black of her outfit. Her lips were blood red in stark contrast, and when Perry wasn't in the suit, he kept convincing himself that it was just lipstick, not something odd and compelling or worthy of notice.
And I don't need to give him everything. Just enough to turn him away from Cosme, to get Cosme's location, to kill Cosme, or otherwise dispatch him. And then the whole thing is over. We'll both move on, if he's not dead.
Flora didn't seem particularly mollified by that. In reality, Perry wasn't all that sure that medical knowledge would help. The vampires clearly did have some biological differences, but the glamours couldn't possibly be explained by differences in cells or DNA, and Flora's wings were made of shadow, protruding from her back and then disappearing, which was, in fact, magic. And if it was magic, then it might just be a matter of magic that Flora needed to feast on organs, something that no amount of scientific understanding could change. Perry needed to know more about magic in this world, and if he didn't find Cosme, that was on the docket. Surely having a shaky understanding and lots of books from Seraphinus must be worth something. They found no trace of the book, the rubies, or Cosme, only projects and notes on those projects, though none of the notes mentioned the subjects Perry was most interested in. There was a thick metal safe near an office area strewn with papers, and Marchand was able to help Perry crack it. Cracking it, in this case, simply by sending a pulse of sound through the device, and then giving Perry the combination. But it was filled only with money, bonds, and deeds. Perry left it all where it was and closed the safe. It was good to know he could steal from here if he really had to.
We're off to Proctor's Knob, then.
It's brightly lit, well guarded. The fog doesn't sweep over it like it does elsewhere.
That wasn't a no, but it was close.
If we're lucky, we end this tonight. If I kill Cosme in his sleep, it won't be long before a portal opens. It's what's happened the last 2 times. Not always right away, but close. All your troubles, at least so far as I'm concerned, will be gone.
I'm already out on a limb. No one knows that I'm sheltering you. I serve the council and the king, but neither knows what I'm doing here.
He wondered about that. She was putting herself out on a limb because she thought it was the right thing to do, the optimal path to resolving the thresholder problem. He hoped for both their sakes that she was right.
If you don't come with me, I'll go alone,
said Perry. He nearly folded his arms across his chest. but the bulk of the armor would have made it awkward. He was trying to play the role of thresholder as she saw it. A fearsome power.
I'll come,
said Flora, letting out a breath, lips half parted.
We go quickly. Silently.
Perry nodded, relieved. He would have gone alone, but he liked his chances better with backup. It was harder to keep to the rooftops as they approached Proctor's Knob. These were buildings with grounds, not usually extensive ones, but enough so that the two of them needed to move along the damp grass at times, hoping they'd stay cloaked. Flora moved faster than Perry could fly with the sword, so he adopted a leaping style, using the armor's power to launch himself into the air and the sword to slow his downward momentum enough that he wasn't crashing down into buildings or leaving inch-deep impressions in the earth. The glamour wouldn't help with that kind of evidence. Proctor's Knob was more brightly lit, even though it was growing late into the night. It was devoid of fog, which had been a fickle ally so far. The gas lamps of the wider city were nowhere to be seen, replaced by something that emitted a steady yellow light at far greater luminance. The area was gated, its long roads paved with thick flagstones, with none of the filth that marked the rest of the city. From the look of the plants, there must have been an army of gardeners and cleaners coming through every day, along with maids and servants, people keeping everything neat and tidy. The streets were empty now, this late in the night, and the houses were dark. They moved like shadows in the night. Wesley's house was one of the largest ones on Proctor's Knob, though nothing like the castle that had been erected as a symbol of the king's continued reign on a new continent. The house was a tall thing of steel and glass, modern in a way that felt out of place with its surroundings. Clean lines rather than Baroque details, with a sleekness that could hide no imperfections. It wasn't all exacting modernism, and there were a few sweeping flares to it, but it was a place that spoke of the future. A single light was on in the house's lower level. They stopped outside, and Perry listened, holding still so that Marchand could stretch the limits of the suit's microphones.
Someone is working in the basement, sir. 3 people are asleep upstairs.
Perry watched the house carefully. He hoped that they were hidden well enough in the bushes beneath the weeping willow, but they were in the back, away from the yellow lights, and likely almost invisible. The glamour would help too, making any movement seem like it was just the wind. Perry was operating on the assumption that Cosme didn't know about the custom, and that meant there was one additional element of surprise. The only question was whether Cosme was actually in the house.
There's a smell of death,
said Flora. Perry looked at her and saw that her nostrils had flared. Inside the armor, Perry was having the air filtered and smelled nothing.
Marsh, particulate diagnostics, if you can.
There was a long pause.
Aside from the persistent air pollution, sir, I would agree there's a stench of bodily decay. It's hard to say what the source is. The filters need changing next time you get a chance, sir, which might help with a diagnosis of the origin.
It's subtle?
Asked Perry. Flora nodded.
It's there, though. Something foul. Blood iron. Rotting.
Perry stared at the house. That wasn't expected. It wasn't good either.
We should go in. Find Wesley. Talk to him. He already knows about thresholders. He shouldn't know about vampires or anything else. It's not a violation of the custom to talk about the custom with people who know, right?
It depends on what you tell them,
said Flora, eyeing him.
I don't want to tell him anything. I want to know where Cosme is.
We can't be in for long. Too big a risk of the servants waking up. And if the knowledge spreads to them...
It's also possible one of those sleeping people is Cosme.
If the knowledge spreads to them, if it hasn't already, the custom is put at risk,
said Flora. She was giving him a pleading look.
I want this resolved, out of my city. Battles between thresholders have ended with calamity each time. Not this time.
I understand,
said Perry. He'd like to avoid that too, if possible, especially because he'd as good as promised her. He moved forward, watching where everything was marked on the HUD until he came to the French doors at the back of the house. He'd unwrapped his sword, unsheathed it, and had it ready to slice through bone if the need arose. It glowed softly in the still night. The door was locked, but Perry forced it, breaking the mechanism with the immense power of the suit. He had broken into a house for the first time 2 days ago, when he'd gone into the attic of some well-to-do family to get some rest. This felt much the same, skulking about in a place where he wasn't wanted. His heart was hammering because here he would likely have to turn to violence. The kitchen he found himself in would be smashed to pieces, the fight spilling out into the backyard if it wasn't ended in an instant. But he would try to keep it contained, quiet. Something that would look like an unfortunate break-in, rather than a forensically inexplicable maelstrom. It took some work to find the door into the basement, where the noises of a person were coming from. That door was locked as well, from the inside. Perry was more careful with that one, forcing it with enormous power but as much control as the armor was capable of, and he hoped that it was mostly silent. He went down the stairs with Flora following behind, and though he couldn't smell it, his brain tricked him into thinking that he could. There was blood everywhere, iron in the air, smeared and dripped on too many surfaces. Wesley was down there with a corpse on a table, hands red. There was medical equipment next to the table, saws and scalpels, but the body had only a single obvious wound on it, right at the crook of the elbow. It was all lit by a proper incandescent bulb, harsh light cast out over everything, and Wesley standing, the lone figure, tools in hand. The room was large, mostly unfinished, with workbenches off to one side and the automobile from earlier parked in it. An incline leading up to the street level where a door must have been at the front of the house. It was a workshop, and blood aside, Wesley was wearing his suit and a leather apron. There were more of the rubies lying haphazardly on the table beside the tools. Wesley looked up with a start, eyes wide, then relaxed slightly when recognition dawned on his face. He's quite alive. I fear I've taken too much, but he is quite alive. Perry looked at the body. There was no obvious rise and fall of the chest.
The heartbeat is slow,
said Marchand without being asked.
Breathing shallow. He needs a transfusion or at least a saline drip. I would recommend you take him to a hospital.
What is this?
Said Perry. He'd tweaked the distortion on the suit, so his voice would come out even more differently than it normally would. He really didn't need anyone making the connection between the man in the power armor and Perry the regular human. Science. Engineering. Magic. He looked like he was about to launch into some patter, but the flourish of his hand as he spoke had faltered when he looked down at the body. Perry threw off his cloak. There was no point in hiding, and he might need vision and mobility. Marchand helpfully put up a rear-facing view in the bottom corner of the HUD, showing Flora in her black clothes, up the steps and out of sight, both guarding the rear and making sure she wasn't seen.
Who's that?
Asked Perry, nodding at the man who was laid out between them. One of the footmen, said Wesley, looking at the body. He picked up one of the rubies sitting on the small metal table and held it up to the light. Forged by blood. He looked at Perry. Do you think it ghastly?
Yes,
said Perry. He looked at the body again.
He needs help. He might die.
No. I only took as much as I could. He'll sleep here and be weak for a few days, but he won't die. Perry couldn't say for certain that was wrong. Marchand had medical routines, could diagnose diseases and injuries, but wasn't a doctor, just an AI with some of a doctor's protocols. Wesley wasn't a doctor either, though. I did pay the man to be a test subject. You're not here looking for me, though, are you? You're looking for Cosme. I can tell you where to find him.
You use blood to make more of the rubies?
Asked Perry, ignoring the diversion for a moment. Only certain types of blood. Blood that matches Cosme's. He's come here with a wealth of knowledge. Knowledge he said that you have too. Knowledge that you might share with me.
Why would he say that?
He meant it as a warning, a caution against being enticed. But I am enticed, and if I give him to you, you'll have no reason to kill me.
Explain the bracer. Explain how it works.
His sword was out in front of him, and the threat was so obvious he didn't need to make it. Not that he would kill Wesley, who had brought up the very good point that there was no reason to. Covering tracks, perhaps, though killing one of the most famous men in the city seemed like a poor way to keep from being discovered. There was something in this basement that was giving extremely bad vibes, though, and a piece of Perry was thinking violent thoughts. It gives him power, through his body, but much more in that one arm. Each ruby is crystallized from his blood, a pint of it, pulled from him, embedded in the bracer. He grows stronger over time, so long as he gives of his blood when he's able. The words came quickly. Wesley was possessed of a supernatural coolness, calm even when an armored man with a sword was down in a basement laboratory where definitely illegal things were happening. The rubies hold energy, enormous energy, more than the blood used to make them. And with a thought, he can spend them, charging himself with more power. You saw it when you fought him, didn't you? Perry was silent for a moment.
Where is he?
Not here. He knew that you would find me, knew that you would hunt him, knew you would come here. But he knew that I was an ally to him, so we have a way to speak with each other over wireless telegraphy. Perry thought about that. It was entirely possible that it was a lie. He did have Wesley at sword point, and this sort of coercion was liable to produce lies if it couldn't produce the truth. There had been more wireless messages. The ones Marsh thought were from a code book, their equivalent of Morse code, but resolved only to a jumble of letters.
Contact him. Send out a message. Bring him here.
Not here,
said Flora, who'd stepped down the stairs to make herself known. She brought the fabric up to cover her face, keeping only her golden brown eyes visible.
Not here,
Perry agreed, not turning to look back at Flora.
Somewhere quiet, abandoned, where no one needs to see the fight, if there is one.
We're in the city. He'll be suspicious if I send him away. He's close by. Needs to be for the transmitter to function. Within a few miles for reliability. And it's the middle of the night. He might be sleeping. His bloody hands were in front of him, both defensive and showing no weapons, but still not entirely helpless to Perry's eyes. Letting Wesley send out a message was a risk, but not an unacceptable one.
Show me the code book you're using.
There is no code book, only a handful of signals, minimal, though I've taught him the Ergmore system. His eyes were still wide. He was a performer, though, a showman, and Perry had been tricked by someone feigning defenselessness before.
Contact him. Bring him here.
not here. We're next to the castle. Too close to important people with too many guards.
He's right,
said Perry, not looking back.
Anything else would be too suspicious. We want to end this now.
Wesley nodded, then lowered his hands. The first thing he did was to wipe the blood off, which had grown sticky. And once that was done, he went up to one of the machines that was set up there. It looked different from the other one back at the manor, and different still from the one that had been used for demonstration in the tent. Wesley watched carefully, though he was in the dark. He'd meant this to be an ambush, and wondered briefly whether this was how it went with thresholders, whether they sometimes just kept missing each other.
This isn't good,
said Flora, as Wesley donned headphones and began tapping out a message.
No, it's not. but there's nothing for it. We need Cosme. I understand him better now, at least. The replication of the rubies is worrying, but we need to put him down now, before more can be made. We need to cut him off from these resources.
Marchand chirped about the outgoing radio transmission, which was happening through a thick cord connected to the machine, running up to somewhere above them where there would be a good line of sight. It was a coded message, the codebook apparently memorized, which wasn't a happy sign. "Now we wait, I suppose?" asked Wesley, who was still wearing the headphones.
If you send another transmission, I'll hear it. We'll be outside. Wake no one. Speak to no one. I'll know.
He stalked off, not looking back, going back upstairs. He didn't know how long it would take for Cosme to show up. If Cosme did show up, the best they could do was to hide out and wait, then ambush him. With Flora's help, the fight would go better than it had the first time, though a part of Perry thought it might have been better to wait until the rounds he'd ordered were ready, or until he could work out the details of how and whether to get vampiric powers. They sat on the roof together, in an area that was completely concealed from below, 4 stories up. Flora hugged her knees.
He knows too much. You heard what he said. Magic. He's introduced it to the world already. He's using blood. Practically a Volcoli himself. And if blood is the price to be paid to power the steam engines, if blood replaces coal, it won't be long until we're found.
Marsh, let me know if he leaves. Let me know if he starts the car. And be on the lookout for Cosme's approach, or anyone upstairs waking up. They're up stats on the screen, a map of the house, things like that.
We don't know what message was sent out.
By design.
Your opponent could hole up. He could smell a trap and not respond.
Yes.
What do we do then? About Wesley?
That's up to you. He's a kid in the candy store. He's had something fall into his lap, probably because of his fame. And he's trying to ride the century of progress. Too famous for you to kill, unless you make him disappear. Too famous to let him keep going, I guess.
He hesitated.
I'm willing to help you. Ideally, you stick him away somewhere, but he's done nothing wrong. Assuming he was telling the truth about the man in the basement, assuming it was voluntary, paid, assuming the footman lives through it.
There are many things that are voluntary,
said Flora. She bit her lips slightly.
You joined the custom voluntarily. As much a volunteer as you can be with both parents dead and very limited options.
Flora nodded slowly.
Am I that transparent to you?
No, but I can't imagine that you never had those thoughts. Where I come from, it's something we recognize as evil. I don't know if it's like that here. That footman was offered money, but there was an implicit threat, which is that Wesley could fire him and not give a letter of reference, or however you do that here. I don't suspect this is a world where you say no to your boss.
And your world? That wasn't the case?
In some respects. We had reached a point when people were pilloried for the abuse of their employees. The creeps were getting their comeuppance. It was getting easier to avoid the worst employers.
Flora hugged her knees tighter, not feeling it necessary to respond. Maybe he should have painted Earth as a better place than it was. Maybe what he was saying was too rosy. Her nose had gone cold again, and she had started to shiver, hardly looking like a creature of the night. He took his cloak off and put it around her, using every ounce of delicacy the armor possessed to do that in a gentlemanly way. She looked up at him, at the helmet anyway, and he wondered what she was imagining of him.
Sound. Movement.
Where?
Asked Perry, but Marsh had already put it up on the HUD. Cosme was approaching, ridiculous spinning staff above his head, flying above the quiet rooftops to the house.
There,
Perry said to Flora, pointing out the figure. Cosme was fast with the staff. Perry had to give him that. quite a bit faster than the sword. But maybe not if Perry was at a full sprint in the suit.
This is a bad place for a fight,
said Flora. Perry had 2 bullets left, since he left one with the man who was going to try to make more. Shooting Cosme down didn't seem like it would work, and the gun wasn't as accurate at a long distance, in part because the barrel was short. He'd given Flora as much information about Cosme's abilities as he had, but the staff could parry almost anything, moving almost instantly. Overwhelming it seemed difficult, though maybe not impossible. The gauntlet, likewise, now that they knew what it actually did, seemed like it would be a problem, though if most of the power was in that single arm, that meant Cosme would be weak in other places. Chunking through the charges on it, trying to drain it that way, seemed impossible. There were just too many of them.
Better to get him now. End this quickly.
She had shrugged off the cloak he'd put around her. All physical warmth and emotional warmth was forgotten.
I'm ready,
she said. Perry launched himself through the air when Cosme was coming down for a landing in the backyard next to the weeping willow. He brought the sword down with full force, trying to time it so that the blow would get the force of the fall and the power armor's articulation. As predicted, the staff came up to block, but they both fell to the ground, and Cosme landed with Perry on top of him. Perry tried thrusting, hoping that the staff's ability to parry would be stymied, that the sword would slip off to one side and find flesh. But it was too fast, too precise, catching the point of the sword exactly. Perry thrust the sword forward, letting it get caught, and moved his hands slowly forward, Cosme still wriggling beneath him. If Perry could get his hand past the staff's block, then he could rabbit punch Cosme in the chest and... Cosme's bracer surged with power, and he pushed the staff hard, forcing Perry to either lose his grip on the sword or onto his feet. He let the sword go and reached down until he was past the staff, then punched forward as hard as he could, nailing Cosme in the chest. Something broke, and then Perry was fending off the staff as it struck him. His attempt at a second punch parried with such suddenness and force that it was like punching a wall. His hand smarted, which was a terrible sign, and the two of them backed up. Perry called the sword back to his hand.
Round 2 then, huh?
Said Cosme.
I'd wondered.
The wound on his face from the bullet graze was much worse, the skin around it red and puffy, the ridge of it raw. He'd been hurt worse than Perry had thought. His ear was covered in a bandage, hiding the damage.
Getting dropped on like that should have broken your legs.
Should have?
Cosme agreed. He was breathing heavily, wincing slightly.
Tougher than I look, I guess.
He pressed a hand against his chest and groaned.
Or maybe not.
Perry was waiting, trying not to look up to see when Flora was going to make her entrance. He had cameras on the suit that would show him, but he wanted to be able to react at a moment's notice.
I think you broke a rib. Maybe 2.
Do you heal fast?
A bit,
said Cosme. He winced again.
Mind calling this off until I heal up?
Not really feeling like doing that, no.
Dick,
said Cosme. His eyes flicked to the house.
Did you kill my guy, Wesley?
Before Perry could answer, he saw Flora coming down from up high, quiet as a whisper. She landed behind Cosme, and he didn't seem to notice her at all. Not until she struck, and then only because his arm moved the staff behind him to block her claws. She went at him with a vengeance, the staff blocking her attempts at sinking those claws into his back. But that meant that his front was exposed. Perry lunged forward with the sword, and this time the staff came down late. Cosme was bleeding from the bottom of his rib cage down to his thigh, a long slash that had cut through his skin like wet paper. The bracer lit up again, far brighter than before, and Cosme lashed out with the staff, sending Flora into the trunk of the weeping willow, and Perry staggering back. The wound Cosme had taken should have been a mortal one, the gash through his belly and leg of the sort that men quickly bled out from. But he was still standing, and the flow of blood had slowed. Perry glanced at the tree, where Flora was climbing to her feet, then at Cosme, who was worse for the wear. The hand that was holding the staff was torn up, which was apparently what Flora was trying to accomplish. Not a bad idea.
Who is this?
Asked Cosme. He was backing up, trying to put both Flora and Perry in front of him.
Another thresholder?
Does that happen?
Asked Perry. He was waiting, sword in hand, hoping that Flora was still in fighting condition. The fight would be harder without her. Much harder.
2-on-1,
said Cosme, wild eyes going to Flora again. His wounds hadn't fully healed, not even close, but something had slowed the flow of blood from a torrent to a trickle.
Hardly seems...
He was cut off by a thunderclap that came from Perry's side, through the open door to the house. The lightning struck Perry full on, and the display flickered for a second before coming back on. A new image appeared on the HUD. Wesley, with two gloved hands, having entered the fray. Marsh hadn't clocked it, or hadn't recognized the threat until it was too late.
Activating Zeus Killer Protocol,
said Marchand. The armor became sluggish. The routines had been sleeping, left over from Richter's plan to beat Mordant, but they had been awakened readily enough, and a test run earlier that day had made them seem functional.
Marsh! Shoot him!
Perry roared. The suit would be slower until the danger had passed, protecting Perry from misfiring motors that could easily snap one of his limbs. The gun rose from the shoulder mount, turned, and fired backward toward the house, compensating for Perry moving to avoid a hammer-heavy swing from the staff, compensating for Wesley moving behind a wall. It was a lot for the suit's firing algos to handle, and impossible to tell whether it was a hit, especially since that was happening in only a single corner of the full display, picture in picture. Cosme was on the attack, having sensed his moment. The staff was being used like a club again, with huge swings, and the bracer seemed to be constantly glowing, power flowing through it. There were fewer rubies than when he'd started, but not nearly enough were missing. Some of the swings were easy to dodge, the wind-up so exaggerated that Perry knew well ahead of time where they'd land, but others were so wide and sweeping that Perry had no choice but to back away. Perry brought his sword up for one of those swings, trying to parry it, or at least catch it, and the sword went flying from his hand, clattering against a wall before swooping back through the air and returning to him. Flora came to his rescue just as he'd been pushed back against one of the walls that surrounded the grounds, and once she'd joined the fray, Cosme could no longer make the large swings he seemed to prefer. As soon as he would begin winding up, Flora would move in, forcing a parry from the staff, which killed any momentum and might that he could bring to an attack. He was overwhelmed by the two of them, retreating, defensive, and finally began to run away from them. Perry followed, his suit propelling him forward with mighty leaps. It seemed like all that was left was a killing blow, but Cosme stopped, turned on a dime, bracer bathing the yard in red light, and threw the staff. The staff was moving fast enough to scream through the air, and it struck Perry in the shoulder, spinning him around. He'd been in mid-jump when he'd been hit, no feet on the ground to transfer the energy of it, and he slammed his head against the dirt hard enough that he blacked out for just a moment. When he got to his feet, Flora was fighting against Cosme alone, her clawing frantic, doing no damage, only preventing him from using the staff offensively as it quickly changed position to intercept her strikes. It was all-out aggression, all so that Cosme wouldn't be able to get his own shot in.
"Now!"
shouted Cosme. Wesley stepped out from behind the interior wall, gloved hands out. He was bleeding from the side, face pale but still standing, and he unleashed two streams of lightning, one from each hand. These hit Flora, and when they did, her whole body tensed, every muscle clenched as hard as it could, dropping her to the ground.
Kill Wesley!
said Perry as he got to his feet. And as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the gun fired its final bullet. This time there was less to compensate for, and blood blossomed out from a wound in Wesley's chest, slightly off-center. The inventor fell, the wind knocked out of him, bleeding, and Perry was left to face Cosme down alone. Flora wasn't getting up. Marchand put a view of her up on the HUD, showing her limp form as apparently vital information. Cosme came closer, staff in front of him, and Perry lowered his sword, getting his stance correct. There was no opportunity to cut and run, not when the gun was now empty, not when Cosme was faster in the air. Perry could run, possibly leap across the rooftops, but Flora was slumped on the ground, groaning, and he couldn't leave her there. Cosme threw the staff again. There was a wind-up to it, though, a lead time, and it hadn't come without warning. Perry braced himself and planted his feet, catching the staff in the center of his chest, absorbing most of the energy. He grabbed the staff and threw it with the full might of the power armor, not at Cosme, but away into the air. Then he moved on Cosme, trying to take advantage of the opening. Cosme only had the bracer, its rubies alight, and he used it as a shield, blocking the sword as it came down. If it had been brass, the sword would have cut through, but it was magic against magic, and the sword barely left a mark. Perry brought the sword down again and again, but it was blocked each time. And then the staff was back, parrying perfectly. Perry moved back, sword up, cursing. Cosme was panting heavily. The bracer was being drained for strength, which meant that it might become a war of attrition. Perry thought he would win. The armor's battery was being drained too, but it had quite a bit left, enough for a sprint across the city if need be. The percentage charge ticked up as he watched it. Cosme's bracer flared to life, brighter than ever before, and he punched at the ground, launching himself up into the air. The staff was spinning before Perry even realized what was happening. And then Cosme was up and away, his bleeding form quickly disappearing into the night sky. Perry cursed, trying to decide what to do. He picked up a rock from the gardens and launched it with the full force of the armor's power. But from Marchand's tracking, the aim was off, the aerodynamic rock curving off to one side. Perry looked to the side and saw that Wesley was no longer there, though there was a smear of blood against the counter he'd been slumped against.
Status. Show me where people are.
The neighborhood is waking up, sir. Armed men are on their way down the street. The car in the basement has been started.
Images helpfully showed up on the HUD. Men were pouring out of the castle down the street. They'd made plenty of light and noise, both with the gunshots and the thunderclaps. It was Wesley in the basement, trying to make an escape, but Perry didn't think he'd get far with 2 bullet wounds. The walking dead, they called people like that. Those that would succumb to gut wounds or blood loss.
Chart a course back to Flora's, keeping out of the lights,
said Perry. He moved over to her even as a yellow line was being drawn on the HUD across the city. She was still breathing, very shallow, and her eyes fluttered very briefly. She wasn't human, and he had no idea what kind of damage the lightning had done to her, but he hoped that she would live. He scooped her up in one arm, putting her over his shoulder, then gripped the sword tightly and flew off into the air. Chapter 23. Jar. Flora woke up halfway through their journey back, but was too weak to move on her own. Perry could have gone faster leaping from building to building, but didn't want to jar her too much, so relied on the sword to move them along, up high enough that he hoped they wouldn't be seen. Once at the apartment, he laid Flora in bed, then began taking off his armor. He was halfway through when she asked him to go into the chiller and grab something for her, so he finished quickly and followed her instructions, opening the small metal cupboard that served as her refrigerator, though cooled with a great block of ice rather than anything electrical. Compared to a refrigerator, it was tiny, holding only 4 jars in it, all of them containing unappetizing pieces of meat, floating in water that was tinted yellow or green. He took the one she'd asked for and brought it to her. This one with small, slippery red pieces of something. It was liver, he was pretty sure. When she didn't have the strength to open it, he did it for her, and she fished one out with her bare fingers, eating it quickly, not really chewing. He felt a shiver of disgust run down his spine. If his liver could have recoiled in horror, it felt like it would have. 5 minutes later, she'd perked up, some of her pallor having been removed, though she was still as pale as she'd been that first day they met, only a bit less sickly. Her red lips had gone pink and pallid.
We lost?
No. He escaped, but we were winning, I think. He was drained. His ally is dead or dying, shot once in the stomach, once in the chest. He wished that the rounds in the armor's gun had been higher caliber, but it had mostly been meant as a weapon of last resort rather than as a primary. In theory, you would carry a heavy rifle with you, strapped to your back or help in your arms.
You shot Cormorant Wesley.
Twice. He attacked us.
The King's Guard will be there. They're probably already there.
She started to sit up a little bit more, using her elbows, then thought better of it and lay back down. They were on their way as I was leaving, nodded Perry. It's not ideal. We didn't leave much in the way of evidence. There will only be Wesley's things, which he's already demonstrated for the public. I'll need to go back through the footage, but I don't think there were any witnesses to the fight. The loudest, brightest things were Wesley's thunderclaps and the gun.
This is the end,
said Flora. She stared at the ceiling, looking worse than before.
This is the end of the custom.
No. We're not any more than it was before.
I exposed myself. They saw claws and fangs. Wings.
Perry's lips went tight. He wanted to tell her that it was okay, but he wasn't sure that it was. Cosme had no idea who or what Flora was. Didn't have so much as a name for either of them. Didn't know what Perry looked like. It didn't seem like the sort of thing that would let you uncover the custom, he didn't think. But he'd been wrong before. We lost a lead. I don't know how I'm going to find Cosme again. We should have brought more people to the ambush. The Varcoli, their control of blood. He wouldn't have been able to parry that with his staff. We could have flooded his mouth with blood and killed him, blinded him, and then slit his throat. Flora gave him a look, and he wondered whether he had said too much, or said it in the wrong way.
Too many people want you dead for us to get help.
They want me to not make a mess of their comfortable arrangement.
Which we did tonight,
said Flora. She closed her eyes and sank down into her comforter. Get some rest. I don't think there's anything left to do tonight. Flora gave a weak nod, then dipped her fingers into the jar again without looking at it, and pulled out another slimy bit of what Perry was guessing was pickled liver. Pickled human liver. He took the jar when she held it out to him and returned it to the icebox, then lay on the couch with the armor's helmet on, scrubbing through the footage and having Marsh make reconstructions, looking to see if he was right about there not being any witnesses. When he was finished, he checked on Flora and found that she was still and sleeping. She looked neutrally calm and lay there unmoving. She needed to sleep less than he did, she'd said. She cracked an eye and looked at him for a moment. He'd been caught staring. She closed her eyes again, then let out a breath.
Thank you.
For what?
For saving me. For watching over me.
Of course, said Perry. It was a little heartbreaking how grateful she sounded, as though no one had ever in her entire life showed the common courtesy of making sure she was okay. He went back to where he'd been lying and was surprised by how easily sleep came. They were woken in the middle of the night, deeper into the middle of the night, by a pounding on the door, which Flora limped out of bed to answer. It was her partner, saying that they'd been called up, that there was a manhunt on. She put her uniform on, hands shaking, ate more, stuffing her face above the icebox with the jars open in front of her, then told Perry that he should stay put no matter what.
There's a killer on the loose,
she said, giving him a grim smile. Perry waited, keeping the armor off so that he could clean it and look at how it was holding up. It was incredibly resilient, but not impervious to damage. The place where the sword had cut into the armor would need an entire new replacement piece fabricated. Some of the servos in the left hand weren't working quite right. Too many of the cameras and microphones were now dead, largely because they were delicate pieces of small equipment. And while Marchand did his best to compensate, these problems added up to a loss of functionality. The computer was at least running fine, and the display was crystal clear, which was as much as Perry could hope for. He had nightmares about a cascade of dead pixels. Flora came back around mid-morning, bringing a small paper bag with a breakfast sandwich in it. It seemed shockingly modern to Perry, though history was both wide and deep, and he knew that trying to answer the question of when Earth people had breakfast sandwiches and paper bags was a research question that would have taken hours to get a satisfying answer to. He was mostly thankful for the food.
They don't know what to make of it,
said Flora. She looked run down and was still moving with a bit of stiffness. He wanted to recommend sleep, but he wasn't sure whether that was a luxury she could afford.
Signs of a battle in the backyard. Blood in the basement where there's a dead footman. Wesley and his car missing. Broken windows. Apparently, some of it, the parts that happened before we arrived, was seen by the servants, and they spilled everything they'd known. Cosme was named. He's the one they're searching for. There was some suggestion that this was a lover's quarrel between the two of them, but I'm not sure how much anyone buys that.
Perry nodded. From what he had read, lover's quarrel was much more loaded here, given they were both men. Which means the custom is safe?
Safe, until the moment the king orders an investigation opened. There have been witch hunts in the past, and while they get more innocents than witches, it always means that we're watching our backs. Even the appearance of the supernatural is a threat, because it sends them sniffing in our direction. Old rumors get brought up, and in this modern age, the century of progress, they might have the tools to find us. The kingdom knows more about what goes on within its own borders than it ever has before. I need to speak with the Jade Council, let them know what's happened, and hope that I can keep my head.
What she needed was sleep. But he didn't say that. Seeing her lying in bed, wounded, had made him feel protective of her. They had fought together. He owed her. I'm sorry. We almost got him. It was close.
You need to stay here. Wait for the heat to die down.
Cosme is still out there. Injured, I think. He's more durable than a normal person. Because of the bracer, maybe. He heals back fast. And unless he's got Wesley or Wesley's technique, I think he's going to be short on the rubies he needs. Striking fast is still the best option.
You're bruised. You need your own rest. The city has just lost, literally lost, we don't know where he is, one of its most prominent citizens, and everyone is going to be on alert. More suspicious, more capable of looking past glamours and seeing the oddness of their fellow man.
Perry had a blossoming bruise on his chest, and some stiffness all over his body. The armor did a phenomenal job of protecting him, but it wasn't perfect, and there was only so much dissipation and spreading of energy could do. His neck in particular was hard to turn past a certain angle, and he hoped that it would heal on its own, as it was quite sore. So, you want me to just wait here? Wait for Cosme to poke up his head? For him to regroup? For Wesley to be found by someone else?
Yes. Whether Wesley is dead or alive is still unknown. Though if he's dead, he'll be found in his automobile soon enough. And if he's dead, we'll have a problem, because it will be the most high-profile murder in at least a decade. I can see the headlines now. The death of the century of progress.
They could also match the bullets, said Perry, frowning to himself. Or at least see that the bullets aren't like any bullet they have here.
Is the man making your ammunition now a liability?
I don't know. He doesn't have anything except my name and face, and quite a bit of my money. I'll be careful. Flora nodded.
I need to keep my masters happy.
I'll sit tight for now, said Perry. The following days passed slowly, and mostly involved being cooped up in the apartment, which felt smaller with every passing hour. The power armor recharged itself, and Perry did what maintenance he could, guided at certain points by Marchand. He combed through the data that Marsh had collected from various places, and did a study of Teaguewater as mapped by drone. Perry spent a lot of time with Scrapbook trying to find what technological advancements and scientific understanding were within reach of the people of this world, then writing them down in a notebook that Flora had provided.
I'm surprised you're doing that,
said Flora, who watched him while he wrote. She'd just come home from another double shift, and was still in her uniform. The long skirt somehow still surprised him. It seemed so girly, so impractical. Why? I said that I would.
I thought that it might have been empty words. Your helmet has 1,000 books in it, you said.
Millions. And some of this might potentially help your people to be more ethical in their consumption of humanity. Flora was silent for a moment.
I've said that we get our corpses from those who have died without our intervention.
How much do you believe that? He didn't stop jotting things down. He wasn't working on anything related to biology. He was copying a diagram for a machine that would refine alumina from bauxite. Flora was still. Where I come from, people liked to believe that everything was above board, but they didn't look too hard into where things were coming from. And when push came to shove, they would push. Not to sound like a cynic, but if it was a choice between starving to death or doing something ethically dubious, I think that the ethically dubious option wins out basically every time. People didn't really care that much about factory farms or inhumane working conditions or slavery or child labor, so long as it was out of sight, out of mind. He wasn't a cynic, just a realist, and had come to accept that was how people were.
You think that I kill people, or that people are killed on my behalf, and yet you work with me?
I do.
Because you want to kill your counterpart?
No. Because, I don't know. In the last world, things were easy. Not easy. I was a soldier, a knight, fighting almost constantly. But I stepped through the portal and was part of the king's court from almost the first day. I knew what I had to do. There were ravening hordes, a just war to fight in, an enemy that wanted me dead. Here, it's been less clear. He took off the helmet. I was hoping, when we met, that you would have a direction for me, something that I could do, a way that I could slot into the world. I guess I was hoping that there were vampires to fight, but it's factionalism, a terrible king, an enormous class divide, technology racing ahead of humanity and monsters alike. No offense. Her lips were thin, but she nodded. Killing Cosme. That's my purpose here. If there was something else, some way that we were fighting, a different level to it, I would do that. If it were the righteous vampires against the scoundrel industrialists, I would be on the side of the vampires. But as it stands, there are bastards on both sides, if you'll excuse my language.
But you work with me anyway.
You've been good to me. You're not a bastard. You're fundamentally decent. He had very little basis for saying that. He wanted it to be true. I don't know if you're my ally, if the concept of allies is even a sound one, but you've helped me in so many ways that I can't help but be grateful. Even if the vampires and their grand conspiracy aren't on the side of good, you're good. And that's something that I have to trust in. Flora folded her hands and was silent.
Thank you,
she finally said. I'll put as much in this book as I can. Information that might help you wean your people from humanity. Replace morgues with abattoirs or something. Cosme had a point, though I don't trust that he was actually altruistic.
What would you have done without me? If we hadn't stumbled across each other?
I'd have done what he did. I'd have sought out men of learning and tried to impress them with my knowledge and magic.
Two thresholders, fighting each other with industrialist backing,
said Flora with a shiver.
What a nightmare that would have been.
It's not a nightmare now?
It's a nightmare that's not in full bloom. There's hope of keeping something contained, though the anthill has been kicked.
She pulled a newspaper from her bag. It was rough quality, both in paper stock and the printing. But the headline was very familiar, big, bold letters. A death knell for the century of progress? It asked. It was almost exactly as she'd predicted. Betteridge's law of headlines. If a headline asks a question, the answer is no. He took the paper and unfolded it, reading the main article as quickly as he could, skimming more than scanning. Wesley hasn't been found?
Not officially. It's possible that he's been found, dead or alive, and the king is keeping everyone quiet about it. There was no covering up the incident up on Proctor's Knob, but the king would prefer that his star scientist and the symbol of the century of progress hadn't been murdered.
He might still be alive. I wouldn't count on it. He'd have needed immediate medical attention. But it's possible. I reviewed the footage.
The video,
said Flora, rolling the foreign word around in her mouth. 2 shots, both hits, but neither conclusively fatal. I'd rather not have killed the man. He gives me the creeps. Too calm when his life is threatened. Too ready to dabble in magic and blood. No offense.
He was an officer in the Reclamation War. He's seen his share of death.
What? Really? I wouldn't have thought so. Most men like him spend some time at a university or something, and go straight into business.
There are no men like Cormorant Wesley. He was interested in the burgeoning technologies of the time, and there was nowhere with better access to them. Telegraphy and moving machines. He cut his teeth there, made a name for himself in the army, then came home and got a grant from the king to pursue the construction of new factories. From that point, it's been a never-ending stream of inventions and innovations.
If he's still alive, he'll be dangerous.
Dangerous for you or for the custom?
He drained a footman of his blood. He saw what was required to make the rubies and leapt ahead without hesitation. He stood before a crowd and said with a straight face that this was the clean energy that would forge the future. If he teams up with Cosme again, if they reunite, I don't really know why he came out of his house with the lightning gloves. Naively, it was to defend an ally and a friend. But it might have been more calculated. I'm having Marsh listen for more radio transmissions, but I doubt they'll do that again. It's been silent.
How long will you wait? Are you waiting?
I have to wait. There's nothing for it. Not unless they stick their heads up. If it's Wesley, I'll go to him and hope he leads me to Cosme. If it's Cosme, I'll go to him and maybe attack, maybe hold back, depending on if I have your support again. Together, we can beat him. If I'm by myself, I'm more doubtful.
The Jade Council is at my throat. The only reason that I haven't been stripped of my position is that they're also at each other's throats. Moves are being made somewhere. But it was safer for everyone when they were being made in council meetings.
There's a chance that it might spill out onto the streets?
There's a chance that it's already spilled out onto the streets. We come after a crime has been committed in most cases.
I'm sorry.
You didn't cause the century of progress. You didn't break the custom. At Wesley's house, seeing the blood there, the laboratory, I became certain that Cosme alone would have been enough to sink us. The Varkoli drink blood. How long would they last with blood being drained from everybody before it gets to the morgue? When blood is as precious as ambergris, the scrutiny alone would uncloak them, and our operations.
Thank you for understanding, said Perry. He let out a breath. Her opinion meant something to him, and not just because he was, for the moment, dependent upon her.
I want you gone from this world. You want to be gone too. But if you leave now, if you could resolve the battle with Cosme tonight, my world would be sunk. The moment of instability blowing out into ruin one way or another. So,
She drew herself up.
I want your help. I'm pleading for it.
There was real vulnerability in her eyes. The first time he'd seen it there.
I'll help you with him. With Cosme. Fight by your side. So long as you fight by mine.
Ah, said Perry. He wondered when she'd had this notion, and how much of their conversation had been leading up to this point. Deal. Kind of hurts my feelings to say that you want me gone, though. He grinned at her. She gave him a soft smile in return.
You know I didn't mean it like that.
The smile was replaced with seriousness soon enough.
For now, hold tight. I can bring you more papers if you'd like to read, but you have your 1,000,000 books, your movies, thousands of songs. I suppose you never get bored.
I wish that were true. I'll be working on this. He tapped the notebook. And I'll be listening for radio signals, if anyone is foolish enough to use one. And I need books from here, just for long enough to look through them. Whatever you have, histories or the practice of magic, something from one of your scholars. But what I want is to be out exploring the worlds, seeing its sights, connecting on a level more than images and words. I'll scan in the books and have time to read them all later, but I won't have another chance to see Cobbler Street or Sanctuary Row once I'm gone.
I'm sorry. It's dangerous, and I know you can handle a little danger, but...
I know. I'm not saying that I'll risk my neck to play tourist or scholar.
I can try to get you the books.
She folded her hands, layering her slender fingers on top of one another.
I may call on you soon. To hold the city together. To quash the upstarts. To preserve the custom.
I'll be ready. Chapter 24. Clinic. Perry left the small apartment only seldomly, and almost always with Flora to act as his guide. He wore disguises that she'd prepared for him, which were aided by the glamour, usually concealing himself with false beards and oversized cloaks. They went out at night, when it was more difficult for Perry to be recognized, and when there were less people walking the city streets. Teaguewater was, in most ways, a wretched place. But there were galleries and museums, most of which could be visited for very small fees. Really more a matter of showing off national wealth and private collections than money-making endeavors. Perry had long been a fan of those places, and they weren't so different in Teaguewater. Many of the museums were small and cluttered, barely curated, clearly someone's crap. But Perry had a fondness for those sorts of museums, the ones that popped up because someone had turned a collecting hobby into something more. Flora had tried to steer him to the better places, the towering buildings that were monuments to national might. But at a certain point, she realized that he was happier looking through a collection of brass cups and asking questions of a steward who was only too happy to answer questions about embossing techniques. Perry got the books he'd requested, but they weren't the magical tomes that Romuald had. Just mundane histories of the world, accounts of battles, of kingly lineages, and epic tales. Teaguewater had lending libraries on a kind of subscription service, open only to those with means, and Perry had snuck the helmet into one of them, pointing it at different books, leafing through them and trusting Marchand could extract the text. They had done that with Romuald's books, though that time with permission. Nothing had come of it yet, though Perry found something thrilling in looking through another world's literature. He perused some of those volumes during his downtime and found them as frustrating as ever. He was mostly hoping that what he'd learned under Romuald wouldn't atrophy. Perry was still waiting for something from the Jade Scholars. For all that the newspapers were prophesying the end of progress and keeping the city up to date on the missing Cormorant Wesley with articles full of empty speculation, there didn't seem to be a huge change in how the city was actually run. Most of the gendarmes, including Flora, had been putting in double shifts, which couldn't last indefinitely. Eventually, the heightened security would have to give, if only because of the overtime pay that was going out to all the officers. Certain places were closed down, including the fair and a few of the parks. But the fair opened up after only 3 days, its closure too much of a black mark for the king to handle. Wesley's wireless telegrams were demonstrated several times a day by a much less accomplished showman. But other than that, the radio waves were silent. 6 days after Perry had confined himself to the apartment, he went to the machinist with Flora in tow. She was in her uniform, both because she was supposed to be working, and because they wanted Perry to have the veneer of officiality. The rounds had been prepared, and Perry paid for them in full using money from the golden coins Flora had sold for him. A look at them left him skeptical, as they seemed far less perfect and polished than the ones Richter had loaded into the suit. But they were possibly better than nothing, assuming that they didn't immediately misfire and damage the gun.
These rounds are outside the specifications of the shoulder-mounted gun, sir,
said Marchand. Perry was looking at a few of the rounds, which had been delivered in an ammunition box. With the helmet, he could zoom in to see all the many surface imperfections and grime on them. Perry swore, then stopped to think about that. Wait, when you say outside of the specifications, do you mean that they won't fit, won't fire, or will create problems?
I would need to run simulations, sir.
Will they fit?
Without the simulations, sir, I do not recommend that they be placed within the chamber.
Yes or no?
Yes, they will fit within the chamber. However, as they are outside the tolerances, there is a chance that the gun will jam or misfire.
How much of a chance?
I would need to run the simulations, sir.
All right, so do that, said Perry, feeling somewhat exasperated.
Forgive me, sir, but a proper simulation cannot be run without access to more computing resources. It would be better to wait until reconnection to satellites or the home network.
Perry sighed. All right, I'm going to load the gun now. We'll assume that these are weapons of last resort, to be used only in dire circumstances. I won't depend on them, and I'll take the gun apart to clean it out after every use. Don't fire them without my say-so. Can you give me instructions on how to clean the gun?
I'll generate those at once, sir, and place them among your files. A clean gun barrel is a happy gun barrel. I can also talk you through it, if you would prefer.
When the time comes. Let's hope that it doesn't come. It was good to be out of the armor for an extended period of time. Perry spent some of his days exercising, staying in shape and stretching out so that he would be able to use the suit effectively. It had its own substantial power sources, of course, but a firm body with good toning was a boon, and there was no need to have the flesh be a limiting factor if it could be helped. Richter had gotten in shape specifically so she could better use power armor, and had cheerfully said she'd been pretty chubby before embarking on fitness with the laser focus that she brought to most other interests. Perry no longer dreamed of Richter, but he did think about her when he was going to sleep. She had seemed too good to be true. A brilliant billionaire nerd who had taken a keen interest in him because he'd come from another world. He had images of her seared into his mind, seeming so real that he could almost touch them, and he had to resist using the recordings from the suits to look at other images of her, those of which had been captured during their testing and deployment of the suits, or from her house cameras. He'd seen so many of them already that they were starting to bleed into his memories, replacing what he'd actually experienced. So instead, he kept to what was in his fallible brain, replaying certain memories. He remembered sitting in her home theater, arms touching, and kissing her when she looked over at him, feeling giddy excitement when she'd kissed him back. He remembered watching the way her tongue stuck out while she was working on mechanical problems. And he remembered her bleeding out on the ground, though that memory always came when he least wanted it to. He felt restless, and not just because he was in an unfamiliar place with nothing to do but stay put. He filled most of the notebook, treating it like it was a research project in grad school, compiling sources and cross-referencing information, typing up notes on Marchand's drive using a virtual keyboard. That wasn't something that he could do for 8 hours a day, though, let alone the 16 that he needed to fill.
I need you tonight,
said Flora, 8 days in. She'd just gotten done with yet another double shift. She was being run raw, and in the brief time she had to recuperate, he tried his best to be a shoulder to lean on.
Fully dressed.
We're fighting someone? Asked Perry, sitting up. Who?
Your backup. Out of sight until the time comes, if it does come. So no fighting unless it's obvious that someone else is starting it. Or unless I start it. As for who, the Varkoli seem as though they're making moves.
Moves? As in, breaking the custom?
It's complicated. There have been breakthroughs in the understanding of blood, all of them recent. What Wesley had said about blood types is now common knowledge, at least among the educated.
It's in the notebook. I think the vocabulary is different from what I remember, but the underlying science is the same. There was something somewhere in the back of his brain about RH factor being named that because of some mistaken belief about rhesus monkeys. But whatever the case, it hadn't been the same terminology in Richter's world.
There are clinics for the poor throughout the city. They're funded by industrialists, like Wesley in many cases. Some of them have been infiltrated by the Varkoli, including one particular one down in Kentfolk. The practice of bleeding is passé, but they're trying something new. Removing blood with the promise that it's going toward useful experimentation. Transfusion, they call it. The moving of blood from one person to another. A few years ago, a woman's life was saved. She'd have died in childbirth without it.
And transfusion is basically entirely safe if you got anticoagulants and blood type matching.
It is?
It's in the notebook, said Perry with a shrug. There are other things you'd need to do, like sterilizing the equipment. But yes, it's basically routine to draw blood from a donor and transfuse to a recipient. At least where I come from. I've done it before.
You've had someone's blood?
No, I've given blood. They give you a cookie when you're done. Flora stared at him.
Cosme would know this.
Probably not about the cookie. Flora rolled her eyes, which Perry's dad had always said was the perfect gift for a well-told joke. I'm actually not sure that Cosme and I come from the same world. I never got much of a background on him or the others. I have to assume that medical inventions look the same everywhere, though. The body regenerates blood it's lost, donation is safe, people need blood. You're looking at me like I'm Varkoli.
Varkoli, I understand,
said Flora. She shook her head.
At any rate, they're racing ahead. They might have Wesley's support or Cosme's or both. But the reason I need you is that they're a threat to the custom. They're poaching blood in public, claiming that it's for medical reasons, being loud about it. And if the Varkoli can get their blood through donation or through payment, with no life being taken, then that means they're positioning themselves to stand apart from the rest of us.
I think you could technically do it with livers, too, for what it's worth.
Do what?
Asked Flora with a frown. The liver is one of the few body parts that regrows itself. You can remove part of the liver and it'll regenerate back to full size.
No,
said Flora. She seems to be in disbelief. I mean, yes. If you can give me a moment, I can confirm it with Marsh.
Later,
said Flora after a moment of hesitation.
We need to go tonight to scope out the clinic, then to make an arrest of whoever is in charge.
I'll add it to the notebook. I would have assumed you'd have your own scientists and doctors working on it, though.
How would we take half a liver? How would a person live through that?
People donate their livers, and then they just go on with their lives. He was pretty sure that there were antibiotics involved as well, but didn't know enough about liver transplants to say for certain.
Let's go,
said Flora. She seemed troubled. Keeping the uniform? Asked Perry, looking her up and down. It definitely stood out, whatever else you could say about it. Perry still had trouble adjusting to the idea of a cop in a skirt, since that kind of dress code was some 50 years out of date for his sensibilities. It made him think of those Pokémon with bows on them to show that they were girls.
I'm going as a member of the gendarme. It gives me authority.
Then give me a minute to get into a uniform of my own. They left together, leaping from the balcony once the coast was clear. It was another foggy night, which might have been why Flora had picked it. He'd given her the earpiece again, so they could speak with each other if they got separated, and he was using the audio built into the helmet to communicate with Marsh. The neighborhood of Kenfolk was dilapidated, and showed none of the fire scarring that the rest of the city had. The streets weren't so orderly, the buildings made of wood rather than stone. And while a huge fire sweeping through the city was a terrible thing, it was also clear that rebuilding from the ground up had some benefits which Kentfolk hadn't gotten. It was late at night, but not so late that the taverns and pubs had emptied, and the gas lamps below them were shining bright into the fog, enough to give some sense of the character of the neighborhood. It was mostly shops at the street level and apartments above. Lines of clothes hung out to dry in the polluted fog, windows whose glass hadn't been fully repaired, and the scent of fires keeping the homes warm, though Perry was thankfully spared the worst of the city's smell. The clinic seemed to have once been a storefront, with the windows that had once held displays blacked out to protect the privacy of those within. Flora stopped in front of it, looking up at it. "Looks closed," said Perry from above. He saw her jump just a bit. She still wasn't used to the earpiece. "I'll see if there's anyone inside." He flew with the sword and landed on the roof, then bent down and placed his hands out so that Marsh could map out where people were, if there were any people remaining in the clinic at all. If it was fully closed up for the night, they would break in and look around, though he didn't know what Flora hoped to find. 3 people, said Perry once the HUD had updated. All of them in a back room. 1 man, 2 women. I can't tell you much more. They're not moving around much. Talking, but I can't make it out.
Barcoli?
Impossible to say from here, said Perry. He'd talked Marsh through some modifications to the armor's thought processes that thankfully didn't require any programming. And one of those modifications was automatic identification of vampires, mostly based on diagnostic criteria. Varcoli ran hot. Austin and Cerebol ran cold, and the Strix were abnormally pale. There were all kinds of false positives and false negatives, but Perry had built up a list of heuristics for as many different beings as he'd seen. Seeing everything through video was already enough to defeat glamours, but most of those under the custom could now be identified on sight by Marsh.
I'm coming up to join you,
said Flora. She was on the rooftop a moment later and stalked over to a skylight, checking it carefully before opening it up. Perry had thought that it would be locked, but it was an overhead skylight, and whoever had put it in depended on the fact that it was a 2-story drop to the bottom of what had been the store's main lobby. They went in together, descending, and Perry pointed out the room where the people were. The store's space had been partitioned into separate rooms in a crude and obvious way, the new walls not matching the old. As they drew closer, Marsh began piping their conversation into Perry's ear.
It leaves them weakened,
said a man's voice.
Too weakened. There's too much we don't know. They need to leave feeling hale and hearty, not like they've had the life drained from them.
If we get only drops, it's not worth the time and effort,
said the woman.
The needles need to be boiled every time. The agglutination needs to be carefully monitored. The nurse is prepared. The process is not easy, and we get so little from it. Less even, since we need to save blood for others, to prove that we are doing useful work. We could skip the agglutination altogether if we only took the blood,
the second woman said. By this point, Marchand had attached placeholder labels to the speakers and was giving subtitles to the conversation as well, which was being amplified and sharpened. The first woman was Martha, the second Claudette, and the man was Richmond. Perry wasn't sure where those names actually came from, and might have preferred them to not be real names. He would have to interrogate Marsh later.
The clinic promises to save hundreds,
said Richmond.
Too many die from blood loss during simple procedures. How many times throughout history has a pint of blood meant the difference between life and death? It is the pillar upon which we prove that we are no different from them.
hungrier,
said Claudette.
This is only the start.
Said Martha.
This is the knowledge that will lead us into a new era. In a decade, we might be divorced from the need for humans entirely. Once we are, there will be no use for humanity. You speak of liquidation?
Asked Claudette. She moved around the table they stood at, shifting tools, the sound too indistinct for Marsh to make a guess.
No,
replied Martha.
I don't speak of anything so base. Conversion en masse would be the logical outcome. There would be no humanity left, as they would be Varkoli instead.
There was silence within the room, and between Perry and Flora, who had moved with silent footsteps to just outside it. She was giving Perry a worried look, and he returned it, though she wouldn't have been able to see behind his faceplate. The information they had must have come from Wesley or Cosme, or from the notes that had been left behind in Wesley's basement laboratory. But a bit more than a week was very little time to pass for them to be working on it here. What they were talking about doing with the information was,
It's defection from the custom,
said Richmond.
No.
Said Martha.
In full, yes, there would be no more humans left to eat, if no solution could be found. But if we take the blood, it could be taken in silence, skimmed from the top if there are enough who can be coerced to donate. But if we pay for the blood, if we harm no human, if we stop a trade in corpses, blood is always better fresh,
said Claudette.
It is,
said Martha.
It's better with the warmth of the body, without the anticoagulants making it bitter. We should not go on our tastes alone, but among our kind, the fresh taste will make it go down better.
It's defection from the custom,
said Richmond.
We'd fight not just humanity, but the entirety of the Jade Council. It's treason.
The Council is no state,
said Martha.
It has never been. Treason? It would be the breaking of a treaty that was signed on our behalf.
These matters are not for us to decide,
said Richmond. Perry could practically feel his frown.
We must speak with the councillors, must explain the science to them, the coming advancements.
He hesitated, looking from one woman to the other.
The Varkoli councillors only, so as to keep it within our clan.
How do we know the others aren't doing the same?
Asked Claudette.
That they're not plotting to use the century of progress as we are. How would they?
Martha asked.
What mechanism would they employ? The brain cannot be donated and replenished through bodily means. A man cannot regrow a bone.
There is more to the world than we know. That much is clear.
It's for another time. We need to finish our work tonight. If we want to speak with the other Varkoli, it should be with the weight of evidence on our side.
Flora was standing by the door and moved away swiftly when their conversation was finished. Perry wasn't sure whether she could have heard it on her own, but Marchand was piping sound into the earpiece at Perry's order. He moved in the power armor, more slowly than her because of how much harder it was to keep silent in it, and managed to hide behind one of the walls before the man stepped out from the room they'd been in.
The information was, so far as we can tell, correct,
said Richmond, his label moving with him as he walked.
4 types of blood. Easy enough to differentiate from each other through agglutination. Though, if the information we have is correct, there are many more types. It might, in fact, explain certain reactions for people both in the inculcation of the Varkoli and in batches of bad blood.
He was walking out into the main lobby, which had the skylight 2 stories overhead.
Wait,
said Claudette.
I heard something.
The 3 of them froze for a moment, listening, their features shifting slightly. Perry was out of view, but Marchand could see them more clearly now, enough that Perry was shown a reconstruction of them through the wall. They were all older, helpfully labeled, with Martha of quite advanced age, stooped and slow-moving. All the vampires were long-lived, which meant that they could have been hundreds of years old. But it was only the smaller, older woman, Claudette, who had any kind of accent. Perry was waiting for Flora to make her move, to arrest them or whatever she was going to do. If it came to violence against these three, he thought that unlikely, but he could move through them with his sword, cutting them down. Their dream of a future filled with vampires, of defection against the others, didn't fill him with dread, but it clearly seemed like a bad future for the people of this world. Laboratory-manufactured blood or a vampiric ruling class both seemed as though they'd have more than their share of problems. Flora didn't make her move, though. She was staying silent, wanting to know more before she pounced. So Perry stayed hidden. He found it curious that the old woman had heard them, because he'd been perfectly still, the suit not letting out any ambient noise of its own, so long as it wasn't in motion, and Flora had proven herself good at being silent. "Marsh, what was the noise?" asked Perry. Marsh was good at muting internal communications, but it still made Perry nervous to speak out loud when they were trying to be quiet.
"It appears there are more unexpected visitors on the roof, sir,"
said Marchand, splitting off another camera and showing best guesses at where those people were. There were a few of them, maybe as many as 5 by Marsh's guess. It wasn't the time to curse Marsh out for not bringing that to his attention sooner, so instead Perry tried to focus on the situation and what it might require. He had no idea who the people on the roof were, except that they were probably vampires of one sort or the other. They had either followed them to the clinic, or Flora had been tipped off about this place to trap her. But it meant that this wasn't going to be a quiet arrest. The people on the roof dropped down from the skylight, one after the other, landing with cat-like grace on the floor. Not quite whisper quiet. They were among the older Varkoli, who had backed up slightly. By their builds, the newcomers were fighters, rather than the scientists or doctors that the older Varkoli seemed to be.
"What is the meaning of this?"
asked Richmond. He was answered by the raising of a pistol from one of the 5 men.
"Take us to your research,"
the man said. Marchand helpfully slapped a label on him. Wentworth.
"This clinic operates under the direct authority of the Jade Council,"
Richmond said.
"Our operations are vital to the continuation of the custom. On whose authority do you come here, guns drawn?"
His voice was quivering, for as much as the words were defiant.
"On the authority of the gun,"
said the man. He didn't sound like a Wentworth. He sounded like a military man, like the gruff soldiers that Perry had fought alongside in the last world.
"Move, now."
The entire group moved, slowly over to the office or operating room that the Varkoli had been in before. When everyone was turned away, Perry leaned over so that he could have a proper look at them. And once that was done, Marchand mapped the captured images onto the models he was producing, letting Perry see them through the walls. The 5 men who dropped down from the ceiling were all Austin. Bone eaters, the toughest of the vampires, their bodies modified and enhanced. That didn't fit with what Perry knew about the vampire's internal politics. The Austin that sat on the council, Mercer, was against the custom, thought that it should be torn down, and was allied with Melons, one of the council's 2 Varkoli. But here the Austin were, coming into a clinic controlled by the Varkoli, threatening them at gunpoint. For a moment, it looked as though this would be a smooth sort of robbery, the papers and notes taken without much bloodshed. As they were leaving the room back into the atrium, the Austin men fired their guns. 2 of the 3 Varkoli dropped at once, but the small old woman must have been primed for it, because she leapt to the side and spat out a fine spray of blood.
"Jade Imperator, you're all under arrest,"
shouted Flora, who'd moved out from the shadows and had a pistol of her own drawn. The woman didn't listen and fled instead, and the men turned their guns on Flora. They might have been thinking that their bones would protect them, their skulls thick enough that only a direct hit with a high-caliber bullet would actually kill them. Perry stepped from around the corner, sword drawn. He had a pistol, one that they'd taken from a dead vampire after the rooftop fight, and it was awkwardly holstered on top of the armor, the trigger guard broken off so that he could actually pull the trigger with his armored fingers. It was marginally better than trying to use the gun on his shoulder, at least in a pinch, and more obviously threatening if he drew it. He held the unsheathed sword, though, letting it glow. Thresholder, one of the men spat. They hadn't put down their weapons. She's getting away,
She's innocent,
said Flora, which Perry didn't think was quite true. Perry was tracking the woman, who'd fled into the back alley, and on instinct he fired the drone from his back, which raced up through the window to follow her. The battery on the drone wouldn't last forever, but it would track her well enough, and give him an eye in the sky in case there were more people coming to their position. The men were looking at each other, judging the situation, and Perry realized that they were going to act just before they did it. The room burst into light and sound, multiple pistols firing at once, and Perry felt them ricochet off his armor as he flew through the air, like ineffectual punches. He crashed down among them, swinging his sword with as much power as the suit could muster, and he cleaved through an arm before getting stopped by a rib cage. He continued on, pushing the man to the side instead of cutting, and got his sword free as the man was thrown clear. The Austin were trying to circle him, to grab him from behind, get their fingers into the armor, keep themselves away from his swinging blade. And it might have worked if there were more of them. Instead, he cleaved again, using the bulk of the armor to his advantage, pushing aside those who weren't caught by the blade. Their bones were tough and couldn't be cut through cleanly like an orc's could. But every time Perry hacked at them, they lost limbs. Flora was bleeding from 2 gunshot wounds, but she was still on her feet, and one of the Austin lay on the ground, 4 long furrows across his face where her claws had gouged him. Perry moved toward her, spinning around once he was there so they could fight together, and he put himself in the way of the gunfire. She could recover from a bullet wound, as most of the vampires could, depending on where the bullet landed.
Who sent you?
Perry asked the 3 remaining Austin. All were injured, and 2 were missing pieces of themselves, a bit of shoulder cut clean and 1 arm on the floor. Even for the Austin, that would be permanent disfigurement. Fall back, the man in the center said, and the others didn't need to be told twice, rising into the air with powerful jumps. First onto the 2nd-story balcony, then to the skylight. Perry made to follow, but Flora grabbed his arm.
Too much risk,
she said. Perry frowned at that. He could beat the Austin, kill them swiftly, and unless they got him into a headlock or otherwise overpowered him, his risk was low. They didn't have the numbers to kill him, not after losing 2. He reoriented himself, though, and realized what she was talking about. There was little risk to him, but a chase through the rooftops in this neighborhood, especially after waking people up with gunfire, was a risk to the custom.
Marsh, show me what the drone has found.
The woman was tracked for a distance of 1 mile and now sits within a large building at the corner of Carter Street and Millicund. The drone has been positioned on the roof to conserve battery and has just enough power to return to this location on its own so long as you don't move.
I know that place. It's the home of Melons, a headquarters for the Varcoli. We can't go there.
This is civil war? Or the start of it?
Flora looked at the bodies, then leaned down and began looking in the clothes, examining their pistols. She looked at them carefully, opening the chamber and turning a bullet over to inspect it.
I don't know any of these men.
All right.
Our community is small. We're a hidden town within a large city. I don't know everyone, but I've seen the faces of a very large number of our kind.
She gestured at the Austin laying on the ground, the one whose face she hadn't clawed open.
I have never seen this man before in my life. I recognized none of them.
So, he's kept away from the council, from anything you'd have to get involved in, or he's new?
I think they might have all been new,
said Flora. She was looking through the bodies.
Someone is inducting more Austin? Beefing up the numbers? Or boning them up, I guess?
We need to get out of here. The gunshots will have attracted attention. There are 4 bodies here and too much blood for us to clean up.
She swore as she looked at the damage around them.
Any idea how this will be covered up? A robbery gone wrong? Gang violence?
He couldn't see it, One of the bodies very clearly had claw marks across its face, and his sword had cut through limbs fairly cleanly, some of which were lying on the floor. It was inexplicable. It would definitely be in the papers, especially if the Varkoli were masquerading as respected doctors. Had been respected doctors, since it seemed as though they had some actual medical knowledge.
Our only option is to burn this place to the ground. But that would raise more questions, and in Kentfolk, the fire might spread too far too quickly.
She took a breath.
We leave it and pray.
We could take bodies with us. Those two.
He pointed at the Austin, who had less reason to be here, whose wounds would be difficult to explain.
Do it. You can carry them better than I can. I'll take the arms.
They left together through the skylight, which was awkward to get to carrying two bodies, and depending on the power of the magical sword. When they were on the roof, Perry called back the drone, then began moving in its direction. They would dump the bodies in the river and hope that it would make it impossible to identify the men, or at least that they would be so bloated and rotten that no one would know what had really happened to them. A sword fight should have been just about the last thing that anyone would think. Minutes later, they stood on a rooftop together, looking at the river, which had swallowed the bodies, at least for the time being. They'd be belched up later as the corpses bloated.
They saw us. They saw you. Both sides have witnesses. Both sides know. My apartment won't be safe, but I have another place we can go. At least for the time being.
You'll be in trouble. The Jade Council will know you were here.
I was supposed to be here. I was tipped off in the same way that the Austin were. It's only my partnership with you that raises any ire.
She let out a breath.
New Austin. New within the last week, maybe 5 new, all working together. That's bad.
Your immigration police too?
Inculcation.
It was a joke.
She gave him a weak smile, but he suspected that the humor didn't translate, or that she was just too tightly wound.
5 at once is suspect?
We bring people in slowly and with great thought. We want people who will follow the custom, who will understand our people and our ways. And there's the question of food, whether too many, too fast, will result in starvation, a strain on resources. The Austin were already near their limits.
It's bad. And they'll come to blows in the council over this.
No. They both have something to hide here. If they come to blows, it will only be because one side has determined that showing their own wrongdoing still gives them an advantage. There's more than one side to the council, though.
She stared off into the city lights.
This is only the beginning.
Chapter 25. Signal. Nothing came of the fight in the clinic, at least so far as Perry and Flora could see. Something had changed, certainly, but no one brought the issue before the Jade Council, not of the experiments with blood, nor of the newly minted Austin. It did make the papers, but was written off as nothing more than a sign of turbulent times, wrapped up in the narrative of an end to the century of progress. Cormorant Wesley going missing was no longer the top story, but it was still on the front page, and the newspapers would take any chance to tie in other happenings with Wesley's bloody disappearance. 11 days after Perry's last fight with Cosme, the radio lit up. Unlike the previous times, this wasn't the beeping of wireless telegraphy nor the coded messages from before. Instead, it was a voice, warbling and with a hiss of static, but clear enough to make out the words, especially with Marchand's assistance.
I lived, in case you were wondering,
said Cosme's voice.
I don't know whether you'll get this, but I imagine that you have better technology than I do. Perhaps far better, depending on what's in that suit of yours. I imagine if you can hear this, you'll come running. But I should let you know that you shouldn't bother. I'm not anywhere near the transmitter this time. It was too big of a coincidence that you came to the manor at the same time we got working wireless. I wasn't going to make that mistake again.
Perry was, in fact, going to go to the transmitter. and Cosme assuring him that it was a waste of time did nothing to change that.
I think thresholders should chat more often. We could share resources and come off better for it. Obviously, you don't want to tell me about other worlds, your experiences, what abilities you have, or anything like that. You don't want to give up your advantages. We could talk about other things, though. Those that aren't going to be useful for the current fight. Obviously, one of us is going to die here, or at least be beaten to within an inch of his life. But the entire idea of trade is that both parties come off better for it.
It was an unfortunately clear day, which meant that there was no fog to use for cover. Perry hadn't been wearing the armor when Marchand had alerted him, and it was a choice between hastily donning it, and it was a process that really couldn't be done hastily, or going without. Without the armor, though, Perry would have only the earpiece, and if he had to go further than its range, he wouldn't be able to listen. In a fight without the armor, he didn't like his odds.
I'll start, of course, as a show of goodwill. I'm hoping you have the capacity to transmit. I'm not at the transmitter, but I'll be listening on the same frequency, so hopefully I should be able to hear you. This message will repeat, just in case you missed the first time.
Perry stilled himself. If the message would repeat, then that meant that it was a recording, and that meant that Cosme really wasn't at the transmitter. Still, it needed to be investigated, to find some clue as to Cosme's whereabouts. Perry decided that he had some time, and listened more intently, focusing on the words rather than the implication of the message itself.
Here's what I've figured out so far. After 10 cycles, we arrive, we fight, someone loses badly enough, and then we leave. One person the victor, the other the loser. There are some constants and some things that aren't constant, and I'm not entirely sure which is which. I'm going to go through some of the assumptions and conclusions now, in hopes that you send a message back to me. It costs you nothing, and like you, I might try to find the source of the signal. You could set up a trap for me, as I assume you're thinking this is a trap for you.
Perry considered that. He did think that it was a trap, but not just because it was a transmission whose source he could find. This sort of message was a chance to lay other traps. Traps that were hidden within its content. Cosme had more information, had been through more worlds, if he was telling the truth about that, and could lie without Perry being able to check. Everything Cosme said had to be taken with a grain of salt.
10 worlds. And I've always known the language. I'm bilingual, English and Canelo. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. I'm worse with Canelo, which makes it harder. Sometimes I've got an accent, other times I don't. My opponent also speaks the language, whatever is dominant in the area we come into.
Cosme was monologuing, but it reminded Perry of innumerable conversations he'd had with Richter. They'd both been incredibly enthused by the idea of other worlds, and had spun up all kinds of theories about how it had been possible and what it meant. The sample size had been small then, just 2, Earth and Richter's world, which was also called Earth. Obviously, there couldn't be just 2 worlds. 2 implied more than 2. But their ideas had been that all these other worlds were divergent timelines, or something like that. Even once Mordant had shown up, they'd been thinking within the paradigms of alternate timelines, as much as Mordant's lightning powers made no particular physical sense. Then he'd been in a land of dragons and magic, and all that thinking had gone out the window. He'd been too distraught about Richter's passing to spend too much time trying to come up with other hypotheses, and it didn't seem like it would actually help him. People spoke English. So what? He'd been more concerned with the practicalities, the adversary, the ally, the exit, much more than he'd wanted to spend time on the theology of it all.
We don't come in at the same time,
said Cosme, voice crackling.
I think there might be as much as a month between when the 2 parties arrive. I'm pretty sure that you came in later than I did, possibly as much as 3 weeks, depending on how long you'd been here when you first attacked me. On that day, I had been in this world for 27 days.
Perry found his notebook, then began writing down what Cosme was saying. It was information, given freely, and Cosme was right that it wouldn't help this current situation in the slightest. But it might help in the future, when Perry went to the next world.
I think you can choose whether or not you want to go on, but I've gone every time. The portal opens, then you have a choice of whether or not to step into it. Why would it be like that if the choice was an illusion? Of course, if you get beaten to a pulp, you don't have much choice but to go through, if the portal shows up at all. And you can lose things, as I have. A whole world of material acquisitions can get lost that way. One of those losses I took, I wasn't quite dead, just hurt enough that I'd have had a few years of recuperation in front of me and never walked right again. I went through the portal, pulling myself along with my arms, frightened that it would disappear before I could make it through. It was a world with healing, thankfully, freely given, readily available, hospitals that had me patched in within hours. I don't know why it worked out that way, but it did. Maybe we're set up only for challenges we can handle, prevented from losing too much.
Perry doubted that, but held his pen above the page, waiting, just in case there was something Cosme could let slip that was actually interesting, something that was useful or unknown. Evidence, in another word, rather than supposition. Cosme had data he wasn't sharing. Perry was sure of that. What he wanted most were descriptions of the other worlds and the other adversaries.
The uplift thing, that's new for me. I've tried it before, but it's too hard to get anything from just an idea. The wheels of progress turning too slow. The worlds are also too variable. I'm not sure what you've gotten. I'm hoping you'll tell me. But of the ones that I've been to, only 2 had the level of technology that I was used to. Here, automobiles are the realm of the ultra-wealthy, and electricity is the product of huge amounts of labor. Look, I do have a proposal here. I want to be upfront about that. So far as I know, there's nothing that says we have to fight. We've gone more than a week without seeing each other. So long as I don't stick my head out, I'm not sure how you'll find me. Though I have no illusions that I can stay hidden, since in the past that hasn't worked. But whoever wins, they get to carry some of their power through. Seems to me that we can both gather up as much as we can, go into the next world with gold, equipment, things that we can trade for money, and mutually prepare. Then we can fight. Assuming neither of us dies, that we get beaten soundly enough, mutilated enough for the portal to open, we could both go through with our winnings. I don't know the rules, but that's what I'm hoping for. I'm not dumb enough to ask for a ceasefire, but I won't be seeking you out. Just looking over my shoulder and making sure that you're not there with a knife. I hope to hear back from you. This message will repeat. Should be every 6 hours if my setup is right.
When Cosme was finished, Perry looked through the log, trying to pick apart the wording, treating it like a scientific paper that he was reading critically, both in what was said and what wasn't said. Cosme hadn't mentioned the custom or the magical underbelly of Teaguewater. He'd said nothing about Wesley. He hadn't talked about his own abilities or what he'd be doing during that time. There was quite a lot that was missing. There was also something about the way that Cosme talked that reminded Perry of their first conversation, and just for the sake of his own memory, he replayed the moment that Cosme had attempted a killing strike with the staff from behind. They were honeyed words, a man playing at being reasonable, and if Perry was going to respond, it would be with calculation and a script, looked over by Flora, the better to not give anything away. A piece of Perry had to admit that he liked Cosme. or at least something about him. If he was telling the truth, Cosme was the scrappy underdog, kicked and slapped but always bouncing back, doing his best to bring radical advancement in science and technology to whatever world he happens to find himself in. It hadn't been Cosme who ambushed Perry. It had been the other way around. And while they had tried to kill each other, twice, it hadn't been like the previous times with Mordant and Pulver. It was a dangerous way to think about the adversary. There was a chance that Perry would hesitate in the final battle if he went in with the mindset that he was fighting someone who wasn't all that bad. It was late in the day when Flora came back, which was usual for her. She'd recovered from the fight at the clinic, healed by the organs she'd been scarfing down, though she was now running low on her supplies. More would come from a service provided by the council, but it was uncertain times, and Flora seemed anxious about the prospect.
If he's stalling, what is he stalling for?
If Wesley is alive, and if they've met back up with each other, then maybe he's waiting for some kind of miracle invention. Some use of the rubies or duplication of them. The gloves were simple, crude, and I don't doubt that Wesley had something better in mind. He seemed to think that they would replace coal as a power source, and the rubies originally came from Cosme's gauntlet, which he can charge up, at least according to Wesley. I expect that he's got that fully studded by this point. But if he doesn't, then yeah. Giving him a week seems like a bad idea.
If you're stalling, then for what purpose?
Asked Flora. Perry thought about that. He'd been drafting his response when she came in. I would be helping you to contain the fraying custom, at least as much as an outsider can.
That's it.
Perry hesitated. I know you don't like it, but there must be some way for me to gain power here. The glamour was good, but it broke relatively easily, as soon as someone curious came along, or when there was no alternative explanation people could use to convince themselves. There were books from the Jade Scholars, and Perry did feel that she was holding out on him there. But his experience with reading material in Seraphinus had soured him on the idea of book learning being a path to significant power. Sometimes when people said that you needed a decade to learn something, they weren't lying. And you couldn't brute force your way to mastery in a matter of months.
We never put it in terms of power. We disdain the arguments of power.
She looked at the ceiling for a moment.
Yet, in this past week, it's been clear that these were empty words, at least by some of us. If power is only taken by those who wish to violate the precepts of our society, we'll soon end up under their rule. I spoke with Mercer, asking about the Austin, and he denied everything. If the corruption comes within the Jade Council itself...
So you'll help me?
You're not religious.
No. This world had its own version of Christianity, in that it was state-sponsored and ubiquitous, much like Perry imagined the Anglican Church had been in his Earth's Victorian times. Their symbol was a chevron within a circle, which was emblazoned on many buildings, occasionally seen on clothes and part of the flags that flew outside government buildings. Verstega was their prophet and gave the religion its name, though people mostly just spoke of God or of the verse, their holy book being nominally a hymnal, every line of it set to the same somewhat monotonous tune. Perry had gone to a church service, which had taken some negotiation with Flora. She already knew that he wasn't religious, because he'd had to clarify 3 times that he was interested from a sociological standpoint.
Verstega spoke on the topic of the other. There is a corruption that takes place within the eternal essence. We can only move to the hereafter in a corrupted state.
All right. That probably doesn't apply to me as a thresholder. Do you believe that stuff? Flora gave a nod. She had not attended the church service with him. And that's part of why you don't want to turn me. Don't even want to let me know what the process is like? You think it's a matter of essential humanity? Flora nodded again.
You're a foreigner with strange customs. It's one of the defining features of a thresholder. But to walk into a life like mine, ignorant of the cost, is not something that I can allow.
Perry looked at her and tried to imagine what her own transformation had been like. She had been young and groomed for her role. For all her loyalty, she had some misgivings about that, clearly. Now she was a different creature, pale and with slender fingers, red lips and straight black hair. He wondered if she'd still have had that same air about her if the vampires had never entered her life. From what she'd said, there was a good chance she'd have died. And while she'd gone willingly, there were limits to willingness. I can't go in with open eyes if you keep me blindfolded. Aside from your immortal soul, I need to know the process, the dangers.
You keep pushing it, all for power.
Yes. Or power as a means to an end.
Which is?
That was the question, and not one that Perry had an easy answer to. For a time, it had been about the resurrection of Richter. Early on in Seraphinus, when he'd still been in shock, he'd seen the resurrection of a soldier. It was magic, powerful, and expensive, but it had worked, and he had immediately been struck with the thought that Richter could be brought back if he could get to her world fast enough, or with a more powerful version of the spell, or something. Everyone had told him it was impossible, and all the books seemed to agree, which was suspect, because the books disagreed on many of the fundamentals. Fighting Pulver, he had started to think of it differently, as though he had a duty to find the adversary and face him down. That it would lead to more worlds, more fights, more powers was obvious. And if it eventually led him back to Richter's world, and he had the power to pull her from the grave. But that was far in the distance. The breadth of worlds seemed very wide. Flora's world offered immortality, of a sort, but nothing like resurrection, at least according to her. And if he was turned into one of them, his life would be complicated going forward, chaining him to needs he found unappealing, and that would be hard to satisfy as an outsider to a new world. Cosme isn't the worst I've seen. I'm willing to entertain the possibility that he's not even a bad guy. But there are others like Pulver and Mordant, the two I fought before, and they're going to come in like wrecking balls, smashing through worlds as they fight each other. The end, the one that I'm seeking means for, is stopping them, not letting it come to that in world after world.
A wrecking ball? I don't know that term.
A ball attached to a crane, swung at high speeds to demolish buildings.
Apt. And you think that's not you?
Perry stared at her. Of course it's not me. Compared to the others? Cosme might be doing it for outwardly noble reasons, but he's taken a spear to the heart of this world. He introduced magic, gave it directly to Wesley, upended everything while half the world was completely unknown to him.
I didn't mean to impugn your reputation,
said Flora. Her voice was grave.
You've shown kindness to me. I only know stories of your kind, the most destructive magical creatures known to us. You have power, can cut through vampires as though we were paper, and you want more. That's what makes me hesitate. There are sides to you, and the side of you that talks constantly of killing, that seeks power, it's the one that I'm dealing with right now.
Cosme is going to be gathering power too. If Wesley is alive, and I think at this point we have to assume that he is in spite of his wounds, there's a good chance that the next fight will be worse than the last one. I have a single good bullet left, and a lot of them that are dodgy. I need something more.
I'll think about it. That's all I can promise. You called it an immortal soul.
Yes.
I need my own time to think about imperiling it.
Perry nodded. He thought that was about as good as it was going to get. He went over to the small couch and picked up his notebook from the end table. This is everything that I think will be helpful. You should look it over and see what you want to be shared with your people. Obviously, there are risks. Better to share it now while I'm still here, so I can answer questions and give some clarification. I'm not a scientist, not an engineer, and I was mostly copying from a site, a book, that was written for laymen. Flora took it gingerly, as though it was dangerous.
I'll read through it.
I'm going to take the drone and put it far enough away that we can get some triangulation of the radio signal. When night falls, I'm going out to track it. I don't think he'll be there, but if he is, it'll be because he's got a trap ready and waiting for me.
In the meantime, is it okay if I listen to some more of your music?
Chapter 26. Reception. Perry moved over the rooftops, hoping that he was cloaked enough that the glamour would help him seem less strange. The rooftops weren't deserted, not at all, and he'd have waited until later in the night if he hadn't been constrained by the timing of Cosme's radio transmission. He wanted to be there when it happened, just in case Cosme showed himself, though without Flora along, Perry didn't think he had favorable odds. He'd become well acquainted with the rooftops of Teaguewater, which were largely overgrown with chimneys. In places where the rooftops were flat, they'd been built upon, with shacks and other makeshift structures, and sometimes places that had been turned into patios. Some increasingly distant part of Perry's education wondered when and why flat roofs had come along in his own world. But here, he guessed that it was because of some kind of sufficient waterproofing to prevent the need to slope and spread rain away. The upshot was that there were people out, so many people that it was difficult not to get seen. The area that Marchand had pinpointed had a fairly large number of people milling around, and Perry wondered whether he should have left the armor home, the better to just blend in. This was meant to be reconnaissance rather than an actual engagement, but treating reconnaissance as though it couldn't turn hot seemed like a good way to get his face kicked in. The darkness was doing him favors, making him seem like a hulking hooded figure on the rooftop to the people who saw him, and he waited patiently, watching from a roof that was unoccupied. It was apparently a good night for revelry, because a few men were drinking up on a few roofs around the area. If they saw Perry, they were ignoring him, which he credited the glamour for. Perry had come early by almost half an hour, hoping to catch Cosme setting something up, even if the radio system really was running on a recording. The world had phonographs, which was actually one of Wesley's many inventions, though they were the realm of the rich and created no small amount of audio problems. It was difficult to tell if that was what had been done, given that the radio itself was blisteringly new and almost certainly cobbled together, lending interference of its own. Marsh had no particular guesses, given the difficulty the audio had presented. Time passed slowly. Perry had done almost no skullduggery in the last world. He'd been a knight, always on the move, scouting only as an immediate prelude to battle. He didn't find himself suited to it, but perhaps that was because of the mindset of fighting he'd developed. He imagined that with time he could learn to be patient and stoic, a figure of the shadows reaching out to strike only at the perfect moment. Prep time, it was called, and he briefly smiled to himself at the thought. With the cloak on, hood up, playing detective, he really was reminding himself of Batman. Richter's world hadn't had Batman, though there'd been something similar to superheroes, minus the spandex and usually with more of a mythological bent. Perry liked that, because some of the touchstones were the same, Zeus and Thor, and he hadn't been completely lost when watching some of the modern classics that Richter had felt compelled to show him, even if the filmmaking was very foreign to him. "Can you get a look inside the house?" Perry asked Marsh.
Unfortunately, our voyeuristic dreams have been stymied, sir. The city is too noisy to use ambient methods, and you are too far away. If you were to land on the building, I could do a sonar scan.
Perry didn't move. He didn't smell a trap, but that only meant that it was a good trap. Besides, there were too many people around, and while he thought it was fine to run along the rooftops, it was another thing to leap across the road. At roughly 5 minutes before it was scheduled to start, the radio signal came in again. Marchand compared the waveforms, but it was the same speech as before. It was possible that it was a record player on a timer, but if there was a time to inspect, it was now. Perry had recorded his own response, but he wasn't planning to send it, not until he'd cleared the building and seen what Cosme had set up there. When the message was half over, Perry decided to take a risk and leap across. He tried to time it with the passage of a train and its shrill whistle. The building was old and dilapidated, but had obviously once been a place that had cost money, with lots of heavy timbers and elaborate cladding whose colors had been muted by Teaguewater's pervasive pollution. There had been no upkeep put into the place, and it had the run-down look of a crack house, though they didn't have those in Teaguewater, something like opium dens being more the flavor of the day. Once Perry was on the roof, he crouched down and asked for reconnaissance.
"There are 8 men in the house,"
said Marsh, putting them on the HUD.
2 groups of 4. I believe they have rifles, though it is difficult to tell.
Marsh had also put up the transmitter on the HUD. It was on the 3rd floor, the top one, whose balcony Perry was standing on. It was dark inside. Perry wouldn't have landed there if it weren't. Nothing showed on the HUD, at least not on the top floor. He tested the handle of the balcony door and found that it opened, almost as though it had been left open for him. The men with guns were worrying, though not because he was actually worried about their guns. They implied that Cosme had been able to call on them, either hiring them with Wesley's money, if Wesley was still alive, or possibly calling on the authority of the king. There was something about rifles that screamed military to Perry. A normal rifle's round would simply deflect off, the energy distributed through the whole of the armor, and any other weapons they had access to would similarly be too weak to do much damage. There were limits to what the power armor could handle. The thing that Perry was most worried about were explosions. Not grenades, necessarily, whose shrapnel wouldn't be much more dangerous than a bullet, but larger explosions. If Cosme had some ability to command the military, then it was entirely possible that the whole place would be rigged with a number of barrels of gunpowder. It was what Perry would have done. There was nothing from Marsh's sonar scan, though. No suspicious barrels or anything like that. So Perry moved forward with his sword in hand, hoping that he wouldn't have to make a run for it. The radio looked the same as it had before, huge and bulky, incredibly primitive, with none of the styling or sense of aesthetic that came from something that had been built for commercial use. It was, as Perry had expected, attached to a phonograph, which had finally gone silent. He couldn't see any kind of timer attached, but in his mind he was somehow expecting something like an old-timey alarm clock. He didn't even really know how those worked. It didn't take much snooping around until Perry found Cosme's note. It was written in a neat hand, not cursive, but with a number of loops and whirls to it, as though it was imitating cursive.
To my mysterious adversary. I wasn't sure whether you actually did follow the radio signal to get to the manor, but if you're reading this, that confirms it. The armor you were wearing is tech, isn't it? In either case, I think it's good for us to have a way to talk to each other. But if you're sniffing around trying to find me whenever I send a radio message out, that's not going to work. It's one of the things that I was most worried about, sending that message. Of course, I'm not there, but I don't doubt you'll tear up the place. And there's a lot of valuable equipment there. I know I said that I would like for us to wait some time before coming at each other, and I suppose a month would allow me to do everything I wanted to do in this world. You've sunk things with Wesley, but I have other avenues. A month would be just about perfect. If you have a time and place, let me know, either by leaving a note or sending your own transmission on the same frequency. Cosme.
Perry put the note down. He didn't like the mention of a month, since it made him feel like there was some concrete plan in place. That might have been Cosme's intent. In a month's time, Perry didn't feel like he'd have gained all that much. The process of becoming a vampire was slow, but not that slow. He wasn't going to leave a note, and his own transmission would be from as far away as possible. The better not to give anything away. The military men in the lower floors of the house were worrying. Perry slipped back out of the room and onto the balcony. He wasn't sure that he'd actually learned anything, except that Cosme wasn't a complete moron.
Movement on the rooftops,
said Marchand. Perry cursed. Some of the men he'd seen before, not too far away, had dispensed with their drinking, instead picking up rifles that had been concealed beneath their tables. They were in civilian clothes, but he took them to be military men, the same as had been inside the house. They'd been disguised, staking the place out, and it had worked. "In the name of the king, halt and desist," shouted one of the men. There were a cluster of them, rifles pointed at Perry. Perry really didn't want to kill them, especially if they were members of the military. But he certainly wasn't going to let himself be taken in. He moved all at once, a giant bounding leap assisted by the sword, hoping that he would catch the men off guard. They fired naturally, but only one of the bullets scored a hit, barely felt through the armor, and then Perry was off through the air, leaving them behind. To his surprise, they followed. The rooftop should have been difficult to navigate on foot, with the occasional wider gap needing a tremendous and daring leap. They were doing that, though, leaping across, moving faster than men should be able to move. Perry thought that he could outpace them with the sword's power of flight, and in any case could simply ascend up into the clouds, far out of their reach. But their power was new, and he needed to know what it was that let them move like that. Perry descended down, turning on them. There were 8 of them in total, the same number as had been in the house, which meant that if the house emptied out, there would be 16. He hadn't yet tested the gun, worried about it breaking with a misfire. He'd gone through combat without it before, and as a knight, had faced far worse odds than 16 on 1. So he stood with his sword out, waiting for them. He hoped that they realized their rifles were useless. They met him as a group, coming forward with 2 high jumps, and at a word from a man among them, their leader, he supposed, they fired another volley. Again, it was woefully ineffective, and even at a short distance, only a few of the bullets hit, the rest sailing off into the night to find some other home in the city behind Perry.
"Zeus killer,"
said Perry, as one of the men raised a gloved hand, and it was just in time, because a bolt of lightning exploded out from the glove and struck Perry in the chest. It might have been enough to damage the internals if not for the hardening Richter had put in place. But now the suit was slower, more sluggish, and Perry could feel every inch of its machinery and bulk, rather than wearing it like a second skin. Perry threw his sword, putting the full power of the suit behind it, letting it spin through the air like a scythe. It wasn't as fast as a bullet, but it whistled through the air, a sharp disc, and cut through one of the men at his midsection. The sword clattered against roof tiles, then rose up and returned to Perry just as another blast of lightning came from one of the gloves. This one missed, but the others were getting ready, and while Perry had confidence in the armor, he didn't think that confidence extended to a dozen hits. He lurched left and narrowly avoided the lightning strike, then moved forward as the sword returned to his hand. His plan, such as it was, involved killing all but one of the men, and then getting some answers from him. Perry had torn through men before. Orcs, typically, the foot soldiers of the enemy, but a few men as well, either turncloaks or opportunistic bandits, who died in much the same way as orcs. In Zeus killer mode, the suit operated more slowly, and while it wasn't quite as strong, Perry felt the impact of the hits much more. He swung his sword hard and cut through unarmored flesh, barreling his way into them as their guns went off again. The helmet protected him from the sound, and Marsh corrected the light of the flash, which meant that the men were ruining their own vision and hearing, while Perry was still at full awareness. He killed 3 men in the space of a few breaths, pummeling them with his fist and swinging the sword one-handed. It was an undisciplined method of fighting, ignoring the training he'd gotten as a knight. But much of that training had been in the realm of single combat against an opponent who was on equal footing, rather than fighting unarmored men. Perry didn't notice until he downed a few that something was wrong. The man whose midsection had been sliced through with that first throw had gotten to his feet. When he was a knight, Perry had fought with other men, most of them far, far less protected than he was. He'd not only given out mortal wounds, but had seen them on the men fighting with him. He had grim knowledge of what kind of a wound would kill a person, or at least put him out until he could be brought to a cleric. And men did not stand up after having a sword cleave straight through their side. These weren't men, Perry realized. His punches hadn't been cracking bone nearly easily enough. His sword hadn't been cleaving through cleanly. They were vampires. Perry tried to back off, but he was in among them, and their hands were on him, trying to grab him at the legs and elbows, to immobilize him. He'd mistaken their strength for the effects of the Zeus Killer protocol, the meaty way they resisted him because of the suit's lack of strength. Still, he was stronger than them, encased in armor, and he shook off one, then another, using his elbows and knees as weapons. It was scrappy fighting that got him free. He called the sword to him, and it landed in his hand, giving him a brief reprieve as they got to their feet. He'd killed at least one of them, the man unmoving, but had done less damage than he'd thought, giving them injuries that would have killed a normal man. He'd been fighting with some amount of restraint, which was coming back to bite him. He saw the new arrivals just a moment too late. Extra men weren't an issue, not when he was already fighting 8, 7 now, and a number of them wounded, but their weapons were. They had large guns, slung on their shoulders, so heavy a normal man wouldn't have been able to carry them or handle the recoil. It was artillery, or something that had been adapted from artillery, and the thoughts went through Perry's head at just barely the wrong speed. He was immune to rifle fire, more or less, but he wasn't immune to cannons. The men holding the miniature cannons fired on him as soon as they were close enough, which in this case meant nearly point-blank range. Perry dodged, holding his sword forward as though he meant to stop the rounds that way. The rounds screamed through the air, and Perry took one to the chest, which was enough to knock him off his feet. He scrambled back up as Marsh said something, then dove off the side of the building, trying to get away from the artillery. He felt another hit, sharp blossoming pain in his arm, and then he was on the ground, the fall only barely slowed by the sword. Perry ran through the city until he was well away from the soldiers, keenly feeling the pain in his arm. He ducked down an alley, ran through it past surprised people who the glamour was having no chance to work on, then leapt up to the rooftop, flying up into the sky. He heard gunshots, presumably directed his way, but none of them hit. He was up in the clouds, breathing hard, holding a tight grip on the sword. He didn't particularly like heights, especially when he was high up enough that a fall would kill him even inside the armor. The pain from his chest was still there, and if he was lucky, he would get a severe bruise. But he couldn't feel his arm at all. Status:
Systems damage to the chest plate. Network connectivity will be virtually impossible until repairs are made. Cognitive capacity is down 28% until repairs are made. Structural damage to the left arm will require repairs before further use. Microfusion reactor is intact, but connections have been severed and will require further diagnostics and repair.
Perry swore. That was a load of bad news to get all at once. That wasn't even what I was asking. I meant, what about me? Said Marchand. That was worrying. Marsh usually didn't delay to think about things.
You've suffered trauma to your chest and a compound fracture to your left arm. I've taken the liberty of applying a tourniquet and recommend immediate medical attention. Based on the moisture sensors and a sudden drop in your blood pressure, it's very possible that the brachial artery has been severed. I recommend seeking immediate medical attention, but due to a lack of network connectivity, cannot recommend a place for you to go.
How bad is it? The arm was hanging at his side, useless. He could twitch his fingers, but not feel them, and there was a dull pain down in there somewhere.
With immediate surgery and therapy, you are likely to retain function of the arm, sir.
Perry was feeling a little lightheaded, possibly from the blood loss, or the hit he'd taken, or the dawning realization that he was in a very significant amount of trouble. "Show me the arm, please."
I don't have a good view of your internals, sir.
They floated within the clouds, and Perry waited for his robot butler to suggest the obvious thing, but Marsh had no suggestion, nor elaboration. "You can listen in," Perry prompted. "Make a determination that way. Get some kind of sonar of the body." He felt pale.
Ah, yes, sir. Just a moment.
There was a long pause, and Perry worried. He didn't know what he'd do without Marsh, and wondered whether he should shut the computer down. That was something people did when their phone took some damage, right? The first thing you were supposed to do was shut the phone off so it didn't get worse. But Perry needed to know how bad his arm was. Marsh had said medical attention, and he might retain function. But Perry thought that probably assumed medicine at the level that had been available in Richter's world.
Here, sir.
An image of Perry's arm appeared on the HUD, false-colored in a way that only a machine would do. The bone in lime green, the flesh in magenta, with yellow veins and arteries. It was a mess, even at first blush. A piece of the armor had broken, pushing in, which must have been what caused the fracture in the first place. The bone was in 6 pieces, some of them small. The whole thing held together by the hasty internal tourniquet, which was so tight that it was cutting off sensation, or possibly that was severe nerve damage. Perry was shaking. Cold sweat was beading on his face. He wasn't sure he could survive this. The thought of going to a hospital here, to be operated on by barbers, was horrifying. They would amputate, if they didn't kill him outright. He wasn't even sure that they knew about germs. Perry's mother used to say, "Well, we got along without all this modern stuff for a long time." But she'd been wrong. People hadn't gotten along. They'd simply died from their wounds and everyone else had gotten along without them. "No, no, no," Perry moaned. He flew back into the city. He was on a ticking clock now, and he hoped that Flora had the answer. Chapter 27. Change. Perry limped into Flora's apartment from the balcony, his cloak having been lost along the way, maybe when he fell from the roof. He was dripping blood from his injured arm, and his fingers weren't twitching as well as they once had. There was a slight delay to when he told his fingers to move and when they actually moved.
You understand what a tourniquet is, don't you?
Asked Flora.
It stops the flow of blood. Your arm needs blood. It's going to cause damage. Might have already. 4 hours, tops.
"It's been 20 minutes, said Perry, if that. She wasn't making him feel any better.
You can't go to the hospital. You're right, they'll amputate. I've seen more than enough amputees in my life. Remnants of the Reclamation War.
She was looking Perry over, while she could see anything through the armor. "You said it takes a week to turn someone. That it was a slow process." He'd taken his helmet off, and he knew that he was looking pale. The tourniquet was stopping the worst of it, but there was a bit of internal bleeding.
You said they had a Chalmers cannon.
"I don't know what that is, but they announced themselves as the King's Men. They were vampires. They had the lightning gloves, and yeah, they had long-barreled artillery that they in no way should have been able to lift. It was a setup, one with more firepower than I could have imagined." Flora prodded his arm, and Perry let out a hiss of breath.
If you don't get this handled, you're going to die.
"Yeah, I was hoping that you had something to help."
We don't have healing. Not among the vampires.
She looked worried and kept looking him over like she might be able to find a silver lining. "I don't want my arm cut off. No way I'm going to one of your hospitals, leaving my armor behind." He hesitated. "Outside the vampires?"
Outside them?
"You said something before, about other creatures under the custom. You thought that I was one of the fair folk or something. An elf."
I wouldn't treat with the Fae even if I knew where to find them. You'd keep your arm and give up your eyes for it.
She swallowed.
But you're right. There are other solutions. Ways that we might keep you alive.
"Bad ways?" asked Perry, seeing her look. Because you said we have 4 hours until there's permanent damage, until the arm just dies, and I don't know what you're talking about, so—
Don't panic. Stay calm.
Right. I need to lie down, to take off this armor. But I think if I remove the wrong piece, the tourniquet will fail.
Stay where you are. Go lie down on the bed.
I'm bleeding.
I've cleaned up blood in the bed before. Don't go to sleep. I'll be back soon.
Perry swallowed.
I'd really rather you didn't leave.
I need to go get someone. It's permanent, the change, but you've been wanting power, and this is the only way to keep you whole. If you're soul damned.
What will I become?
A werewolf. There are 5 in Teaguewater, an immigrant family. They're across town, but if I can get one of them here, it's possible.
She bit her lip.
You're more fragile than the stories.
Perry swayed on his feet. The adrenaline was leaving him, the knot of anxiety over losing his arm giving way to a kind of grim acceptance. He was lightheaded, and really did need to lie down. Lying in Flora's bed, waiting for her to return, Perry first went through some of the basic diagnostics that Richter had shown him, which showed damage to some of the computing substrate that was located in the chest. Microchips were delicate things, and couldn't take all that much damage. And aside from extreme hardening, there were a few other strategies to not allow the suits to have a catastrophic failure. One of those was distributing the nerve centers of the suits to various places on the body, so that a single cannonball to the chest didn't take the whole thing out. There wasn't much that Perry could do, though. All the steps he might have taken, Marsh had already taken automatically. Perry looked at his wounds, as presented by Marsh, rotating the image of his body, looking at vital signs that he was in no way equipped to interpret. This was as close as he'd come to death, and he might still die. In the back of his mind, he was wondering whether or not Cosme was telling the truth, that he'd go to the next world one way or another. He didn't believe Cosme, though. It felt like a lie. Cosme had given no specifics about his previous world, and that was the first thing that Perry would have given, if there had ever been a chance for trading information. Flora came back an hour later with an old, hunched man in tow. Perry had drifted off, and only knew that time had passed because Marsh had put up a clock on the HUD.
You'll have to take off the helmet,
said Flora. Perry did, though it was more difficult with only a single working hand. He twitched his fingers in his left hand, or tried to, but they were no longer moving at all. It was different with the helmet removed. The air had that characteristic Teaguewater smell, smog and soot, and a faint dampness from Flora's apartment. The smell was mingled with the smell of Perry's blood, which hadn't been quite so strong from within the armor. The old man had gaunt cheeks, and eyes that were rheumy and too yellow. He wore a cap, which he took off and held in his hands when Perry's helmet came off.
"He's sure?"
the man asked.
Yes, very sure.
Perry wasn't sure that was how he would characterize it.
"The Jade Council has said it's okay?"
the man asked. He had a thick accent, unplaceable, which was no surprise. Flora had called him an immigrant, but not said from where, and from the map of the world Perry had seen, most of the countries were unrecognizable, and the ones that Perry did find familiar were probably just false cognates.
There's authorization,
said Flora, which was almost certainly a lie. She was already out on a limb with Perry.
He needs this, to save his life.
The man nodded. He opened his mouth, and fangs extended, crooked yellow teeth looking stained from tobacco. Perry closed his eyes, waiting for the feel of the bite, but opened them as the man began to whimper. He was pulling one of the fangs out, gripping it with his fingers, and after a long moment of tensed, wiry muscles, the fang came loose. He moved forward, and Perry shirked back as the man's bloody fingers tried to push the yellowed fang in his face.
Let it happen.
"You prepared him?"
asked the man. The werewolf.
As much as possible,
said Flora, which was another lie. The man moved forward and slipped the fang between Perry's lips. It was large and sharp, like the largest pill that Perry had ever swallowed, and that was clearly what was expected from him. The man placed his calloused hand over Perry's mouth, and when Perry didn't swallow the fang, the man pinched Perry's nose as well. Perry was still in the suit and felt the urge to punch the man in the face, but this was all to save his life, so he swallowed the fang down. The man left without another word, not a single mention of aftercare or what would actually happen. The moon wasn't out, but Perry didn't even know whether that would matter. He was having immediate regrets, but his arm had started to hurt again, and he lay there with his eyes closed.
We need to get you out of the armor.
It's the only thing holding me together. He opened his eyes to look at her. There was something in the way she was watching him that he didn't like. It was curiosity, he thought.
I'm not sure that I can hold you down with the armor on.
Will you need to?
The change for werewolves comes with rage. You'll want to kill. You'll be flooded with emotion. I'll stop you, but if you're wearing the armor, you might overpower me.
Perry twitched his fingers and was rewarded with actual movement this time. Sensation was returning to his arm, and with it, pain. If he was going to take the armor off, it needed to be soon. Marsh, emergency release.
That's not available while the Zeus Killer protocol is in effect, sir,
said Marchand, voice coming from the speakers on the chest. Then stop the Zeus Killer. And when you do the release, not the injured arm, okay?
Very well, sir. Emergency release in progress.
The power armor unlatched itself and came off easily, all but the arm, where the tourniquet was still in place. Flora did most of the work and examined the armor as she removed it, looking inside of it. Perry had never left her alone with it before, but he needed her help here. It's custom made for me, designed around my body. Flora nodded, though he wasn't sure whether she understood the implication. He was going to be out of it, he knew, more vulnerable than he'd been before, and all the alarms that Marchand had to offer wouldn't help him if he couldn't do anything about them. Perry was left in the skin suit, which he wore below the armor, and Flora helped him to peel it off, since it was soaked with his blood. His chest wasn't bruised, but it would be in another few hours. It was puffy and raw where he'd taken the hit, just at the bottom of his rib cage. It was only because the suit had protected him that he hadn't broken a rib. How long does this take? Asked Perry. He was down to his underwear, which was technically another part of the skin suit.
I don't know. There are only 5 werewolves in Teaguewater. I'm not supposed to induct people as vampires, let alone werewolves.
She was looking him over, and under other circumstances, her looking at him while he was stripped down to his underwear might have stirred something in him. I can feel the arm. I'm healing?
I don't know. I've been told that you'll feel it when the change comes in full.
Will I need to avoid the moon?
You have the armor,
said Flora, glancing at where it lay on the floor.
So long as you wear it, you won't feel the effects. It's tempered by sunlight, too, so during the day it will have less impact. To fully heal the arm, you'll need full moonlight. You'll transform, grow wild. It will take some time to get it under control, but they do. Eventually.
I don't want to hurt people, said Perry. Flora gave him a somewhat pitying look.
No, Perry. You do. I can see it in you. You're quick to fight. You want to kill the other thresholder, and after you're done here, you'll go to other worlds and fight other people.
I meant civilians, said Perry. There was no use denying that he wanted a fight. Flora gave a slow nod.
Can you feel it yet?
No, said Perry, moving his tongue over his teeth. I can still taste it, though.
I'll get you water,
said Flora. She was in the small kitchenette when it happened. Perry felt it as a bloom across his chest, which went down his injured arm. It was like a shot of whiskey to the gut, hot cocoa on a freezing winter day, and he clenched his fists, trying to keep from letting out a guttural shout. He clenched both fists, even the one on the injured hand. "Release the tourniquet,"
Are you certain, sir?
asked Marchand. The armor was mostly off to one side in a pile, and Marsh was barely audible.
You're still gravely injured. I recommend medical attention at the nearest hospital.
"Yes, I'm sure." The tourniquet released, and sensation came flooding back. Hot pain through the whole of his arm, and no small amount of blood. Perry had been right, though, and the arm was healing. The severed artery was no longer causing him to hemorrhage blood. Still, blood dripped from the arm down onto the bed, and Perry felt bad about making a mess. But the flow of blood was a trickle, and he could move his arm again, albeit with severe pain. He could feel things moving around within his arm, the fractured bone resetting itself somehow, and the pain was fading away.
It will, at least, save your life.
"Is that it?" asked Perry, looking down.
No,
Said Flora. She began stripping off her clothes.
you're going to feel more.
"Why are you stripping?"
To keep the blood off my clothes.
The anger came on quickly. So quickly that Perry almost missed that it was happening, and his muscles seemed to swell as the emotion rushed through his body. He wanted to punch someone, to grab someone by their jaw and wrench their mouth apart, to pick someone up by their throat and push them into a wall. He wished for a gun, for a weapon, for claws, and found that he had claws. Flora grabbed his wrists, and he snarled at her before he remembered himself. Her pale face was placid. "I'm fine," said Perry. His claws retracted without him willing them. It had been a frightening moment, at least in retrospect, but it was past. The bleeding in his arm had now fully stopped, and he was left with only a dull pain, which was fantastic given that he'd had a compound fracture.
It's going to get worse,
said Flora, releasing her grip on his wrists. She was in her underwear too, and Perry had been about to repeat to himself something about other circumstances when he realized that it was doing something for him. Will there be waves like that? Worse ones? Flora nodded.
Worse and longer. We're going to be at this all night.
"I don't want to hurt you," said Perry. With most of her clothes gone, she seemed smaller and more fragile. The underwear was wildly out of fashion by Earth standards, longer and bulkier, with no fine lines. But it showed flesh, especially her legs.
You did, in the moment. You will.
"We should go. I can fly away, off into the wilderness, where I won't hurt anyone."
No. Even if you could take me with your magical sword, I don't think I could handle you if the rage happens while you're in the air. And if you go alone, there's no one to protect you. Or to stop you. Ideally, you'd be manacled to the wall of a cave, but we don't have the time or resources.
"So this is the plan? We're just wrestling through the night while I turn into a werewolf?"
Yes.
She adjusted her underwear, then looked down at the top and removed it too. The bottoms followed, and then she was completely nude. She moved her clothes far away from them, and his eyes were glued to her.
Try not to scream in my apartment. I have neighbors. They wouldn't come complain. They know I'm a gendarme, but they might report me.
"I won't scream."
You won't be in control of yourself. I'm hoping that you manage to hold on, but if you scream, I'm going to keep you quiet.
"You can gag me."
I'm waiting for the next wave.
She had gotten into a stance, arms at her sides like she was going to tackle him.
Then yes, I'll tie you up and gag you. Not that you won't be strong enough to break through any bonds. You'd rip off handcuffs like they were paper and bite straight through leather.
"That's not good," said Perry. He looked down at his body, which was soon going to betray him. Spoiler alert, he thought to himself.
You're alive, aren't you?
Asked Flora. He was staring at her pale face and outstretched arms when it came on again. He was expecting it this time, but nothing he could do would make it stop. No thought would keep it at bay. The anger boiled to the surface. His fingers extended into claws. The hair grew thick on his forearms. And if he'd still been wearing the blood-soaked skin suit, he thought that he'd have ripped at it as his muscles swelled up. Flora stopped him as he moved toward the door. He was only dimly aware that he'd been moving, had no real idea where he was going, and his anger turned toward this small creature that had dared to get in his way. He snarled at her, and she looked at him calmly, then blocked him again as he moved toward the door once more. He raised his arm to backhand her, and she simply stood there, unfazed, which only enraged him further. The anger faded before he could hit her, though, and he felt himself shrink back down. Sorry.
It's not you. This is what a werewolf is. I expect you'll attack me before the night is out. Probably more than once. You might even injure me.
I won't.
You need to understand what you are now. You won't be like this all the time, but when the moon is full in the sky, you'll feel an instinct toward violence.
I don't like that, said Perry, shaking his head.
How many people have you killed since you've been here?
Perry thought about that.
More than you can count?
I don't know. Some of them got away. Some of them might have died later. I'm not a violent person. I was just a soldier. And if people attack me, tonight, that's what happened. It was an ambush.
Sometimes a person is forced into certain courses of action. Other times they jump in feet first. You're going to rage out again and again, and I'd rather you were thinking calm thoughts.
The thought of Richter went through Perry's mind, and that seemed to bring on the rage, more overwhelming this time. He did strike out at Flora, unthinking only to have her move quickly and stop him, catching the blow with the first sign of emotion she'd shown since he turned. Anger of her own, or at least irritation. He tried pulling back, as he'd meant to punch her, but she held him, not quite in place because he was larger, but preventing him from winding up. When he made to howl at her, her hand went out and closed around his throat, cutting him off. Perry came to his senses while he was in the middle of struggling against her. Coming to his senses meant realizing how much their bodies had been pressing against each other. He'd felt her fingers spreading out on the flat on his chest. His chin had bumped against her collarbone. Sorry.
It will never be so strong as tonight,
said Flora. Her hair was out of place, though she wasn't showing the slightest sign of sweat, despite having held him off. She was so much shorter than him, so much smaller. You're stronger than me.
I am. Barely.
She was already bloodied, his blood from his arm. Some of it where she'd grabbed him, and in other places where there was a spray from his motion. She'd been right to dress down. She was naked and blood-spattered.
You'll heal back from injuries. I'm sorry if I need to injure you to keep you from shouting. We're trying to do this stealthily. It should have been done in the woods, but you might have died getting there.
Perry was growing worried by the waves of anger. He was healing more with each of them, settling into the transformation. And it was a transformation, even if it had started subtle. He didn't want to hurt her, and more than that, didn't want to hurt anyone else, whatever else she might think of him. He wanted to go through the worlds and gain power, but not power with caveats, not power that would warp him. The vampires were cool and dispassionate, calculated, but it seemed a werewolf was something else, and he was learning only slowly what that was. Mood swings that he'd have to avoid by staying out of the moonlight, strength that he'd need power to lock up. He could have used the suit of armor, locking it down so that he couldn't move, but he wasn't sure that he wouldn't damage it from the inside. Flora was watching him, looking for the anger in him. I'm sorry that this was necessary, that you need to do this for me.
It's the power you are seeking. Your immortal soul is safe. The werewolves are afflicted. They haven't lost a piece of themselves.
He grew angry with her then, and her religious ideas she was pushing against him, as though this was a better outcome. He was going to be trapped like this, the permanence of the change more complete than the loss of an arm, because at least an arm could be replaced with a prosthetic, regrown through magic. But what would anyone be able to do about this? And it was her fault, so he went at her, tackling her because striking her with his fists hadn't worked. She flipped him, and he landed cleanly on the couch, soft and quiet, with only the sound of the couch moving its legs against the floorboards as he landed. He was going to scramble to his feet, but she landed on top of him, bony body holding him tight, her hands against his wrists. He made to scream, to howl, and she pressed her mouth against his. He was still kissing her when the anger passed, and he pulled back, eyes on her. She had blood on her face. He bit her lip. She was sitting on his stomach. "Sorry,"
Do not scream in my apartment,
was all she said. "It's not just rage. It's passion."
It's the base and animal.
She was staring into his eyes.
You at least stop trying to kill me.
"I wasn't—"
To hurt me, then.
She was still on top of him, though she'd let go of his wrists.
Save the rest of your apologies until after the night has passed. It's early yet. This is going to keep happening. There will be more to apologize for once the night is through. Better to get the sorries done all at once.
Chapter 28. Vacillation. The waves of anger were deep and unsettling, but perhaps more unsettling was the way that Perry felt perfectly fine once they had passed. For 5 or 10 minutes, he would be himself again. Maybe a little bit tired, but in no way mentally affected. And it always felt like he was going to stay like that. Then the cycle would repeat itself, and he would transform, just a bit, growing more muscular, hairier, his fingernails extending into claws. Or not extending so much as growing out at great speed. He didn't understand how that was possible, but he didn't have much time to think about it. Flora was there with him through the whole of it. He'd taken his aggression out on her in more ways than one. It was just after noon when one of those breaks from the anger lasted longer than the others, and then just kept lasting, until it had been 30 minutes with nothing.
I think we're done,
said Flora. She was sitting beside him on the bed, naked, just as he was.
I'm going to shower.
What do I do if it comes on again?
Come find me,
shrugged Flora. She had claw marks in several places, red gashes, which didn't seem to be bothering her. She had assured him during one of the quiet periods that she would heal.
But you'll need to learn to live with this, in the long term.
You said to save my apologies until it was all over. So, I'm sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. You saved my life.
Your life was worth saving.
She turned and went to the bathroom. She'd been stronger than him, had managed to weather the storm, but he'd gotten her a few times, especially with his claws. He'd learned as the night had gone on. Even as he was trying to hold back, he was still getting better at knowing how to slip past her. If the night had gone on much longer, he might have more seriously wounded her. Not that gashes he left with his claws wouldn't have killed a normal woman. Now more solidly himself, Perry sat and thought. His thoughts were of Flora, her creamy skin, the way her sweat-damp hair stuck to her forehead as she tried to hold him in place. How good it had felt to hurt her. How enraged he'd been as she held onto his throat with a death grip to keep him from howling at her. She'd managed to keep him mostly silent, through various tactics, and they had wrestled each other back and forth across her apartment. The sounds were those of furious scrambling and slapping flesh. He tried to ground himself in more practical matters, to take his mind off the complicated feelings the night had brought on. Being a werewolf had anti-synergy in some ways. He wouldn't be able to use the claws while he was in the armor, and transformation was right out. The quick release from the armor, designed mostly to avoid a major catastrophe, might allow him to change tactics in a heartbeat. but then he'd be left to pick up the pieces of the armor. The extra strength wouldn't help him at all while the armor was on, and if he was going into a fight, he would be wearing the armor. The way he saw it, the way he chose to see it, was that he was shoring up a major weakness and giving up relatively little in return. He wouldn't be constrained by his diet, since werewolves apparently ate more meat but remained omnivores, and he'd need to hide from the moon. But he already had the power armor, which would provide protection. He would be able to move around without worrying too much about an ambush, especially with the sword in hand. He'd have preferred something that added together different strengths. But this was more a matter of different modes which could be switched between as the situation called for. Flora stepped out of the bathroom, still naked, still wounded, seeming unconcerned at his gaze. He had no idea what the sexual mores of this world were, as that was a topic that hid in the shadows and was hard to figure out without offending someone. But the women dressed rather conservatively, and he suspected that it wasn't too far off the late 1800s on Earth. She gave him an appraising look as she toweled off.
I need to go to work. You should shower too.
Work, said Perry, swallowing thickly. You're going to work? After all that? Flora nodded.
I'll have been missed. My partner knows nothing about who I am and what I do, but he thinks I'm flaky already. I've proven myself more than once, but that only buys me so much leeway. And there are limits to what he'll cover for.
You haven't slept.
I can survive on a deficit. I'll come back here and crash once I'm done with my duties as Jade Imperator.
You're going to both jobs? Look, last night—
We got through it,
said Flora. She raised a hand and pressed her slender fingers against the most serious of the wounds. 4 red furrows in her skin that ran from her collarbone to the bottom of her rib cage, crossing her left breast.
This will heal. It won't even scar.
Perry nodded. She seemed unconcerned. He tried to be unconcerned too, but she was right. This wasn't just something that had happened that night. This was something he would need to live with in one way or another. He had no illusions that he would be able to hide away for every full moon. But a werewolf could learn control, with time. Flora began putting on her clothes, and Perry watched her. He was still sitting there, naked, badly in need of a shower, but something was keeping him pinned in place. Once he started moving, he would need to deal with things, to accept the new reality, to clean himself up, then clean up the room, then check over Marchand and the armor. It was easier just to watch her. Most of the smaller scratches were already gone. He'd been stunned by the events of the last night, and didn't know where he stood with her, only that he owed her. When she was dressed in her uniform, she turned to him. She looked presentable, put together, and his mind called up the images of the night before, sweat and blood, both of them raw. She walked over and leaned down to kiss him on the lips. It was slow and tender, lingering. Then she left without another word. It took Perry 10 minutes to get up from the bed and go shower off. He was still getting used to the shower, which was a luxury in this time and place. The water pressure was low, and the temperature was lukewarm at best, with the water released by a chain rather than a knob or anything else. The soap seemed to cling to his skin, leaving a thin film that felt terrible, and he probably could have spent the rest of the day listing complaints, though he'd kept those to himself. Seraphinus had only baths, and those more rarely than he would have liked. He was hoping that one of the next worlds would have proper hygiene, or perhaps even something that was another leap of technology above what his own world had been able to offer. Flora wasn't the first woman since Richter. There had been the handmaiden in Seraphinus. He'd kissed her, which had been a mistake, but nothing had come of it one way or another. That had felt like a betrayal of Richter's memory. With Flora, that feeling was so much stronger. He could still smell her in the room, pungent in a way that stirred something in him. When the shower was over, Perry toweled himself off and went out of the bathroom, where he was left to confront the destruction that he'd caused the night before. The bed sheets were likely a total loss, bloody and torn, and there was damage to the bed frame, to the floors, to the walls. So many places and so extensive that there was no hope that he could deal with it. If Flora had a landlord, he didn't know whether she did. It seemed like cause to evict her, even if she was a gendarme. Still, Perry did the best he could, and once he was finished, he needed to rinse off again. Flora had done a fairly good job of containing him to one specific area of her apartment, which meant that the kitchenette hadn't been destroyed. But he worried about how much this would ultimately cost her. Textiles of this era were cheaper, but not so cheap that it was a matter of $20 at Walmart. He resolved to give her another of the gold coins to help pay for a new mattress and bed sheets, though he wasn't entirely clear on the relative values of money. Perry had been putting it off, but he finally had no choice but to look at the armor. There was a sizable dent in the chest, one which went right alongside the vertical cut he'd gotten from the first fight with Cosme. In fact, that cut might have exacerbated the damage, since it gave the armor more flex than it normally would have had. It was the arm where the worst of the damage was. Perry swore as he moved it, feeling the articulation. The whole thing was gummy with coagulated blood, some of which came off in dried flakes. The metal was some wonder alloy, lightweight and durable, capable of spreading out force. But it was bent, and Perry felt like there was no way that he would ever be able to unbend it. Not that it would have helped all that much. The arm wasn't completely ruined, not like he thought that it would be when he was in the depths of panic the night before. But he was going to have to favor his right arm, and the suit would no longer be watertight, let alone airtight. He put on the helmet. Marsh, status report.
I'm afraid I must report that the status is not good, sir. Damage to the left arm is critical, and there's been some further degradation to core processing since last night.
Degradation?
Primary spoilage of the data storage, sir,
said Marchand, tone as level as ever. It was, per Richter, very easy to get AI to do proper tonal alteration, but she'd chosen Marsh to be unflappable and calm in all circumstances, up to and including the use of nuclear weapons, which had apparently happened considerably more than twice in her timeline. What did we lose?
Video, sir. I had taken the liberty of making redundant backups of text and pictures, but the amount of video the suit has captured over the last 9 months has been significantly past operating limits, as I believe I've warned you before. Had you connected to the servers as instructed, sir, the loss of data would have been minimal.
What did we lose? Perry asked again.
I'm afraid the answer to that question is long and complicated, sir. There were hundreds of video files across a time period spanning the last year.
Perry swore.
Quite, sir.
I had asked you to make transcripts. Do you still have those?
I do, sir.
Perry let out a breath. He was most worried about losing the conversations with Ramald, which were largely about magic. And while Perry had no intent to spend 20 years of his life becoming a wizard, he had thought there was something there. He'd taken scans of books out of the world, too, and had hoped to put them to use at some point, if they weren't outclassed by any other things on offer through the many worlds. What about the videos of Richter? Asked Perry, as the thought suddenly occurred to him. It was the second most important set of videos to him. Maybe the most important. There was a long pause.
Excuse me, I'm checking, sir.
Perry sat there, feeling anxious. He knew the videos, their content, the specific clips he'd gone back to from time to time in Seraphinus before swearing off looks to the past.
I have 3 videos featuring Mistress Richter. I apologize, but I don't have a firm grasp on how many there originally were.
Show me. They weren't the ones he'd been thinking of. Seeing her was still like a dagger to the heart. But these were incidental pieces of video, the kind that he almost would have been fine deleting. One was simply from one of the cameras inside the lab, which showed her cross-legged in her chair, typing away with hammer-like force at her keyboard. The whole thing ran for 2 hours with only a single interruption when she went to make tea. Start on recovery efforts.
I took the liberty of intensive recovery efforts last night, sir. This is what was recovered.
Perry very nearly threw the helmet against the floor, but it was too precious a thing to do that. Instead, he merely set it down for a moment and took a deep breath. When he put it back on, he asked the question he should have asked from the start.
How are you doing? What does the system check look like?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you for asking. I'm in dire need of repairs and replacement parts, but once that's taken care of, I'll be right as rain. I ran extensive diagnostics while you were occupied with Mistress Kaminska, and concluded that the core programming is without fault. Aside from the data loss and the reduction in overall processing power, I believe I should be able to provide roughly equivalent operational support, including scouting, reconstructions, captioning, and others. There have been only 3 times since last servicing that I ran into significant processing bottlenecks. I would, however, advise against combat until repairs can be completed.
Perry let out a sigh. That wasn't quite as bad as he'd expected. That he wasn't routinely using Marsh's full processing power was a given. But when he thought about it, he had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Marsh, those 3 times, can you pinpoint them? Tell me what was going on when they happened.
All 3 occasions were combat scenarios, sir. The most recent one was when sensors were covered with blood, and I was forced to reconstruct the scene for you from other sources in real time.
Perry swore. That wasn't good either. 3 times over the past 9 months didn't sound bad, but 3 times when there was most need sounded a lot worse.
There was something wrong with the display as well, a way in which the colors were off. And while that was annoying, it wasn't likely going to prove fatal. If Marchand was putting things in false colors, though, it was a sign that something deeper was wrong with the AI beyond just a loss of computing power. Perry spent some time with the armor, especially the injured arm, being guided through further investigation and repair by Marchand. There was nothing that they could do without the proper tools and replacement parts, though, neither of which were available. Perry inquired into having those parts made, and Marchand was able to rattle off specifications, but it was going to be hopeless with the material science that they had available in this world, and Marchand wasn't enough of an engineer to come up with unique solutions using Victorian-era technologies from an alternate timeline. Around noon, Perry realized how hungry he was, and finding nothing for him in the chiller and an apartment bare of food, he decided to go out. He slipped the earbud in, breathing a sigh of relief that it still fit as well as it had. He had changed, but the changes were relatively subtle. More hair on his face and forearms, across his chest, less body fat, more tone to his muscles, a sort of wiry strength that went beyond anything he'd had before. He could smell more keenly, though not make full sense of what he was smelling. And he could see a bit better, more vividly. Which was when the other shoe dropped and he realized that it probably wasn't a problem with the display, it was a problem with his vision. The armor's display was calibrated for a human's senses, RGB for the cones of the human retina and activation spikes, or something like that. Maybe he had more cones now, 4 instead of 3. Or maybe they were just responding differently. But he had no idea how he'd fix that, or whether it could be fixed without months or years of engineering work to create something entirely new. Stepping out into the city as an undercover werewolf felt different. He looked in the mirror
like he was barely restrained by his suit, the animal on him seeming to waft off like a sour scent. No one looked at him, though, maybe because of the glamour. He felt his fangs with his tongue and practiced sliding them down, though they seemed to do it of their own accord sometimes, often at the sight of meat. He ate a sandwich from a local place and resisted the urge to pick out the leafy greens from it. He needed to prove to himself that he could survive if the next world only had plants to eat. So far, at least, the worlds had been hospitable, had atmosphere, people, food, water, even if they were like Teaguewater and the air and water were polluted, the city wasting away in its own sickness. It felt so much better to be out in the open with some real power. He wasn't so worried about not being armored, because he could bounce back from even severe injuries now. Flora was right. His arm wasn't fully healed, but it was a dull ache now, hurting when he moved it, rather than the agony that it had been the night before. He'd been bruised during the night with her, but the bruises were already yellowing, and he imagined they would be gone by the next day. He was itching for a fight. Flora had said that he wanted to hurt people, and he had to admit that she had a point, so long as they were the right sorts of people. He wanted to test the limits of his newfound power, to get in a brawl and smash someone's face in. It was hard to know whether this was a result of him being a werewolf now, but he thought that it wasn't. He felt clear-headed, and a desire to beat someone to death wasn't exactly new. Back on Earth, he'd bought into a lot of ideas about justice and power, the ways in which the criminal justice system was failing people, the thought that retribution did approximately nothing for anyone. Rehabilitation was the path forward. And wasn't it an utter shame that the United States had such a high number of prisoners per capita? That baked-in idealism had hit the face of cold, hard reality when he'd met Mordant. And even then, he'd held on to the tatters of that worldview. He hadn't finished Mordant off. He was past all of that now, though. And when he thought of the anger he felt, the need to fight, it was only with a mind toward doing it in a way that was productive and directed. Last night hadn't just been a mistake because he'd walked into a trap. It had been a mistake because he hadn't run when he had the chance. He'd been too ready to throw down when the circumstances didn't call for it. Better to find his enemies and fight them on his own terms. Come at them when they were surprised, not when they had cannons that were specifically brought in order to take him down. He spent some time around the city, enjoying the newfound sense of security. He was still demonstrably weaker than a vampire, but he had the sword, and a bullet to the gut or a knife to the kidney would no longer be fatal. He went back to the library, paying their membership fee, and spent some time looking through the books, trying to find some evidence of thresholders. The incidents that Flora had mentioned were a part of history, but the actual events were only in the books as earthquakes or natural disasters, and if not that, then talked about with an air of uncertainty. It was hard to believe that thresholders could reach that power level, but not that hard. He wondered how many worlds they had been through, and what kind of matchmaking there was to place two thresholders of roughly the same level together. Would it always be even? Or would there be blowouts? Would he need to worry that he'd run into someone with metal manipulation power that could tear apart the suit? Cosme had better powers overall, less prone to being destroyed or needing maintenance. The history books had no firm answers to Perry's questions, though. Flora still hadn't produced one of the Jade Scholars for Perry. She had said that it presented some difficulties, and he believed her. But it had been long enough now that she should have found a solution to those problems. He needed to know about them, to understand the course of a thresholder's life, to peek at what was in store for him. There was power ahead, and powerful opponents, but the specifics were too vague. He had books of magic from Seraphinus, stored within Marchand's drives, and he would get to those eventually, once other low-hanging fruit had been plucked. Once he was ready to embark on a course of learning that would take at least a decade. optimistically. Perry collected more food and returned to the apartment around sundown, having spent most of the day among the books. They'd taught him much about the world and its customs, though nothing that was particularly actionable or engaging on more than a purely intellectual level. Their understanding of their own history was much better than the myths and fables of Seraphinus. But it was clear that the sciences were still in their infancy. Still, he had enjoyed the books, and had little trouble with them aside from the opaque references and odd vocabulary. It had helped him assure himself that he hadn't been turned into a brute when he'd become a werewolf. He could still think, and that was something he'd always prided himself on. The moon had been out through the day, which was unexpectedly clear, but he'd felt no effects from it. Flora had said that moonlight would be counteracted by sunlight, which meant he'd be safe, but he would need to test the limits of what would make him change. He didn't know what the change would be like either, since it would be more of a transformation than just a wave of rage coming over him. When he came back to the apartment, Flora was there, and it was shocking to see how much of an effect she had on him. The intimacy of the night before came back with enough force to crush him, a wave of emotional turmoil and sense memories. What stuck out most clearly was the kiss she'd given him before she'd left, which had been given freely, unmotivated by a desire to keep him quiet, or as a way to redirect his anger. He felt like they knew each other to their core. It was like she'd ripped open his rib cage and licked his heart. That was a stupid thing to feel. They had hardly begun to share their pasts. They came from wildly different cultures, and it was still how he felt. Perhaps it was just lingering lust. He wondered whether that was how she felt, how it had happened from her perspective. "How are you doing?"
Dog-tired,
said Flora, which he didn't think was a joke.
Last night's altercation, the one you had in the city, not the one that happened here, raised the alarms all over. Those alarms then got shut down by the Hammer General, the leader of the gendarme who answers directly to the king.
So they were the king's men.
They would almost have to have been, to have that kind of artillery.
She rubbed her face.
Sorry, we had so little time to speak with everything else.
Get some sleep if you need it. It can wait until tomorrow. Are you okay? The claw marks are healing? Flora nodded. Her eyes moved over him.
You were able to contain yourself today?
Perry nodded. Honestly, I didn't feel much different.
Just the usual amount of killing intent,
asked Flora, arching an eyebrow. I cleaned up as much as I could and went to the library, ate some food, enjoyed not feeling like someone was going to stick a dagger in my back.
You're still vulnerable. No one will be safe from you when there's a full moon, but under sunlight you're not much stronger than you were.
She looked at the bed.
Thank you for cleaning.
The place was still a mess. There was blood, the scent of it heavy in the air, and claw marks, as well as teeth marks in one place, which he thought had been from her rather than him. She had bought new sheets and put them in place, and washed off the mattress as much as possible, but that was clearly a lost cause.
I did enjoy parts of last night. I hope that's clear.
I didn't know that, no. I hurt you.
Not all the time.
Her eyes were still on the bed. Ah, said Perry. It had all been overwhelming, but there had been times he didn't hate here, times when it had all been passion and desperate, aching need. It was all done without talking about it first. I think in that state, I might have held you down even if you were struggling.
I know.
She raised an eyebrow.
I could feel that from you.
That's not the sort of person I am. I try to make certain that
It's why I'm letting you know that I enjoyed those parts of it.
You're absolving me?
I am,
she said simply. Perry turned away from her. There were too many memories swimming in his head from the night before. It was difficult to process them all, and he'd behaved like a monster. She was absolving him, telling him that it was okay for her, or maybe even good, when he wasn't trying to rip her throat out. I have my reply to Cosme. He turned back to look at her. I won't send it out tonight, though. Flora gave an absent nod.
You're going to bait him out?
No. I'm going to exchange information, then set a date.
A date?
The next full moon. Flora's nod was slow. The gears were turning in her head. She looked pretty when she was thinking, and the memories of the night before were simply staying in his head, taking up residence, along with the unprompted kiss she'd given when she left. He'd have thought that he'd gotten it all out of his system, every molecule of desire squeezed from him. But apparently not.
There will be preparations to make.
Yes. Ideally, we'd have reinforcements, because he's sure not to come alone.
I need sleep,
said Flora. She was still in her gendarme uniform, and began shrugging out of it as she eyed the bed. She needed less sleep than a human, but she'd been burning the candle at both ends, and had gone through the last night with a great deal of effort and exertion. He'd been surprised that she'd gone to work rather than calling in sick. As she shed the uniform, she revealed bare, pale skin, and the wounds he'd given her. They had healed less than he would have liked, but the lines were thinner, if no less red. When she was down to her underwear, she turned to look at him.
You probably need your sleep too.
When she went to the bed, Perry followed. Chapter 29. The brains of the operation. Perry broadcast his message for Cosme with some trepidation. He was worried about a counterattack, triangulation of the same sort he'd used. So he waited for a foggy night and set up his own radio equipment on top of the local college, Mirthheart. Perry had underestimated the engineering work that needed to go into making a radio transmitter, or at least making one with Marchand's help, though he was also cheating, using a large makeshift antenna and internal radio parts from the suit, specifically from the drone. He didn't intend to leave the message going on its own, though, and would put himself in harm's way, leaving as soon as the transmission was complete. He'd be using the same frequency and amplitude that Cosme had used, and would have to hope that Cosme was listening, or more likely, had someone who was listening. Perry's message was on the longer side, pre-recorded, and it answered Cosme's message with the things that he would want to know, mostly information on the 3 worlds that Perry had known before this one. He didn't care whether Cosme knew most of that, and was hungering to hear Cosme's own version of events. Cosme had lost a lot, sure, but he'd experienced 7 worlds. He knew what was out there to a far better extent than Perry did. 10 data points instead of, generously, 4. But it was more than that, because Cosme had opponents too, and must have learned at least a little something from them, even if it was just the extent of their powers before they'd smashed him in the face. It was hard to know what not to say. Obviously, Cosme had some inkling of what Perry could do, but if Perry went into the specifics of Richter's Earth, or into the poorly understood nature of Seraphinus's magic, it might reveal operationally useful information. The microfusion reactor at the core of the power armor needed to be a secret, as did Marchand. This limited what Perry felt he could say, and even the things that he thought were safe might have fatal flaws. He was also blind in many respects, since he might be revealing his ignorance of things that Cosme had available to him. Powers that came from other worlds that would only fool a person once. Still, Perry thought it was worth it, and he was putting in no small amount of time and effort into the communication. The worst-case scenario was that Cosme simply never responded. And in the best case, Perry would greatly expand his understanding of the worlds ahead. Clearly, magic was on the table, possibly in ready supply, and technology too if Richter's world was anything to go by. He needed to know what kinds of threats were out there, and more, what the possibilities for power were. It was a relief once the message was sent, and Perry immediately moved away from the roof he'd been standing on. He was careful with where he went, since the rooftops of Teaguewater had recently become home to soldiers, only some of them in disguise, and a few surely vampires of some variety. The farther he got, the more he put the priority on safety and secrecy than speed. But he saw no one, and didn't get any kind of chirp from Marchand. Once Perry had returned to the apartment and taken off his armor, he went straight back to Mirthheart, not just to see whether Cosme would send investigators, but because Flora had set up a meeting. The Austin and the Varcoli couldn't be trusted. Someone among their number had made some kind of deal with the king, it seemed. And while Flora hadn't yet been able to find out who had made that deal, nor when, the news was going to break among the Jade Council any day. The biggest implication, at least in Flora's opinion, was that some of the vampire factions would get left out in the cold. Much of it was dictated by the terms of their diets. Austin could eat bones that were years old, and the Varcoli could subsist on donated blood if it came to that. But the others weren't so fortunate. There weren't many of the Cerebral, but a few of them worked at Mirthheart.
The Cerebral aren't just the glamours they make,
Flora had explained.
They work in mind alteration, always with some material focus, medals. They work in amulets, but also rings, and they can be stretched to others. They're a backbone of the custom, allowing us to move in public, to paper over the worst of the offenses, and cause people to dismiss the peculiarities, too long necks, pointed ears, sharp teeth, pale skin. If need be, a targeted token can be made and given to a specific troublesome individual, which we've done before.
An anti-glamour?
In more ways than one. A glamour projects outward, changing minds, but this points inward, targeting the person who wears it. We give them only to specific people, those who would damage the custom most if they knew, or those who would be most likely to know. If you can slip the right ring on a man's finger, he'll refuse even the clearest evidence before his eyes. It's important that the ring stay on, though, that he never removes it and gives himself a moment of clarity.
But it can't just be that. I mean, the whole of being Cerebral, it's not about the custom and its maintenance, is it?
They play their cards close to their vests, but no, that's not everything. They traffic in thoughts, emotions, that sort of thing. Defeating it is easy, if you know it's there, but most people don't know it's there. They have more incentive to be secretive and a diet that's more stringent.
They're the natural allies of the custom. And they'll help us?
If we present our case,
Flora had said. That had been earlier, and Perry had been given plenty of time to adjust to the idea of having the Cerebral as allies. He hadn't been given anything to put on except the glamour, which he didn't wear in the apartment. But just for the sake of paranoia, he'd spent some time in the shower checking himself over. A ring that made you staunchly believe that everything under the custom was silly superstition was one thing. But if that were possible, then it seemed to Perry as though you could also make a ring that made you forget you were wearing a ring. Paranoia, certainly, but it had been worth the check. Down on ground level, Mirthheart wasn't all that different from any other old college as seen back on Earth. Perry had been on the campuses of Harvard, Yale, Oxford, and Cambridge, among others. Some of them as part of trips, others when he'd been applying to colleges for both undergrad and to see whether he was going to move when he got his master's. He hadn't actually ended up going to any of them, but he'd seen enough of them. Mirthheart had that same smell of old money and age, though it was trying to be that, competing for prestige with funding from the crown, and not nearly as old as it would have liked to have people believe. Still, the buildings were made of thick, solid stones, embellished by master masons, and the windows had some of the best glass that Perry had seen in this world, free from bubbles, warping, or imperfections. It was still beset by the same smog as the rest of the city, the fine craftsmanship of the buildings being dirtied by the very air, and the magnificent trees clearly struggling. They met their contact in his office, with Flora dressed in her civilian clothes, not wanting to draw attention. It was Perry's first time on a college campus in almost half a year, and he felt woefully out of place, not like a student at all, in part because he was routinely the tallest person around. Flora looked nothing like a student. But then, Mirthheart didn't allow female students. They had their own separate, smaller institute of learning, a case of casual sexism that wasn't all that jarring, given everything else in this world, but still rankled. Professor Mellon was a man with a thick white beard and wispy white hair that did its best to cover his shiny pate. His entire appearance seemed like it was meant to draw attention away from his face, which was a strategy that didn't entirely work on Perry, who was prepared for it. The man's spectacles and ostentatious collar drew the eye, as did the bushy and well-maintained beard. But the man's head was too large, almost bulging, and from time to time it shifted as though there was something moving around inside it. The glamour he wore was powerful, and Perry could feel his mind attempting to slip sideways. But once you knew, and the glamours were much more designed to keep people from noticing than they were designed to stop people from thinking about things they already knew. They had come to Mellon for two reasons. The first was that he was cerebral, and they wanted him on their side. But the second was that he was one of the vaunted Jade Scholars, and knew more about Thresholders than anyone else. "It's a long history," said Mellon, who gave them a warm greeting. He was a professor being asked to talk about an area of expertise, and in Perry's experience, that usually put professors in a good mood, especially if they were speaking to someone who they considered a novice. "It's a bloody history, and a few of the events we now believe to be Thresholders were not known as such at the time." "You have them catalogued?" "I do," said Mellon, nodding. "Not written down anywhere, of course. There would be too much risk for that. But I have them locked away up here." He tapped his own head. Perry caught, for just a moment, movement beneath the man's forehead, as though there was something squirming inside a soft skull. But then the thought was gone as soon as it had come. "The first, what we believe to be the first, was just prior to Anno Zero, the fall of Praski. Did you want them in full?" "I care less about the geopolitics and geography of these events, and more about what you can tell me about the Thresholders themselves, their powers, their fights, that sort of thing. What happened afterward seems like it doesn't depend upon the Thresholders all that much, and was more about the world itself. Though if you have ways that these incidents were covered up, kept quiet, methods of preserving the custom, that would be good too." "You're ignorant of the scope of your powers?" "Yes. That is, we all have different powers, and I don't know what other people might have. I think I've seen everything that my counterpart has available, and I can't believe that there are stops he hasn't pulled out yet. But the next world, I don't know." Mellon tapped his fingers against the table, a short tune that Perry couldn't place. "In Praski, there was a series of explosions and the puppeteering of bodies, though it's not clear whether they were the bodies of the living or dead. From what we now know, we think that it was two Thresholders, but all sources from the time are muddled, suggesting that it might have been a single person destroying much of the city for no particular reason, or that it was a group of hundreds, which might have been because of the aforementioned bodies. There is, however, other historical evidence from Praski, a particular metal that seems to stem from that era, which might also be a part of the battle, though it's not clear. Praski swords were quite prized up until the modern era." Perry frowned. "This caused the downfall of the city?" "Praski was one of the great city-states, supported by a large outlying area that was under its partial control. It had enemies, though, kingdoms that hungered for a city on the coast, and the chaos in the wake of the Thresholder battle allowed those enemies to make their move. Praski was a divided city, shared between Longorn and Terrick, for a period of some 50 years until Longorn won out. But you said that you're not interested in that sort of thing? It's less actionable for me, said Perry. He shifted in his seat. I am interested. I want to know what happens, but I don't think it's going to be predictive of what happens to Teaguewater once this is over. I don't think that we can use what happens to Prasky as a guide to what will happen here, especially because here, the custom is at stake. Melon huffed. I've been hearing that for hundreds of years. The custom is always at stake, and the Serapol are always tasked with helping to keep it safe. Threat to the custom is a screw that gets turned to coerce us into what have you, tithes to the council or extra labor.
We can discuss that later,
said Flora. She gave a glance at Perry, a this is too soon to pivot glance.
You were going through the thresholders? The incidents?
Karmesh, said Melon, though he seemed like he wanted to argue the point. In Karmesh, the city was nearly leveled, a jewel of the green ocean brought down in 24 short hours. The buildings were made of stone, and one of the two thresholders could manipulate the material to absurd degrees, pulling enormous chunks of rock out from their foundations, throwing them at speeds that shattered them into jagged little pieces. The other, we have eyewitness confirmation that there were two, was fast, could possibly step through portals, though that's less clear. There were some reports of ice being used, parts of the city going so cold that people were frozen in place, and high winds sweeping through. Multiple different powers? Asked Perry, leaning forward. It's extremely difficult to say. From the perspective of history, these people, these thresholders, are very rarely talked to. They're almost never personal figures, only sources of destruction. And while they're seen in conflict with one another, there are only 2 instances I know of where someone actually spoke to one of them, and then put down a record of that communication for history. I've heard that you said, before the council, that there might have been far more than 5 sets of thresholders through history. And you're right, of course. We only know that which has been preserved for history in some way, and that is precious little. But you do know. Flora knew enough to identify me, and someone has talked to the thresholders. 2? 3 times now. I don't know if you're particularly chatty, or if it's simply that most visits from the thresholders end in death, but yes, this seems exceptional from the view of a historian. He turned to look at Flora. You've spoken to him about what I taught you?
As much as I could. I hadn't expected that I would ever run into one. I'm afraid I remembered less than I was told.
She frowned somewhat.
I was never a scholar. Perry was, in another life.
Oh? Asked Melon, raising an eyebrow. Nothing of importance. I was at an institution of learning, like this one, for 6 years. That was in another world, much different from this one. Perry was pretty sure that his undergrad degree probably blew anything Melon had out of the water, if only because he was standing on the shoulders of giants and had lived in the information age. Melon nodded and seemed a bit more at ease. When he was done with the history lesson, there would be a big ask coming, and Flora was doing her best to massage this meeting as much as possible. The first meeting I know of was at the end of the Lunar Empire, said Melon, continuing on. Not one of our people, but someone who was under a precursor to the custom. A witch. She wrote everything down, which she was able to do because she was able to get out of the city before it all went to hell. The Thresholder was determined, callous, seeking to gather up any scrap of power for the coming war against his counterpart, and the witch bestowed him with enchantments before fleeing. He told her much, and it's from that conversation that we know more about these people, about your kind. He viewed himself as a soldier in a war across worlds, and he'd been to nearly 40 worlds by that point, accumulating alterations to his body, his soul, and gaining equipment to use in battle. 40, said Perry, letting out a breath. That was hard to imagine. If the worlds were half a year apiece, that would mean something like 20 years.
40 powers? How would you even handle remembering all that, let alone actually using it in combat? Did he say whether he could get more than one power from a world? More than one power? Asked Melon, raising a thick white eyebrow. Again, something moved beneath his soft skull, and again the sight of it was dismissed by Perry's mind. If the topic came up, it wasn't recorded. And I suppose there was no information on his alternate, said Perry. Would it have been someone else who'd been through 40 worlds? Some kind of MMR system? ELO? Perry had done just enough online gaming to have run into all kinds of matchmaking problems, and the presence of something like that had all kinds of implications. Perry had already had an inkling of that with how things had gone, but he wondered whether there was a way to manipulate it. And if there wasn't a way to manipulate it, what that might mean. The possibility of a ceasefire lasting a decade wasn't anything that appealed to him, but if it was possible, he didn't know. I have no catalogue of powers, and of the alternate, there is nothing to speak of aside from the destruction of a city left in the wake of the fight. We don't know what caused it all, but trees had grown up through houses in the city center. Statues were sliced clean in half, and there were few survivors. Plagues and hardship followed in the wake of the thresholders, and the vampires ate well. Jesus, it is the truth of our condition, that we look well on death. We are hunters sometimes, but more often we scavenge. I know when I heard that there was a thresholder, I thought of the feasts that might await us if we could weather it, before I thought of the custom. Perry looked over at Flora, and she gave him a slight nod. We are kept from fullness, in service of the custom. Perry had known that, just as he'd known that there were limits on the induction of new vampires, but he hadn't thought they would describe it as hunger, not like something that was limiting them. A society of vampires in a constant state of having just slightly not enough blood, flesh, brains, or whatever seemed entirely too dangerous to be allowed to continue. Perry might have understood if it was the rich hoarding food from the poor. That wasn't too different from anything he'd known. But if someone like Flora was feeling the squeeze, a cop, that was a sign that things had already been a powder keg. The coming conflict, if it does come, might mean a time of plenty. It's grim, but it's the truth. Melon cleared his throat. We do not enjoy killing, as a rule. We enjoy only to feed in our own ways. For the cerebral in particular, I'm sure that Flora has told you. I'm not sure she has. The brains we consume must be fresh, he said, sighing slightly. We take on a part of them, their thoughts, emotions, intellect, wit, which lingers even long after the meal is gone. Meaning... why would that mean that you don't prefer to kill? Or why would the killing be worse for you? We prefer the minds of the cultured, the excellent, the young. Yet there's a sadness that comes with that, an exceptional life cut short. If we were the ones who had orchestrated that ending, it would be all the worse. He let out a sigh. But the other option, the one we follow most closely, is to take only the minds of those who have died ignoble deaths, usually those at the lowest rungs of civilization, the poor and forlorn, which weighs on us as well. Hence the grimness, one way or another, said Perry. He wasn't sure that he liked the implications of classism there, but he understood it. Most of the people that the vampires ate would be those who'd been crushed by the boot of industry and class warfare in one way or another. And most of the people that the cerebral would want most as food wouldn't be the kind whose bodies could simply disappear from a morgue. Melon cleared his throat. You've taken it well. I was assured that it was done ethically. There are many who would say there is no ethical consumption of the human body, and it goes against the wishes of the living. You're pressing the point. Why? He had already said that he was on their side.
You're a mystery. We understand thresholders to be human, of a sort, but they come into our world and cause such destruction. Can there be an ethical battle? Not really my department, said Perry. It was flippant. Probably too flippant. But he wasn't in the mood for a philosophical discussion on the nature of just war.
We're here in part because we want to reduce damage. I'm trying to help Perry navigate his way to a resolution that leaves Teaguewater as untouched as possible.
If you want my definition of an ethical battle, it's one that doesn't involve ripping my way through a city. No civilian casualties. We had hoped for that before. I suppose I've been going on for some time, and you came here to talk about the past thresholders. Chronologically, Anno 887 was the closest we came to what you'd consider an ethical battle. 100 dead. A neighborhood, Glomdern, was sliced through, but that was the only sign of it. And there were efforts made to cover everything up. We think there might have been other battles with lesser damage, but it's difficult to say, and the record-keeping in Glomdern was awful. There was little intervention in the conflict. It was simply of lower power, more of a cat-and-mouse conflict than a brawl. No details on powers? Asked Perry. What he really wanted was some kind of systematized understanding of the power, rather than just the examples of results that he'd been given so far. Buildings were cleaved through. Clean cuts that went through stone, metal, wood, flesh, and bone. So clean that pieces of it were kept for later study. That was the most striking aspect. But there were victims with extensive burns, others whose flesh had warped, and a few whose brains had been affected. It's difficult to know how much of that was collateral damage. This was one of the good times? Relatively few dead, nodded Melon. The battle happened suddenly, with little time to evacuate, and it had spillover. But compared to the other times, it was minimal. No grand scars left indelible on the city. Perry frowned. That's not a very good outcome. No. Which is why the last time a Thresholder visited, the people of the custom attempted to kill him, and it went very poorly for them. There are no longer any witches in the world. The last of the Yetis were killed. The creatures of the depths had their hive mother killed. It was an utter calamity for our kind, though almost unmarked by the outside world, and a success only in that regard. There was a reason that the vampires had made only token attempts at killing him, why they thought that he was a force of nature. He had heard a little of this from Flora, but she'd been short on information, which was partly because there didn't seem to be all that much information to be had. Still, the last contact with a Thresholder had been an utter calamity, wiping out entire classes of people. Are you so powerful? We really don't know. I've heard someone sent a group to go after you, and they were never seen nor heard from before. I don't know how I would kill a hive mother or whatever. I could dive down into the ocean depths if I had to, which I guess would be the starting point. Melon was watching him. There was only one hive mother, he finally said. With her death, the depth cult collapsed, the last of their kind dead within a human generation.
We worry that vampires might go the same way.
We don't actually know how the witches died, said Melon. His eyes were still on Perry, and it wasn't clear whether he was ignoring Flora or trying to make a point. They died all at once across the entire world. They could be found dead in their cabins in the North Wastes, hundreds of miles from civilization. Do you know how such a thing could be accomplished? No, said Perry. He had thoughts, but didn't think that it was appropriate to share them. An airborne virus would be his first choice, though he had no idea how he'd go about creating one of those, and knew that it was completely beyond Marchand. Still, with 40 worlds, it didn't seem like the kind of thing that would stay out of reach forever. I'm trying to avoid that kind of thing. even if there have been attempts on my life.
It's the other reason we're here.
Said Flora, who'd apparently decided that it was time to pivot.
We're trying to keep the peace.
Melon looked between them. You're not what I expected from a thresholder. I think that's probably good. But Flora is right. One of the reasons we're here is that we want to keep the peace. And we want your help in doing that. Melon looked off in the distance for a bit. I'm trying to decide whether you went to Councillor Trent first or not.
We didn't. He's a politician, selected by the consent of the council, which means that he was selected for political reasons, not because he was the most widely regarded cerebral, nor the one who speaks for them.
You wish for the cerebral to take a side, and do not trust him to do so, asked Melon. He regarded them. Or you do not trust him to make the right decision. The king would make more cerebral, if possible. He would make them from among those he thought he could trust, then get rid of those whose loyalties he felt were, at best, divided. Following that, he would begin the production of glamours en masse, but not those designed to keep the custom secret. Those that were designed to... I don't know. The boundaries of your art are secret. Loyalty amulets? Melon kept a stone face. A possibility, he finally admitted. There is a reason jewelry is eschewed by those under the custom. The cerebral have long lived under their own custom, trade secrets that keep us safe and secure. It would take the kingdom a long time to train its own people in the art. They would, though, wouldn't they? If they're paying cerebral in brains, it makes sense to ensure that you're not feeding a rebellion in your own backyard. Unless the cerebral go willingly, make ourselves useful. That's the conclusion Trent might come to, if he were allowed. It seems that in the modern era, the old revulsions have begun to decay. People have become used to dirt, grime, pollution, and decay. The philosophers of this era cut into bodies to see how they work. Get their hands red with the blood of dogs and mice. It came in vogue at this very university, imported from across the seas, and people might simply accept the theft of their brains if the king placed his boot squarely on their necks, or... The other way it might go is that the king would maintain the custom, but for his own purposes.
These are possibilities, yes.
Your aim is to undo the knowledge the kingdom already has of us, if possible. We don't know how much you keep abreast of what's going on, more than most. I trade in thoughts. Perry wondered what he was implying. The cerebral were perhaps the most mysterious of the vampires, though the Tureen, flesh-eaters, were shapeshifters, natural spies and hoarders of information, and gave the cerebral a run for their money. The cerebral kept their powers murky, which largely seemed like a defense mechanism, and Flora had said that cerebrals regularly traded in that mystery, implying powers above and beyond what was known. It reminded Perry of a moth with a pattern of eyes on its wings, spreading them wide to try to warn off predators.
We want the best outcome. We believe that means preserving as much of the custom as possible, and not under the thumb of the king.
If the king has been informed of the cerebral, there's no chance he'll wear something that could cloud his mind. Our constructions work much less well when people know they're there, and nudity is an absolute defense against something placed upon you. Even if you could get to the king... No, it wouldn't work. Not when those within his inner circle have surely been clued in. You're saying there's no putting this genie back in the bottle? That it's hopeless? I'm not saying that, said Melon. He stood from his desk and moved to his window to look outside at the grimy air of Teaguewater. There is another option. Oh? Some secret of the cerebral? You've seen Wesley Tower, yes? It would be hard not to. It dominates the skyline. I have. I even rode to the top. Metal is the foundation of our art. The amulets and rings we craft are metal imbued with our magic. When Wesley was first constructing his tower, I had come up with a plan to use it, to place upon this mass of bare metal. Nothing of its sort has ever been constructed before, and may not be constructed after. It was a rare opportunity for us, a glamour that could extend through the whole city. But Trent didn't so much as bring it to the council.
Word of it reached my ear. It carried risk to do something like that in the open, and its power might draw attention. You said yourself that the glamours work best when they're subtle.
It was to be a new type of glamour, said Melon, still looking at the window. And it's still possible? Even though it's fully constructed? Still possible, yes. Just enormously more difficult. When the tower was first announced, that would have been the best time. We could have gotten someone inside his team. Someone that could let me into the construction area to touch the beams, to hide the symbols. Now, we would need someone to scale the structure, or a powerful Strix to fly up. And it would all need to be done under the cover of darkness or fog.
The result would be that we could hide the custom from people's minds, whether or not any other glamour was involved?
Yes, said Melon, letting out a breath. A glamour to end all glamours, at least in Teaguewater. You have the plans for such a thing? You could make it work? Fast? I could. To wipe the custom from someone's mind, from the king's mind, would take that much power, a glamour larger than anything ever built before. To remove a thought from someone's head, to not allow that thought back in. Yes, it could be done. Perry felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck. There was some fanaticism to the professor that hadn't been there when he was talking about history. This was a man who had his own belief in the century of progress, which Perry hadn't seen much from those under the custom. He spoke of a grand glamour in the way that the Varkoli doctors had spoken of blood, but more so. I can fly. If you let me know where to place metal plates? Melon nodded. I can do that.
It would affect only the humans?
With the power of that much metal, so prominently placed, exposed to the sky, it would be possible for me to construct almost anything. There was a breathlessness to his voice. But yes, putting us in ignorance of the custom, stripping that long-held knowledge, would be counterproductive. Those who'd only known of the custom for a short period of time, those who were inducted within the last weeks. He looked at Perry. I would forget? Probably, yes, said Melon. He was rubbing his beard. Of course, the effect would be limited to Teaguewater, so as soon as you left, those memories would resurface, but, it would depend upon the final configuration. And the new vampires, they would just forget that they were vampires? They would have powers, but no idea how they got them? It's not simply the removal of memory. It's nearly impossible to do that anyway. It's the suppression of memory. Not by pushing the memory down, no, but by making the mind skitter off the memory, shielding it from thought.
Let us know what you need. We need to get started on this right away if there's to be any hope of restoring the custom.
You speak of it as though it's broken, said Melon, rubbing his chin.
There are cracks in the wall. We've likely been revealed to the king at least.
Yet the raids haven't come, have they?
We both know it would be a bloodbath. The king needs to consolidate power, grow more soldiers with abilities to rival our own, weed out spies.
Then I'll start work at once. I still have the plans I'd drawn up when the tower was being constructed. He nodded. Leave me in peace. I need to work. Perry had been hoping for more about the Thresholders, a catalog of artifacts and eyewitness accounts. But if Melon was going to focus on the task at hand, Perry wasn't going to stand in the way of that. Not when it was clear that the actual evidence of past Thresholders was considerably less well documented than Perry would have hoped. They left the office not long after with a promise that they would meet up again, and a second promise of secrecy in this endeavor, especially with all the potential spies about.
That was good,
said Flora.
It was exactly the sort of thing we needed.
She sucked her teeth for a moment.
I had known that the Cerebral were hiding powers. They telegraphed that, but this is hope.
Do we trust him?
As much as we can.
He had a mad scientist vibe to me. Flora gave him a questioning look, like he was more interested in the possibility of doing this insane thing that had never been done before than he was interested in the actual point of it.
I had that impression too.
And when I say trust, I don't just mean him keeping quiet about this plan to others. I mean, he's talking about constructing this thing, and we have no way of double-checking what it does before it does it. There's no accountability. Perry was frowning. There are multiple ways for him to betray us. Multiple reasons. Bases we can't cover.
Do you think coming here was a mistake?
Asked Flora. Her eyes searched his face.
We can't do this alone. We need allies. This is a chance. What else is there?
Perry nodded. The fight with Cosme was coming, and this would at least deprive Cosme of allies, if it was strong enough. Vampires who didn't know they were vampires, if Melon could actually deliver, was cause for celebration. There were other preparations to make, though, and Perry was trying to get himself into the best possible position. Chapter 30. Skins.
The werewolves are dead,
said Flora as she came into the apartment. Dead? Asked Perry.
That old man whose tooth you swallowed? I went to go see him. I was in uniform and arrived there to see other police. Him and his entire family had been killed with undisguised violence and without any apparent motivation. They were werewolves. Even with the moon not out, they should have been able to fight back. It's not clear to me who did it, but I think that the purge might be starting already.
There were children in that family, said Perry. He gritted his teeth. God damn it!
I don't know which faction is responsible. We barely even know what the factions are. But someone decided that the werewolves were either a threat or a liability and acted accordingly, and without the expected discretion.
The expected discretion?
Something quiet, silent, disposing of the bodies. Poison would do in a pinch.
You're talking about poisoning a child? That's something the council would do?
No, not in normal circumstances. If the custom was threatened, if there wasn't a way around it, then yes.
Jesus Christ.
What?
It's nothing. You don't know him. What do we do then?
Nothing. There's nothing to do. I'm just letting you know because it's a sign of the times one way or another.
A threat?
In what sense?
It's a public execution. Anyone who sees it, anyone who knows or anyone who hears about it, is going to get some kind of message from it. A warning to keep your head down. To not stick out, maybe.
Maybe,
said Flora slowly.
It's not how the Jade Council normally operates. Their messages are more blunt.
More blunt than a slaughtered family?
They announce their intent, and they hold trials, hearings, as they did with you. But the Jade Council isn't what it's been.
She looked off into the distance.
I don't know. It's possible.
I'm putting the first pieces of the glamour in place tonight. You have a lead on other allies? The Strix? The Tureen?
The Tureen, yes. An old friend. She's undercover at the moment and will meet us at a tea house, in a private room. That's later tonight.
What does she know about me?
She thinks that you're more dangerous than you are. I let her believe that.
It was the first time the subject had been broached between the two of them. Thresholders were creatures of myth in Teaguewater, feared for their power, and while he could kill their people much more easily than they could kill him, he was still frighteningly vulnerable, especially without the suit. They had been treating him like he might be capable of one-man genocide, though that was far enough in the past that there was still some creeping doubt. It had been his main takeaway from speaking with Melon. You don't believe it anymore?
I think you and Cosme are both dangerous in a different way. Dangerous because of your thoughts, because you're outsiders, because you have information that might be deadly to the custom or to life itself. I was speaking to Marchand last night while you slept. Some of the things he knew of, even if he wouldn't have been able to replicate any of it, It's extremely worrying.
Nuclear weapons?
What are those?
Never mind. Ask Marsh about it later, I guess. And I can take you through everything that's not a history lesson. Though Marsh knows a different history than I do, so it's not really important. And I think you're right. I'm not personally dangerous.
You are. Inside the suit, I could never hope to beat you in a remotely fair fight, and probably not even if I got the drop on you, which I would never be able to do.
You've thought about killing me.
You've thought about killing me,
said Flora. She folded her arms across her chest.
It's only natural, but no, we're allies.
There was a slight hitch there, possibly some other word she was going to use, given that they weren't platonic.
Thinking about it is just an exercise in caution.
Caution, Harry repeated. He thought she was substantially correct, but there was something about it that didn't sit right with him. He was glad they could have the conversation, glad that they were allies, but there was an undercurrent to it, a worry that if they suddenly weren't allies, if their interests somehow became unaligned, she might strike out at him in spite of what had passed between them.
We have some time,
said Flora. Either she wasn't registering his unease, or she was choosing to ignore it.
I need to eat dinner.
Harry had almost gotten used to seeing Flora eating her pickled body parts, though he wished she would put some kind of effort into plating it up. For all her flawless skin and prim appearance, Flora had no compunctions about reaching into a jar and fishing out a kidney to plop into her mouth. She often did this over the sink while hunched over, so she'd get no drops of brine or meat juice on her clothes. And it was the most singularly unattractive thing that Perry had ever witnessed a pretty woman do. His own meal was beef, only barely cooked, with a baked potato. He was getting enough meat to satisfy those cravings, but still had to deal with a lack of vegetables. Teaguewater seemed to run on grains, and finding bread was always easy. But a nice plate of roasted vegetables was a rarity, and nothing had the freshness that Perry was used to. Without much refrigeration, everything was either a bit wilted or preserved to within an inch of its life. When they were finished, they made their way across the city. Flora was in her uniform, which she seemed to wear like a shield. It bought them access and freedom, especially from the other gendarmes, who were still stalking the city looking for anything out of sorts. Officially speaking, there was no news about Cormorant Wesley, but there was movement at his factories and workshops, which were getting their instructions from somewhere. It was entirely possible that it was just the Crown taking control and saving face, but Flora didn't have as much information as she would have liked. Perry was getting used to the city of Teaguewater, its sounds and smells, the way that cobblestones felt beneath his feet. He had also gotten used to the looks he got for being so tall, though the glamour helped with that, making him stick out less than he probably would. He had his sword in hand, wrapped up, though he hadn't been keeping up his training as much as he would have liked, especially without anyone he could spar with. Teaguewater was familiar in the way that a vacation could become familiar after the first week, when nothing was quite as fresh and new. The tea room was a busy place, even at night, and Perry had no idea what these people were doing with the caffeine that was hitting their system after dark. They went up to the arranged room and slipped in while trying not to look like they were slipping in, then sat together and waited. This place is safe?
She chose it, so I presume it's safe. We all engage in a little bit of deception and tradecraft, just to get by under the custom. But it's different for the Terrene, wearing the bodies of other people.
Said Perry. He didn't particularly like the concept. It seemed more invasive than any of the others, personal in a way that even the Cerebral were not. We have a little time?
We have the room until the tea house closes.
I mean, before she gets here.
That I don't know.
I'm not sure where your compulsion to help me came from, said Perry. It was something he'd been wanting to say for a while, a topic he hadn't known how to broach.
Compulsion?
Instead of killing me, which seems like it would be the other reasonable option. It's pretty clear to me now that there wasn't a mandate to bring me in. Just a briefing you got from Melon at some point, and I don't know. Thank you, I guess, but I don't understand it.
If you were told that someone might come from another world with immense power, that they might be capable of single-handedly wiping out a whole genus of our kind, what would you do?
Tread cautiously? But they came to kill me, and you saw that it wasn't a slam dunk. He caught himself, realizing that the expression wouldn't translate, that maybe a handful of vampires couldn't handle it, but that timed right, with a dozen trained and armed men, when I was out of the suit. Probably you could have? You must have known. Flora pursed her lips.
How many people do you think I've killed?
Directly or indirectly? Flora winced.
Aside from the contents of my chiller.
They were both still pretending that those were ethically sourced. Flora wasn't personally stealing kidneys either way, but where they were coming from, stolen by the council's people in the morgue, was the best-case scenario. I don't know. You're a cop and enforcer. You're young, but grew up in a civilization where people grow up young, where they're forced to. And you're part of a grand conspiracy to hide away. A double cop. So, 15 kills. A normal cop, one from Earth, might go their entire career without ever firing their weapon in the line of duty. The average number of people killed by the average cop in America was closer to 0 than 1. Perry had put in some research time during long debates with people who were wrong on the internet.
3,
said Flora. She said it with some weight, like it was a heavy number. Ah.
I don't relish death like you do.
Perry let that pass. She had the wrong idea about him, and there didn't seem to be anything that would change her mind. Sometimes it seemed like the right idea. Certainly it had been true of him during those early days on Seraphinus, when he'd taken to orc slaying like a fish to water.
Those early days, I made excuses for you and for myself. I would say to myself that perhaps there were things you weren't telling me, powers that you had kept hidden, that your suit would spring to life and kill me, that you would rise from the bed with lightning in your eyes and grip me by the throat if I tried to lay a hand on you. Or I would say to myself that you deserved your life, that we needed to follow the rule of law, that clemency and respect were the order of the day.
She sighed.
Fear, doubt, hope, in that order. And then kindness from you. A tenderness tempered by some of the things you would say, certainly, but a tenderness all the same. Once you saved me, I never seriously considered going against you again.
The door to their room opened up quietly and without fanfare, whisper quiet, and a slender girl slipped in. It was hard to place her age, but Perry thought she was closer to being a teenager than a young adult. She moved through the room like water, her long blue dress flowing after her, and she took her seat across from them. The room was small, and she was close. She had on makeup and a heavy perfume that swept in after her, making her seem overly artificial to Perry. But that might have been the biases he'd come into this meeting with.
This is him,
she asked, looking Perry up and down.
This is... Temmie, this is Peregrine. Perry, this is Temulin. Which do you prefer?
Asked Temmie. Perry. And you?
I prefer not to be referred to by my name,
she replied with a glance in Flora's direction.
If you were ever to see me on the street and desperately needed to talk to me, it should be miss or ma'am. But it would be best for us to pass each other by.
You wouldn't always be wearing this face.
Tea service will be in shortly. We can save sensitive topics until after it's arrived.
What are we talking about until then?
I thought we would catch up,
said Temmie. She turned to Flora.
You're in uniform. Things are still going well with your posting? As well as can be, given circumstances,
said Flora. If this was really an old friend, there was no softness in Flora's face. But that was also just Flora's default way of carrying herself.
Double shifts have stopped, and I'm not sorry for that, but someone's kicked the hornet's nest, and it's not quieting down. There are more police on the streets, more of the regular military called in for reinforcement or brought in from the countryside. and there are all sorts of people being pulled off the streets for rather innocuous reasons. The dissidents and enemies of the crown might be hiding among us,
said Temmie with a nod.
And who knows who or what might be caught in a large net. It's a worry,
nodded Flora.
It's a good time to lie low.
There came a brief knock on the door, and Temmie got up from her place on the couch to allow a waitress in a drab uniform in. She had a tray with a pot of tea, 3 cups, and a few finger sandwiches, though none of it looked particularly appetizing to Perry. Once she left, Temmie locked the door with a solid thunk of sliding metal and returned to her seat. Perry poured himself a cup of tea.
We're safe, as can be, or rather, we're balancing different forms of safety against each other. This place is watched, but not closely, not even in these times. It will be assumed that we have a private room for other purposes, if we're noticed at all. That might damage my reputation,
said Flora with a frown.
It won't come back on you,
said Temmie with a wave of her hand.
I know the owner, and I know the gentleman who reports to the king. He has some loyalty to me.
It took until then for the penny to drop. The tea house was open late for a reason. The private rooms you could rent for an hour with mixed company had an obvious in retrospect purpose. The underwhelming food and oversteeped tea. Of course, in this particular time and place, you couldn't call it a love hotel. You couldn't make it obvious. But Perry was going to try to keep from touching the couch.
And you,
said Temmie, turning to Perry.
You're everything they've claimed you to be.
More or less.
The custom is at stake. Your counterpart, Cosme Walsh, has the ear of the king and at least some knowledge of the inner workings of the custom. A fraction of both the Varkoli and Austin elements are working with the king and have helped him to create his own small army of vampiric soldiers who are working in secret. The Varkoli feed off the prisoners at Bishop's Gate, while the Austin are fed from bones pulled from paupers' graves. Given the rapid expansion, it's not clear that this is entirely sustainable. Certainly the king's secret, which is also our secret, cannot be kept forever, not if handled as the king is handling it. Those soldiers don't come from nowhere. They have families, even if they're housed in barracks. Men without wives or children. He's building an army to take us down,
said Flora. She had a very deep frown on her face. It was a lot to take in at once. Confirmation of some things they guessed and a bit that was new.
That's part of the goal,
said Temmie, nodding.
But there's something else.
She crossed her legs and smoothed her dress.
We believe he's setting his sights on reclamation.
Flora swore. There was obvious anger on her face.
He wants to fight a second reclamation war. That moron. He has a weapon that his prospective enemy knows nothing about. We're a new enemy. One that's been living under his nose. But the homeland beckons, and a surprise attack with platoons of Varkoli and Austin might have a good chance of succeeding. It seems that before he went missing, Cormorant Wesley created an invention of untold possibility, using a new material that only our nation possesses. At least for now. The second reclamation war is imminent,
said Flora. Her nostrils were flared.
Idiot. He might win this time, doing what his father did not. Marsland would be an occupying force, but it would need less support than any previous occupying force in the history of the world. Its soldiers feeding off the blood of the people. The deaths that would come from such an invasion would be enough to keep the Austin fed for years. You're not sharing this with the council. If you had been, I would know about it. The council is leaking like a sieve, as it does. If I had told the council what I knew, then everyone would know what I know. War, though. War using what is ours. It wouldn't just be the breakdown of the custom. It would be, yes, it would be something else. Worse than we'd ever feared. You're on our side, then? Your side?
Asked Temmie. She leaned forward.
Do you know what happens to an espionage system when it gets taken over by a foreign power?
Guillotines, said Perry.
What?
Asked Temmie, losing her intensity for a moment, confused. Oh, it's a device for chopping off heads. A frame set up to hold the neck in place with a blade that gets dropped from a high height. He pantomimed that.
Ah,
Blinked Temmie.
yes, that more or less. So you're looking out for your own skin.
Said Flora.
I am. I tell you this is a sign of honesty and trust between us, but I am absolutely looking out for my own skin. For me, it's between attempting to salvage something here and making a new life somewhere else. There's bountiful land out west, an expanding rail network, and I've got both the skills and talents to make a new life. Wash my hands of Teaguewater. But I don't imagine that the death of the custom will make things easy for me. And if people know about the terrain, they know what to look for. Much of our power comes from the custom. I like to preserve it if I can, especially since I plan on living a few more centuries.
Perry held his tongue, but he doubted that the terrain would be afforded that kind of leniency, even if they could somehow prevent the masquerade from being broken. Technology was advancing, probably for the same reason that it had advanced on Earth, and Perry doubted that the forward motion could be arrested. In another 100 years, there would be photographs and video, infrared cameras, disposable testing kits, mandatory drug testing, and all kinds of things that would be likely to trip up the terrain. Perry didn't have a way of identifying them yet, but it was only a matter of time. If he got one in his sights while in the suit, it seemed likely that Marsh would be able to say something like, "She's running a fever," or "She's got 2 heartbeats," or "Her skin reflects too much light," or something.
You have your people. They have information on the king and his plans. On Cosme, Wesley, all the primary players. They have ways to strike. We're slow to act as an institution,
said Temmie.
We watch our backs, we deliberate, we have meetings of our own about what's appropriate to do.
She turned to Perry.
A built body doesn't last forever. They decay over time and must be shored up with flesh. And it's difficult to keep the shape right so that you're recognizably the same person. I don't know how many times I've had to say some variation of, "Oh, but don't you remember me?" to cover up for cumulative errors that even the glamour can hide. Going in among the unawakened. It's a risk.
Is assassination off the table?
It depends on who we'd be killing. In my experience, assassination is best when done by an outsider. Someone who can slip away into the night and never be seen or heard from again. Someone close to the king, if that's who you'd like to kill, isn't the ideal. Suspicion casts a wide net, you see. It gets people poking around, and that's dangerous for the terrain, especially if we've replaced someone. It's not a good use for us. One of the Strix would be better suited to it. If we could slip into the castle, I could land on the rooftop, slip inside, and be out into the air before the alarm was raised. Are we really talking about killing the king?
Asked Temmie. She glanced at Flora. I was thinking about killing Cosme, actually. Though he'll be sleeping with one eye open.
Killing the other fresh shoulder would have much less of an impact than killing the king. Would make fewer waves.
She seemed relieved by that.
I don't know where he's holed up, though, and I've never seen his face.
Here, said Perry. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. He wasn't the best at drawing, and the power armor didn't have a printer attached to it. But he'd done the next best thing, which was to draw while wearing the helmet with a filtered image of Cosme overlaid, ensuring that the proportions were exact. It was tracing, more or less.
I'll keep an eye out, and I'll show it to some other people.
She folded the paper up and slipped it into her dress.
This is helpful. I'm not sure that killing Cosme helps anything,
said Flora. She took a sip of her tea and grimaced at the taste.
Most of the damage he's done has been in the form of knowledge, and removing that knowledge is impossible.
Not strictly impossible, said Perry. He looked at Flora. He wasn't sure whether that was meant to be a segue into sharing knowledge about the tower plan.
You're talking about killing all the people who know?
Asked Temmie, oblivious to the attempt at signaling.
Then burning all the books and their copies? How difficult would that be? You'd need to bomb the king's castle,
said Temmie. She said this casually.
Otherwise, you'd need to know who all the targets were and pick them off one by one, except that wouldn't work, because they'd know what was happening. So it would take a coordinated strike, so this all would have worked a lot better if we'd been able to stop it before it started. I need to tell you about what we're doing with the cerebral,
said Flora. This took some time. Perry had little to add, so he watched Temmie's face. She had a happiness to her that seemed like it had to be an act, but it was an act that she never let up on. Her makeup was pretty much perfect, and he wondered whether this was a part of her power, if she could just make her lips red and put on blush by changing the skin itself.
I know Melon, though not personally. There are points of cooperation between the cerebral and Terrene. Do you think that he can do it? That it will work?
We're hoping, said Perry. He was on the fence about it, lacking any expertise, but it was a first-of-its-kind creation, and historically those had failures and setbacks before they actually worked.
It would be the time to strike. A moment when they forget about our existence entirely. When we have the advantage of a surprise attack against someone who forgets that there was even a battle. It's not something that comes around often.
And replacing the king. Is that outside your capabilities or off the table? Temmie looked at Flora.
Your boy doesn't mess around, does he? He does not,
said Flora. There was a flicker of pride, or something like it on her face, which was quickly replaced by stoicism.
We could kill and eat the king, yes. And we could then assume his visage, at least for a time, and possibly with the right resources keep it close enough that it would fool his family and friends, especially if aided by heavy glamour. But the king is routinely seen by hundreds of people, including all his staff, and we wouldn't know where the cracks were until it was too late.
Power insulates a king, said Perry. He folded his arms.
Power binds a king.
Oh, come on. Are we going to argue that a king has no real power? That he's equal parts slave and master?
I suppose that would be a step too far,
said Temmie. She seemed agreeable by default, which was throwing Perry off.
But the king is by no means a tyrant. He is the support of those whose support he needs, and he quells opposition through means other than just guns and swords.
She sighed.
At any rate, wholesale replacement of the king, and presumably the upper ranks of royal leadership, would be an undertaking that would be years in the making. We would need our own people around him, so a lone person wasn't responsible for keeping the deception up, sticking their neck out. It's not something that we're going to do. It's not something that we were going to do before the king knew about the Terrene. Now it would be suicide. If the king has any brains at all, he'll have put in defenses in place. Code words, verification, things that would get even a skilled, well-prepared Terrene killed.
Does he have brains? She said that he was planning on waging war against a country across the ocean using an army of newly minted vampires that would feed on the occupied nations. How is that a smart plan?
Don't confuse ambition and generational wounds for stupidity,
said Temmie.
Though I admit that they're hard to distinguish in this case. Regardless, the king is untouchable, at least to someone like me. To kill him would make the current state of danger look like a calm breeze.
She smoothed out her dress.
I'll resume my intelligence gathering, and I'll speak with my people. We know that there needs to be some sort of bulwark in place, and if we can keep the custom, all the better. I assume your plans for the city-wide glamour are secret for the moment? For as long as they can be,
said Flora.
Excellent. You know I can keep a secret.
She stood up and went to the door. She had barely touched her tea.
Peregrine, it was a pleasure to meet you. But I won't shed a tear when you leave this city, and I can only hope that I'm still alive to see it.
Take care. And thank you. They were left alone in the tea room, and Flora paused for a moment before getting up to lock the door.
Do we trust her?
I don't. But I don't know her. I can't imagine that the king would keep her on. But I guess I don't know the king either. Seems like if he was cleaning up, the very first thing he'd do is take care of the Terrene, and the second thing he'd do is take care of the cerebral. But maybe I'm just trying to game out how I would do it.
She might sell us out, if she could, but I don't think she has any illusions that it's possible,
said Flora. She bit her lip.
You shouldn't speak so freely about killing the king.
Why? He's a threat to your people. Besides, I'm not a fan of monarchy.
It could get you executed if the wrong person hears. And I have some loyalty to the crown. I am a gendarme, not just someone playing as one. If the crown can be saved, then I have a duty to save it. I know you don't come from here. That your land has no kings.
No, we did. Who do you think the guillotines were for? Flora frowned at him.
And what did you replace them with? Something like the council?
Democracy. It's not clear to me how the council is chosen, but I wouldn't guess that democracy played too large a part in it.
You worked for a king. You were a knight.
Yeah, and I never had any illusions that he was all that special. He was set against an invading horde, though, and if I could have, then yes, I would have switched their government over to something a little more sane than a king and his cronies, as much as I thought they were decent enough people. Flora tapped her foot, then stood up. She seemed as though she was actually upset. If there was one thing that Perry tried to be cautious about, it was when he was having an argument about facts and logic, but the other person had some kind of personal investment. There were only so many times he could run into that wall before learning a lesson from it.
I think this is what I had understood the least about thresholders.
She looked at him.
Come, we should go.
Sorry if I've upset you, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that the monarchy needs defending. Certainly not by the likes of us. The previous king sent your father to war, right? Where he died?
He died honorably,
said Flora. Her lips were a thin line. I didn't mean to imply that he didn't, but he was put in a position to go to war by a king who wanted, what? Land? A place that hadn't been a proper home for a generation by that point? And you said that the current king is an idiot, a moron, for trying to fight that war again with better weapons. Perry took a breath. Look, we'll chalk it up to differences and maybe some ignorance on my part of not just the history, but the sociology or the culture stuff. I had these sorts of problems in the last world. It comes with the territory, as much as you might try. Let's just get on with it. Flora took her oaths as a gendarme seriously, and it did seem as though she was willing to break them. But it was clear now that it was a subject that needed to be approached cautiously. She was going to try to preserve the monarchy, if possible. And if it wasn't possible, then that was something serious and dire. Perry didn't get it. Really didn't get it. And he understood that well enough that he thought he could avoid the subject. Decapitating the monarchy, literally or otherwise, felt like it would throw the quest to destroy the custom into disarray, at least. Though Perry knew enough about revolutions to think that whatever replaced the monarchy might also go on its own fanatical quest to put down any opposition. That would be doubly true if it was the council that replaced the custom. Still, it was good that they had a woman like Temmie nominally on their side, someone who could engage in her own form of surveillance. That felt like progress, at least, toward a solution. They walked back through the city together, silent. Perry could hear better after having been turned into a werewolf, and he was alert for an ambush. But nothing came. There were questions that he wanted to ask Flora, but he didn't want to step in it again. If they had been in a love motel or something like it, a pay-by-the-hour place for consenting adults to have a good time, it raised some questions about the sexual mores of the city, and that raised some questions about Flora herself. He didn't know how she saw the world. Not really. But she didn't seem interested in the kinds of long, drawn-out discussions of personal philosophy that he'd had in college, or during those interminable fights with internet people. Flora was traditional and conservative, except in those places where she wasn't. Though Perry didn't have all that much experience with even Earth conservatism, let alone this strange time and place. He kept silent, mulling it over. Late at night, once the nightlife had begun to die down, Perry slipped back into his power armor, then took to the skies holding a plate of metal. It was suitably dark and foggy, with the HUD supplementing the cameras through sonic sensors, infrared, and just Marsh's best guesses about where things were. The plate needed to be installed at a specific point on the tower, one that was far enough away from the central staircase and elevators that no one would be able to see it, and where it also wouldn't be able to be seen from the outside. The angle was important. The placement was important.
and Perry didn't really have a clue what he was doing. He was in the middle of holding the plate still, letting the bonding material set, when Cosme's response finally came in. Chapter 31. The 10 Worlds of Cosme Walsh. Part 1.
I hope this is what you wanted. That you get something from it. If we're to fight, you should at least understand me. I stepped through the portal because I thought, what's the worst that could happen? The place that I'm from, it's a land without magic, with only middling technology, more advanced than Teaguewater, but less than some other places I've been to. We have cars everywhere, most of them moving through underground tunnels, and none of the polluted air that feels like it's choking us out. It was a very structured society compared to some others I've been to, crushing expectations and the weight of school always pressing down on us. Everyone agreed that the crush didn't stop after graduation, that it became the crushing expectations of work at one of the tape in. We had stories about portals, or things like them, and the magical lands beyond them, and it seemed like a chance to escape the grim life I'd seen in front of me. So, what's the worst it could be went through my head. I stepped through the portal, and then I was wet, surrounded by water, in the middle of an ocean, salty taste in my mouth. There was no land in sight, no ship, nothing. I had always been a strong swimmer, so I treaded water, hoping for rescue, knowing that if there was land over the horizon, I was never going to be able to make it. Hope faded fast. I think I lasted about 3 hours before my legs and arms refused to cooperate anymore. It started with my head going under the water once, and with the first mouthful of seawater, I thrashed back to the surface, finding a last surge of strength that I hadn't known was there. Of course, that shot of vigor only lasted for so long, and then I was more tired than I'd been before. My strength failed again. This time, the random movements of my limbs didn't help me reach the surface. I was gulping in salty water when I felt hands on me, pulling me down deeper, and I was too panicked to have any second thoughts about that. Then a seashell was slipped over my mouth, and suddenly I was breathing again. Water, this time, my lungs working harder than ever before. The seashell was a bit of magic, the hands those of mermaids, and they dragged me to their underwater city. I was too weak to protest. Not that the words would have come out through the water in my throat. It took a few days for them to find solutions for me. 3 days underwater was enough that my body was starting to fall apart. My hands were too wrinkled, white, skin dying, and they released tiny fish into my enclosure to eat away the dead skin. I'm not sure whether it helped or not. Eventually, they moved me to a room they had made for me, and it was the first time in 3 days I'd had actual air, the first time since coming through the portal that my skin wasn't wet. I finally took the seashell off. It had been tied in place with strands of seaweed, which, after so long, formed indents in my flesh. I spat up seawater by the gallon, finally ate the raw fish they gave me after days of starving. Then I spoke with them. Their whole planet was covered in water, though they didn't think of it as a planet, and I suppose it might not have been. Their entire civilization was underwater, built from seaweed and coral, sometimes with the bones of enormous sea creatures, especially in their holy buildings. They were friends to the fishes, hunter-gatherers, if you know that expression, without proper farms, just taking what they needed from the world around them. They had magic, though they didn't think of it like that, and eventually they could accommodate me, allowing me to move through the water. I had a good time for the first 2 weeks. I was different from them, not a mer person, but they accepted me as a curiosity and showed me their village, which they called a city. I had a dalliance with one of their women, played games with their children, and swam to the depths of the ocean, getting a glimpse of the terrifying behemoths that they revered as gods. At the end of the 2 weeks, I found out that they were at war and wanted to enlist me as a soldier.
There were people on the surface, hairy creatures who lived on rafts of vegetation, mangroves that floated on the water with roots descending down to ensnare fish. Those people reminded me of otters, if you're familiar with that kind of animal. A sleek, fast animal with slicked down hair and sharp teeth. Otters with hands that gripped better. Otters with forges and spear guns. They were enemies of the mer people due to their different environments and the way the otters would foul the waters and blot out the sun with their immense rafts. I went to meet with them as my hosts had asked, though I had no intention of fighting. I only wanted to talk. And that, mysterious counterpart, is when I met my first other thresholder. I wasn't prepared, not even remotely. The otters brought us into a room together, and just as I was growing excited to see another human, he lunged across the table, hands going to my throat. I escaped only by gouging out one of his eyes, then fled while he was howling. The otters seemed uninterested in stopping me, which was good, because they had their spear guns at the ready. Maybe they thought it was business between humans, but for whatever reason, they didn't interfere. Not then. I tried to hide in the underwater city, but a few days later, the otters' raft had moved into position, darkening the city. The mer people used luminescent animals, but they were worried. Their attacks on the roots of the mangroves were fought off, and everyone smelled death in the water. Biological waste came down too fast and thick for the fish and plants to eat it all, and a plague soon spread. The otters must have known, must have been waiting for that, because that was when they struck. My counterpart was there among them, and as soon as he saw me, he was moving in my direction, flippers affixed to his feet, a patch over one eye. The spear gun got me through the chest, in the stomach, and he reeled me in with a rope the bolt was attached to, then started beating me about the face. When the portal appeared, I swam away, leaving a cloud of blood in the water. He let me go. I'm not sure we exchanged more than a handful of words. I never got his name. I came into the next world mortally wounded and passed out, thinking that I was going to die. Instead, I was brought to a med bay and operated on by a robot, which applied miraculous healing technologies to me that had me fully restored within the day, including my battered fingers, which hadn't taken to the water well. I looked out the window and saw a field of stars, and below them, a planet of the sort that I had only seen drawings of before, the kind they called a Jiandan, yellow rolling clouds as far as the eye could see. It was in a space station of a sort. They had all kinds of questions for me that I couldn't even begin to answer. My sudden appearance on their space station was an impossibility that they couldn't reckon with. It had been caught on video, a recording of the portal spitting me out, but that didn't help them at all. I spent time living among them, with more freedom after they'd had me in quarantine for a week and run all kinds of tests on me. They looked at my internal essence and found that the pieces of my paternal and maternal composition weren't of the sort they had ever known, not in all the vast databases of their own people. I apologize if some of the terminology is fuzzy. That part seems to vary between worlds. There is an internal structure to people, a language of biology within each and every atomic unit of being, and it was that which offered proof. Eventually, they sent me to another space station, this one with more people. I was allowed to fly the shuttle, though limited by the thinker inside it that served as the proper pilot. The glittering rings around the planet, the plethora of moons, the silence of space. It was everything that I had hoped for when I had first stepped through the portal on my homeworld. I was treated well at the large space station. They had all the comforts of home, and then some. Large gardens under heavy glass, places to play their strange sports, and pleasure chambers that were shocking compared to the strict modesty of the place I'd come from. I was an oddity to them, appearing from outside the context of their world, but I was afforded all the rights of a citizen. I could have refused the testing and scans they did, but they had welcomed me so much that I would never have dared. And then again, there was a counterpart. It wasn't like the last time, where we appeared on opposite sides of some conflict. Instead, he came into the world as I had done, howling in pain, dumped out in the gardens not 100 feet away from me. He was rushed to the med bay, and the space folk were growing worried, because a second mysterious visitor heralded a third, at least in their estimation. They kept us apart for a time, but eventually put us together, hoping that I could fix his malaise. The world that I found a utopia, he despised. Like me, he'd been brutalized by a stranger in the world before, and I'm sure that explained part of it, but much of his issue was simply the problem of his culture. He found the pleasure chambers abhorrent, and the men around him abhorrent for using them. When he learned that the women didn't carry their children in their wombs, using a growing vat instead, he came to hate them as well. He was a curious man, colored so much by his culture, and while our hosts engaged him in debate, as was their manner, it didn't seem to do much good. Eventually, he tried to take his own life, or perhaps simply do enough damage to his body that a portal would appear. This didn't work, and afterward, they began monitoring him more closely, though he gave up easily, perhaps because he had no desire to die, only to move on. I didn't realize that he had his sights set on me until well after his plot to kill me was already in motion. I was duped. It doesn't paint me in a good light, though there are worse things to be than trusting and naive. I found myself on a ship with him, far out from the station, with only a single scientist as our reminder. My counterpart got himself into a suit and took a trip out from the ship to be as close to the glory of the universe as he could be, encased only in their thick fabrics and a helmet. When it was my turn, I went more out of a sense of solidarity than any real desire, but that was a part of his plan. While I was out there, he incapacitated the scientist, hitting her over the head, then locked the doors behind me. We were far away from any help. I think that his plan was for me to suffocate. I was tethered to the ship, but he said that he would kill the scientist if I didn't unclip. So I complied, thinking that I wouldn't have much better odds attached to the ship than floating free. He had figured out the controls of the ship well enough that he could take off without me, and in short order the ship was so distant I couldn't even see it. I waited as long as I could, hoping for rescue, but none came. Eventually, as I was starting to expire, nearly delirious with rebreathed air, I saw the portal appear in front of me, shimmering, welcoming. I had half expected that it was a hallucination, but it seemed real enough, and I was dying. I could not, however, reach it. I don't know if you've ever been in space, dear counterpart, but all the motion of the limbs cannot move you. For all my flailing, the portal simply sat there, waiting for me to enter. In the end, I did something insane. I removed my helmet and flung it behind me. That started me drifting, even as I was choking, my eyes foaming. But I sailed through, and then I was on the ground, breathing hard and feeling my face with gloved hands, just to see whether my skin had frozen solid. That third world was a mountain of such extreme height that I could see neither peak nor base, with pockets of different biomes clinging to the side. A ball dropped from any spot on the face of the mountain would roll away forever, or at least until it got caught on something. I never had a true sense of the world, what this tilt meant in the scheme of things, but I thought it was probably magic of some kind, applied over a wide area. The people of that world treated me with indifference, even though I was wearing a spacesuit. They had easy healing available to them and food, but they had no tradition of hospitality, and I had to trade away a piece of the suit, a glove, just to get basic healing and food from them. Their healing was beyond compare, better than I've experienced before or after, outmatching the technological might of the previous world. It was done with spit which was rubbed against wounds by holy men whose godliness was proved by this practice. All the damage done to me was reversed, and then I was left to my own devices, knowing that the only things I had were the remaining pieces of the spacesuit, the clothes I wore beneath it, and my wits. I survived well enough by doing odd jobs and sleeping under the stars, which were streaks in the sky rather than points. Eventually, I had enough of a reputation as a hard worker that the people of this mountain village were willing to give me more complicated jobs, those that risked their crops or goods, and I got a proper room in a farmer's house. I had been there a week before I was attacked by birds. There were people around, but I was the only one who suffered their beaks and claws, and I survived only by thinking fast and ducking into a closet of a nearby building, killing the 2 birds that had come in with me. I waited there, bleeding heavily, a piece of my nose missing, my shirt soaked in my own blood, as the birds pounded against the thin wood. Eventually the birds left, and I emerged. I paid another glove for more healing, then paid a boot for a net, just to have something to fight back with. The villagers thought that this was my own problem, something that didn't concern them. I was chastised by the man whose closet I had hid in. I started to prepare as best I could. I worked as hard as I could, watching the sky for more birds. I traded away the rest of my suit for a magical sword of significant power, one that could fly through the air and cut a dozen leaves as they fell. Then I packed up my few meager belongings and ran. Downhill was easy, so that's where I went, trying to put as much distance between myself and my presumed counterpart as possible. He could control birds somehow, I knew, and I worried he could see through their eyes. He'd found me once, and I assumed was biding his time for another attack, or maybe marshalling forces. The gauntlet I have now takes some time to charge, and his control of birds might have been like that, limited by time or resources. 200 miles downhill, and 3 weeks later, the birds came again. I threw the sword at them, and it sliced through them cleanly, enough to cut the flock down to just stragglers. I had taken a few pecks in the process, but I was feeling good about myself. Alas, birds weren't the only thing I had to deal with, because the man himself showed up, a bird mask on his face and a sword of his own. This one a giant cleaving weapon almost as tall as he was. Suffice it to say, he bested me. He'd broken my arm and my sword when a portal opened behind him, and for a moment it seemed as though he was going to finish me off. He spat on the ground and left me, though, not so much as sparing another look at me before he slipped away. I limped off, hoping to find help, but I knew the people of that world well enough by that point. They would heal me, if I could offer something, and if I couldn't, they would let me suffer. Their apathy was profound, and sometimes felt almost malicious. So, 6 hours later, when a portal opened for me, I went through. I hadn't had enough to offer for them to mend a broken arm, so I carried that injury with me into the next world, along with all the scrapes and bruises. The portal was a relief. I hadn't been sure it would come for me. In the next world, I was a professor of sorts. The school was quite excited by my presence and referred to me as Mondliepen, though from what I was able to find out, that has a quite distinct meaning from whatever it is you want to call us. Still, I had experience with worlds, and they wanted to hear as much as possible, so I gave talks to eager students and staff, holding forth as much as I was able. I was given room, board, access to their library, and a weapon to call my own. The staff you're acquainted with. I'm sure you want to know more about that, its origins, limitations, all that. But of course there are certain things I still need to keep close to my chest. I enjoyed being the center of attention at the school. I wasn't just giving talks. I was invited to dinner parties, a conversation piece, an animal in a zoo. But a contented one. Save for the target I knew was on my back and the cycle that was making itself apparent. There had been quite a lot I could have picked from in terms of magical gifts, but I'd picked the staff, the ultimate defensive weapon, capable of stopping almost everything. I carried it with me everywhere, worried about the next attack. It came with a side of heartbreak. My newfound popularity came with perks, and there was no denying that women were part of it. I was a curiosity, one of the Mundlieben, important, and there was plenty of opportunity for people to show me their world. By the third time, I was faking it, if only a bit, expressing amazement at bits of magic I'd already seen or vistas that had lost their luster. There was one particular girl, though, both enthusiastic and serious, who I never grew tired of. By the second week, she was something of a companion. Then, she tried to kill me. I still had a cast on, mind you. That first fight, I was half naked, for reasons that are probably obvious, yelling as she assaulted me with a long knife. She got a few good stabs in. Then I leapt out my 6-story window. I sailed down to the ground with the staff twirling above me. I hadn't known that she was one of us. I thought it was mind control, a disguise, something. I couldn't grapple with the fact that she'd been who she was all along, had arrived in the world before me, had only posed as a student, shown me tourist destinations that she herself must have been shown only days prior. I was still a little bit in love with her. I was seeking some explanation, something that would redeem her, or explain why she'd done it. I spoke with the police, with the school, and they were useless. There was some speculation that this was a war among Mundlieben, some unknown battle that I was somehow involved in, much as I had been telling them about when relating my story. They searched for her and did not find her. They had magic, as in worlds past, but nothing for finding a person, nothing for surveillance. A pair of guards were placed outside my door for a period of a week. But when nothing happened, they were removed. It was thought that this war, if it was a war, wasn't something that anyone should be involving themselves in. They didn't believe me when I protested my innocence. The girl came for me again a month after that first attack. She was stronger and had a proper weapon of her own. I have no idea where she got it from, or what she'd been doing in the intervening month, but I tried talking to her, hoping to get some kind of explanation for why she wanted to kill me. If she was a world hopper like I was, she had been through this before. Even before she revealed herself, I had explained that I didn't want any violence. She had to have known that I didn't want to hurt her. All she said was that I disgusted her. It made me think of the space station and the man who found conditions there intolerable. Maybe it was the same. She refused to elaborate. I won the fight. Her knife was fast, but not as fast as the staff, and she had no particular skill with the blade. I was taller, stronger, with more reach, and eventually her attacks tired her out. When she left me an opening, I took it, cracking her on the head. I was watching the blood pool, waiting for her to get up, when the portal appeared behind me. I stepped through. I don't know what became of her. Through all these worlds, English had been a common theme, though its history and origins were always different, and the accents were always odd, with some of the words missing. In the next world, it was my other tongue, Canelo, which I'm weaker in. This was an odd, constrained little world, no bigger across than some cities, with inputs and outputs at the sides of it that came through pipes. We might have been in a zoo, for all I knew, but the walls were impenetrable, and there was a ceiling of some material that was clear and hard, like glass, only in that it was see-through. The sun was real, I think, though it was hard to know. Many of the people placed themselves by the pipes, which carried in food of a sludge-like consistency along with water and carried out waste. There was always enough for everyone, which was the only positive thing that I could say about the place. And I, of course, came in with odd clothes, a poor command of the language, and no understanding of these people. The staff changed things, though, providing me both defense and protection. It also marked me as different, attracted attention that I might otherwise not have gotten. My counterpart had gotten there before me and found me almost right away. There was no hiding from each other in that enclosed space. Unlike the others, he was smiling and affable. Some of the customs in that world made me blanch, but he delighted in them. As a people, they were stupid and soft, whether because they wanted for nothing or because they had been selected for that pliability. My counterpart had become their leader, you see, and had started to put in place plans to tighten his grip on them, become a king in all but name. He was a hedonist and pushed them to offer him all the delights he felt himself entitled to. It was sickening, but I don't want to say more about that. Suffice it to say we came to blows, this time with myself as the aggressor. There's not much to say about the battle. It took a long time, and then I lost. He had no special powers, only the support of his guards, but that was enough. I think it was his first world, and I don't know whether he took the portal or not, but I limped out through mine as soon as it opened. I wanted to kill him, the petty tyrant. It was the first time I'd ever felt that, and I couldn't put him down, as much as I'd tried. We're about halfway through. This is what you wanted, isn't it? I'm going for a particular style, one used by an old, avuncular radio personality who you assuredly haven't heard of. I hope you don't find it tiresome, and I know my voice isn't the best. I'm not a storyteller. I also know, from what you've said, that you would prefer facts and figures, details. But those are in short supply. It's all memory now. My own thoughts. The next world was civilized in a way that gave me hope, with power lines running overhead and cars on the streets. The buildings were all painted in bright colors, startling reds, blues, and greens, everything marked with neon signs and big, bold letters. I was in an outfit unfamiliar to them, and it wasn't more than a few minutes before I was taken off the streets by their police. I tried to explain, but I think that only made it worse. They took my staff from me, which I allowed, knowing that I'd be in danger if it escalated to violence. It took time, but eventually I was placed in their version of a sanatorium. I was forced to take pills, and they left me feeling half dead, sapped of motivation. The conditions were terrible, the padded rooms devoid of stimulation, the other inmates truly deranged and frightening. Eventually, I was let outside for some clean air, and I thankfully had the wherewithal to finally call my staff to me and fly off after having beaten the guards. From there I lived like a rat, stealing, hiding, and eventually, with the right clothes, doing my best to fit in. The clothes of that culture had a shapelessness to them, which helped me to keep from being recognized. I had to leave the staff so as not to draw attention to myself, but I always left it where I could call it to me at a moment's notice. Eventually, I made contact with the black markets and the seedy underbelly, a dangerous network of criminals and dissidents. Despite the bright facades and stylish cars, it was an oppressive world, and many people were dissatisfied. I found a place to stay with those people, the revolutionaries, and we had encounters with the secret police. The revolutionaries appreciated what I had to say, the lessons from my own world, though I knew they were skeptical. The staff helped prove part of my story, though, and I wondered what would have happened if I had shown its powers to the police. Most likely, they would have overwhelmed me with force. I spent weeks with those people and called them friends, though we suffered our setbacks and betrayals, along with all the petty dramas of a small group of people. My counterpart's arrival was marked by an explosion at the headquarters of the Predecessor, the ministry that was in charge of one branch of their dystopic government. People thought that it was us, that the radicals and provocateurs had finally made their move, but no. It was a single man who'd come into the world with no small amount of power. He had seen their government, spoken to their police, and decided to attack. I couldn't help but admire him after seeing all the leaflets and zines and graffiti of my companions and how little it had done. In a 3-day bombardment, he decapitated their leadership, then put out a call for the opposition to come in and take the reins. My friends went skittish but hopeful, and I followed, staff held tight, wondering what to make of this man. He explained who he was, what he did. He had an enviable physique and a firm voice, and declared that this was what he was, what he did, going from world to world and righting wrongs wherever he could find them. He referred to himself as a cudgel, and seemed proud of that fact. He said to call him Kingmaker. I have no idea what his actual name was. He clocked me easily, almost as soon as I opened my mouth, and once that happened, I knew it was only a matter of time. He allowed the discussion of government takeover to come to its conclusion, though, then tried to shoot me, only for the staff to twist in my hands and block it. Till that moment, I hadn't known that it was fast enough to block bullets and was mildly stunned that I was unharmed. He threw the gun to the side and threw a stone at me, which exploded almost at the instant my staff knocked it aside. I fled. I didn't think that I could beat him, not as I was. There was a power I was hoping he didn't know about, mild telekinesis granted by that world's pharmaceuticals. If only I could get my hands on it. I was able to get away, and 2 days later grabbed a bottle of those pills, as the nation was thrust into a time of uncertainty, fear, and violence. My friends had seen their opportunity and turned on me. Not that I expected any less. Not with a walking tank on their side and the revolution in the palm of their hand. There was resistance to the takeover, which almost always ended with an explosion. The second time I met with Kingmaker, I almost got him. I had a needle with a sedative and stabbed him with it while he was posturing, floating it to him with my mind, its movement unseen. I thought it was clever, but he exploded the ground beneath him and launched himself away from me, leaving me choking on his dust, unable to follow. The third time, he left me deaf and broken, crushed beneath his heel, letting up only once the portal appeared. I staggered to my feet and left, which he allowed, seeming pleased with himself. The last thing I heard from him was that there were other worlds to help, and I think he believed that, despite the violence he had inflicted and all the unpleasantness in the wake of the revolution. I've already told you my record. 2 wins, 7 losses. I'll tell you from the outset that my next world was a loss, but it was one of my favorites all the same.
Chapter 32. The 10 Worlds of Cosme Walsh. Part 2.
I found myself in a city of glass that hung from immense trees like ornaments, each bulb connected by thin filaments I'd have found daunting to cross if not for my staff, which could save me from any fall. I was once again blessed with gracious hosts who did their best to tend to my wounds, though they had little in the way of proper healing. Instead, they inserted a mushroom into my ear, and through the mycotic arts, I was able to hear again. They were delicate creatures, at peace with nature, though the glass they used exposed them to the world in a way that initially made me uncomfortable until I got used to their lack of shame. They were a different sort of creature from me, long-limbed and all of slender builds, delicate creatures, but they didn't treat me like an outsider. I fell in love there. Maybe because I'd been battered and lonely. I have to imagine that most of us are lonely, homesick, or otherwise afflicted by our journey through the worlds. I was worried because of what had happened some worlds ago, but my worries were soothed by my partner's tender words. I don't know if it's like that for you, if you feel the need for companionship, if the woman you were with was something more for you, one of us, or someone from this world. It's possible you can relate, but the others I've run into so far have had stark differences in outlook. So perhaps you think I'm sad, or weak, or simply unhinged. I had an amicable meeting with my counterpart, for a change. He was an explorer, an adventurer, thrilled with the opportunity to see the worlds, excited by what lay around every fresh corner. He spoke our mutual language with an accent, unplaceable, but he was happy and kind, letting me know that he'd come for me only once his adventure was finished. This was his third world, my seventh. He'd bested all challenges before him and outmatched me in the gifts he'd been able to take with him. There was no sense, when I spoke with him, that he thought losing was an option. He said that he would kill me, and I asked why that should be the case, why he couldn't just beat me to within an inch of my life so the portals would open. Apparently he'd killed the others he'd fought and hadn't known that not killing was an option. He wasn't regretful, though, just faintly amused at his misunderstanding of the rules, such as they were. I'd have said that he had a screw loose, but I'd met enough people from different cultures that I was guessing he might have been a typical specimen of his culture. After we'd had our talk, he disappeared, assuring me that he would find me when he was finished with the world. I stayed with my lover and tried to train. I wasn't sure whether my counterpart would try to kill me as he'd killed the others, or whether he would show restraint. There had been, until that point, some kind of power in the world, whether I chose it or rejected it, and I hunted for it in that world too, holding meetings with these people in their glass houses. Eventually, I was able to attain an enchantment that would provide protection in battle, a choker held tight around my neck. But they could offer me no armor, and their only weapons were those adapted from cooking and gardening. As I've said, they were peaceful people. My counterpart met me honorably, as he'd said he would, a month after that first meeting. I had worried that he would strike in the middle of the night, cutting the filaments or simply shattering the house and causing me to fall to my death. But he set out an invitation, proposed a battleground, something I thought was preferable to an all-out fight in the middle of the delicate city. Our fight was on the forest floor, with the huge trees looming over us in twilight. I'd done poorly in negotiating, since my legs had grown too familiar to the swaying bulbs I'd been living in, and my eyes too used to the ample light up in the canopy. I hadn't realized the grounds put me at a disadvantage. I had also never been much of a fighter, and the time my hosts had spent teaching me their entirely theoretical leaf style of martial arts was mostly wasted. I drew blood more than once, and my staff provided incredible defenses for me, but he had a large halberd that cut like the wind. After not too long, I was bleeding from various cuts, the staff responsible for more and more of my defense, swinging even after my muscles had started to fail me. The enchantment helped, turned killing blows into glancing ones, but if there was a way to beat him, I couldn't see it. He broke the enchantment, tired me out, then played with me like a cat with a mouse. He was a good sport about it, but I think he was testing the limits, or to see whether I was telling the truth about the portals. At a certain point, I was barely able to stand, feeling lightheaded from the loss of blood, begging him to stop. But he kept cutting me more, working around the staff that was still twisting in my blood-soaked hands. And then, eventually, the portal did open. But for him, not me. For a moment, I was afraid that he would keep going, inflicting further injuries on me. I could see in his eyes that he wanted to, though I had no idea whether it was out of some warped scientific curiosity or belief that a proper battle should end in death. He was on the precipice of decision, and when he finally made up his mind, I could see it on his face. I lurched forward with a reserve of strength I hadn't known I had. I made it through the portal as he attacked me, then lay on red sand, breathing hard, bleeding, hoping for rescue. The rescue never came, but the sand responded to my blood, moving toward my wounds, caking in place and melding with my skin. I would find out later that it wasn't sand, after all, but particles of dragon scales from a dragon thought to be 10 times the size of the world. It was hard to know what to take at face value from these people, but that was what I was told. The world was possessed of its own magic, so it's possible, I suppose. The dragon sand was imperfect and left dark red stripes where I'd been cut, which was most of my body. Those took 6 months to heal properly. I was light on blood, too, without water, and thought that I might die anyhow, despite getting through the portal. I also didn't know whether I was in the world meant for him, if such a thing was possible. I think I've come to the point where I mostly accept the worlds as they come, having been through so many of them. But that portal felt dodgy somehow, worrisome. I walked toward black smoke on the horizon, noting the skeletons and the red sand on the way over. There were too many of them, like a war had been lost there. No flesh on the bones, no metal from armor, no wood. There were skeletons of animals and people both, and some of huge creatures whose names I could only guess at. The village I came to was hesitant to take me in, especially with my wounds. I explained that I would work for a place to sleep and some food, if I could have a day to rest and recover, though in truth I knew I needed more. I demonstrated the staff for them, explaining that I could be useful, and the village elder, a withered man in leathers, told me that they had a need for a strong warrior. For 3 days I rested. When the slavers came by, I tried to speak with them, but it turned violent when they made for the chieftain's daughter. I have some sense of you now, through the battles we've fought, through the things I know you've done in this world. You're a killer, through and through. And I suppose I only have luck to think that you didn't kill me when you first found me. There's a trail of bodies in your wake. I didn't find it so easy. I battered those men with my staff, but I left them clutching limbs and groaning. I was going to let them go. The villagers explained that these men had a camp some distance away, a place where there were hundreds of men just like those. If they were allowed to leave, they would return with more. I had made myself a wanted man by defending the village, had endangered the village. But only if those men returned home. There was a long conversation on the matter. Too long, probably. You would have just killed those men if you had helped the village at all. We talked through all the angles, but the village had no capacity to keep them imprisoned, and we couldn't take them at their word that they would run for the hills. Not that it would be a much better outcome. It was the village elder who killed them, after much discussion. He'd been hoping that I would be the one to do it. His movements were swift, economical. I'd seen him use the same motion when killing chickens for dinner. I stayed with the villagers, even helped to bury the bodies in the endless sands. For all the fighting and war I'd been through, it was as close as I'd been to violence through that whole time. I needed to recuperate, and didn't like my chances elsewhere, so I spent time with those people until I was better. I put in the work, when and where I was able, and the next group of men that came by to take them away for a life of slavery were driven off without the need for anything but posturing. I left in the middle of the night, once I felt able. I had seen enough of the pattern, the counterparts, to know that there was another out there. If he was tracking me somehow, I didn't want the villagers to be able to point him in the right direction. I used the staff to fly, so I wouldn't leave a trail. Bones were different in that world. I don't know how or why. They didn't decay. They couldn't be broken. There was nothing that ate them or whatever happens in normal worlds. It had something to do with the god of bones, I guess, and the deep cosmology of the world, the historic battles of deities that were long outside living memory. There were many places where large things had died and oversized bones stuck up out of the forests or had been used in architecture, though I never saw hide nor hair of any living megafauna. It sometimes seemed as though the entire world was choking on bones. I found a city and moved there, though I was treated with distrust. I had an accent, and some words didn't translate quite right, but I've always been agreeable, and this time around I had some experience integrating with the foreign culture. There's a balance to be had between doing as the locals do and not behaving like you're simply one of them, and so far, I've tried to lean more toward imitation. Sometimes the locals like to show their hospitality, or they enjoy the vicarious thrill of having you try things they've known their whole lives. This world, there was a bit more unease with me, more suspicion. I ended up living above an apothecary in an apartment that was only a single room. I loved it there, frankly, in spite of the overall rudeness of the people and unfamiliarity of the environs. There were unseemly aspects of their society, though perhaps that's putting it too lightly. The slavers I had fought off on first arriving weren't some aberration. It was the way that things were done in much of the world. It was difficult to see, and I had half a mind to fix it, if only I'd had the means. Alas, I was a single outsider with only a magical staff. There was an abolition movement, and I became involved with it, but there was little I could contribute, especially since most of the work was either in manumission or writing new tracts. I heard rumors of my counterpart before I ever saw him. There were a series of deaths in the city, always of people walking alone at night, swift and brutal killings. They were missing pieces of themselves, different ones, arms and legs, innards. I stayed in my little apartment, working my little jobs, but I knew he was coming, that he must be. I didn't know how he would find me, and I made no move to seek him out. My thought was that he might never find me, that he might continue what he was doing, and it would never come to a head. There is a theme in some stories of my land, of the hero refusing to pick up the sword to fight the monster. I wasn't playing that part, only trying to find out what would happen if I didn't intervene, seeing whether it was destiny that we fight each other. I suppose I've danced around the idea of power. I'm not sure why. Every world has had something for the taking, large or small. Sometimes it takes effort, other times it's freely given. But there's always something. In the world that felt like a zoo, the people could bond with aquatic animals, and I resisted the opportunity to have an octopus permanently fused to me, something I now consider a mistake. I should have taken the octopus. There was the staff, of course, and the enchantment I had from the tree people that was broken before I took the portal, and the moving sword that shattered. Language is one of the constants, but it felt like the power was too, and I had decided that if I wanted to survive, to keep moving between the worlds, I would need to start taking power at every opportunity. This particular world was one steeped in the history and power of its gods. I've already mentioned the bones that showed up in such quantities that they were hard to ignore, but there were other gods, many of them, some old and some new. It was the first time I had been to a world with proper gods, those that reached in and touched physical reality. I'd been a follower of the Fist of Men in my homeworld, though with only middling conviction, going to the crypts for the solstices and singing the old songs, but not feeling it in my heart. I became a cleric of the god of water, thinking that all the worlds I had been to had water of one kind or another, and that if I could carry the power with me, I would be set up well. By the time 2 months had passed, I was able to control a small ball of water, which moved across my skin like a squirrel, bounding and playful. It was a minor power, as these things go, minor by the standards of that world, but it had been the best I could do without knowing how long I would be there, and the schedule of prayers wasn't too onerous. It was also legal, which meant that I could use it out in the open and gain help from others, not in the way of those gods who were locked off by the city's guilds or forbidden by their nightly orders. My counterpart was still killing his way across the city. I had been hoping that it wasn't related to me, that it was simply another aspect of godly magic. I knew, deep down, that he was a world hopper like me, and that he would keep up his reign of terror as long as he was allowed to. As the weeks passed, the city was locked down, doors and windows shuttered after the sun had fallen. They were searching for him, and I kept hoping that they would find him. He was stealing a collection of body parts. For what purpose, it was difficult to say. I had the sense that he was gaining power, too, and while I had a small water spirit, whatever his collection was for, I doubted it would be nearly so weak. My counterpart escalated. He started killing the armored men who patrolled the streets at night, tearing them apart even though they went in 2s and 3s. When the patrols stopped and people were left to hide in their homes, he began ripping those homes open. I saw one the next day, the slats spread apart, like a child ripping the tissue from around a present. More than 100 people died before I acted. I feel great shame about that. I had no idea what I was going to do, how I was supposed to face such a creature, but I went out into the street, staff held in front of me, and called for him. He approached with a pounding against the cobblestones, but was only a man in a cloak, at least as I first saw him. He sniffed the air and regarded me. Things moved beneath his cloak, rippling and swaying. I thought that we would have a dialogue, that he would explain himself, but he attacked as soon as he knew that I was the one he'd been waiting for. The cloak came off and what felt like 1,000 limbs burst forward from beneath it, so many that my staff could barely deflect them. He used no weapons, had no armor, but I was incapable of doing anything but defend myself, and that for not too long. He nearly killed me. I suffered some of the worst wounds I've ever had at his hands. I lost consciousness, in fact, from the pain and suffering, and when I woke up, I was only barely able to get myself to the portal. Of my counterpart, there was no sign. In the next world, I spent time in a hospital with endless rounds of surgery and the prayers of clerics whose healing magic was weak and limited. I think if there'd been no magic, or no high technology as on the space station, I would have died. Eventually, after some months, I was ejected from the hospital and put in government housing, a huge apartment building that was beset by problems. I had tried to explain that I was from another world, but after the second time being told that was utmost blasphemy, I kept it to myself. I was still only mostly healed when I got out, and I worried that I would be fighting with a handicap throughout the whole affair. But it turned out that I had more time. The government was run by a monolithic religion, all-powerful, with the head priest also being the head of state. They were in a period of waning power, and I, once again, found myself falling in with the opposition, the same as I had before. These were no disorganized rabble, though. They were indigenous people whose land had been stolen away from them. Attempts had been made to kill their culture, to murder their children, but the current state of affairs was one of simple oppression. The culture of these people had been largely destroyed, and they were building up a new one, which lived in stark defiance to theocracy. Spray paint, skateboards, clothes that screamed of rebellion like a primordial howl. Many of them had come up through state-run orphanages, cut away from their parents, leaving a generation of boys and girls who had found their own way. I've worried in writing this, and I suppose in reading it, that I'm giving you an excuse to kill me. Not that you need one. There's enough variety among our kind that perhaps you hear that I was helping indigenous people fight against a colonizing force and think that I should have been on the side of the colonizers. Maybe you'd need to know what color everyone's skin is, or some nonsense like that. Or perhaps none of these words mean anything to you, and the conflict is only a conflict, the reasons hard for you to understand. The other world hopper had come in before me, which took me quite by surprise given my long recovery. She was religious, deeply so, and saw an echo of her own religion in this place. Through sheer force of will, not to mention physical force, she'd positioned herself as a holy person, latching onto a prophecy or perhaps just a few lines of their holy book. I spoke with her a few times, both over radio, like we're doing now, and quite a few times in person. She was possessed with a fervor that only the worst of the religious are gripped by, perhaps in reaction to our situation. She believed, I think through a doctrine of her own creation, that her God was the God of all worlds, that she had been selected to bring proper belief to them, or maybe to fight the enemies of her God and act as his instrument. I don't think it was entirely coherent, to be honest, but I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt. We fought. I was a vanguard for the rebels, ready to pitch in on the dangerous missions, and she was the stalwart defender of a government she should, by rights, have no allegiance to. On one occasion, I went with my companions into the government records office in the dead of night, and somehow she was there as we tried to make our escape, glowing with golden light. We hadn't tripped any alarms, and I never did find out how she had appeared there. She was cagey about what her powers actually were. That was the first time we'd come to blows, and would be far from the last. I didn't want to hurt her, despite our differences of opinion. She didn't really want to hurt me either. Every time a fight ended, I thought it would be with one of us beaten to a pulp, but we kept letting the other escape. I did it because I felt deep empathy for her, but I don't fully know why she did the same for me. There were times it felt like we were building to something, as though she was only one more fight away from dropping her delusions and switching sides. Maybe she felt the same about me. I haven't been relating everything to you. I think that might be cause for distrust, but I've been forthright, since I do think there are things to learn from each other, and if we're to fight, then at least we might engage in some trade of information first. Still, I had an exchange with her shortly before our final battle that I think is worth recounting in full here, and while I can't say that it's verbatim, I believe the spirit of it remains intact.
You feel a misdirected righteousness,
she said to me, a long sword with an elegant curve in her delicate hand. She was glowing, wings spread wide.
There is a glory to the true God, and it has touched you. Yet, like many, the glory has been corrupted, turned aside toward ill purpose.
I've seen the sides, I replied to her. I've seen the graveyards, looked through the records your people have made of their own misdeeds. It was hard not to talk like her when we were facing each other in that way. I had my gauntlet and my staff by that point. This was how we had most of our talks, with our weapons held in hand, waiting for a fight to break out. But I knew her well enough by this point to know that we could end up talking for quite a while like that, all tensed up.
Misdeeds are one thing, but the core of this society is sound, the religion intact, their people prosperous.
It was hard to hear her say such a thing, knowing how false it was. It made me think that there was no hope that we could ever find reconciliation, that we would have to keep fighting until one of us was dead. If she had beaten me badly enough that the portal appeared, I wasn't entirely sure I would go through it. I didn't particularly like the world. It was too embroiled in strife for me to want to be there because it was a good place to be. But I cared about the people in it, the friends that I had fought alongside, people who had died for the struggle. My gauntlet had belonged to a close friend and remains a symbol of him, something that I'm proud to carry with me.
To hand this country over to the heathens would put this world beyond recovery. I've seen fallen worlds, spoken to fallen people. It feels impossible that God's light would forever be darkened, but this is my purpose, to bring the light forward.
They're corrupt, I replied. I didn't say to her that I didn't believe in God, nor her proto-God. I knew her well enough to avoid that misstep. If you can't see that the seed of darkness lies inside of them, that you will never be able to root it out.
I haven't been making my progress public. If your people knew, they would give me thunderous applause for those who are now in the ground. But they don't want to cut the rot out. They would rather throw the entire enterprise in the fire.
This was true. They had their own plans for a new government, a new society that they would build in the wake of the bloodshed. They called it the Great Divorce, though always with the understanding that the marriage had been against their will. I'm helping these people. I'm not helping them in the way that I'm forcing my help on them. I'm asking them what they want me to do and then doing it. They don't want to be governed by your people. What's the end of this? Subjugation? Conversion?
Absolutely.
She replied, as though that was obvious.
They will see the light of God, even if it's through eyes held open.
There was a long pause. I didn't know how to respond to that. She had never outright said it before, that this was the long-term plan, the destruction of an entire people. Until that point, she had skirted around it, denied that was what it might take.
I have been gifted these weapons, put forward on this journey, for a purpose, yes, but also to be tested, honed. I see now the lesson of this world, the trial that was intended for me.
I knew then that I needed to bring an end to this, that we had somehow moved into a different phase of the campaign. She had been tested, yes, and decided that she was going at full throttle to the ends of the world. I beat her, then and there. The fight lasted a long time, with no small amount of collateral and interference, but in the end, I had her beaten and broken. She was taking shallow breaths as blood dripped from her mouth. The portal opened, and I realized that I didn't know whether it was for me or her. She crawled to it, holding in her guts, and I let her. I felt awful about hurting her, and awful about letting her go. But I knew her too well to deliver death. I did my best to prepare, not knowing how long I had. I didn't know what governed the portals, though I had been through a number of them by that point. I had enough time to think about what she'd said, what her purpose was, and ultimately, what my purpose was. I grabbed books, one of which you've already seen. Books about science and technology, mathematics, knowledge, and processes. In the end, I had only just enough time to pack a backpack, and then I was off. I wish I knew what had become of the revolt I'd been a part of, but I can't say for certain, only that I left them with quite the coup, the sainted woman brought low on live television. And that brings us to today. I came through the portal with my backpack on, staff in one hand, and gauntlet around the other arm, a parting gift from the rebels. I caused quite a stir, but was able to trade away a few simple things for regular clothes in short order, and I'd been in places that were outwardly rougher. It didn't take long for me to stumble upon Cormorant Wesley, who took what I said at face value with what I'd initially thought was suaveness, but now think was simply a peculiar unflappability. I hope you get this message. If not, it felt good to write, at least, which is something. I've avoided saying much about our current situation, the mutually exclusive friends we've made, but I suppose you expect that. I hope this was what you wanted, and that we can keep talking, right up until the end. I've said before that I'm tired of losing. I think I might actually be stronger than you, which is a change of pace for me, given how much I've been on the back foot through this whole thing. We'll set a time and place, and we'll have it out. But the work that I've done here, the gifts I've given, seem to have done their work. From what I know of your side, I've chosen the correct one. But you don't seem the type for debates on philosophy or ethics. Perhaps you just fell in with them. I'll do my best not to kill you. I hope you show me the same courtesy. I do wonder if you'll run into any of those others somewhere out there, if it works like that, if there are repeats or few enough of us that you'd expect to run into one of them. I keep wondering about what happened to the others, whether they're okay out there, whether they survived. Even the ones I thought were lunatics, I wonder about. At any rate, I send my regards.
Chapter 33 King's Castle. Perry wasn't a particularly stealthy individual, but the suit offered an unparalleled ability to see through walls, and if he moved using the sword, floating after it, he could be quiet as a whisper, not needing to worry about the sounds of his footsteps. He had waited for a foggy night to go into the castle. There were guards all over, but Temmie had a man inside the castle, and an out-of-the-way window had been left unlocked. When the castle had been built, it had been with the idea that being up on a huge hill would protect it during all but the worst sieges, and with an eye toward thick walls to stop artillery barrages and other weapons of war. The upper levels were thought to be safe when the thing had been built, since no one was going to be able to enter a fifth-story window that was situated over a steep drop. They'd been thinking about gunpowder and cannons, not flying magical creatures. The king surely knew now that the castle was difficult to defend, but there was only so much that could be done about that. Temmie's man had given Perry a best guess about where the night guards would be, and from there, it was up to Perry to make sure he didn't stumble across anyone else. If he got caught, the plan was to kill his way through the trouble and make a noisy exit, hoping that he wouldn't get hit by a cannon again as he made his escape. He was hoping that it wouldn't come to that. Perry found the window easily enough, helped by Marsh's enhancements to his vision. There was a ribbon hanging down from the window, only a brief 6-inch strip, unassuming, invisible from the ground, but it was proof that Temmie's inside man wasn't a phantom. Perry still waited below the window for a moment, worried that it might be a trap. Once Perry was in, his heart started beating a lot faster. He'd had Marsh give him vision into other rooms, which was almost entirely based on sound rather than infrared or anything like that. And on top of that, he'd also had Marsh produce a mini-map that gave a high-contrast visual representation of the space around them. The drone had been affixed to the outside of the window that Perry had come in through, so that Marsh could have more data and make sure the exit stayed clear. Even with all that, Perry was as anxious as he'd ever been in a battle. There was something about the possibility of getting caught, what felt like the inevitability, that was getting to him. He kept checking the minimap, nervous, and held his breath a few times so as to not make any noise. It didn't help matters that Marsh wasn't entirely trustworthy, working on heartbeats and breathing as heard through walls. An exceptionally silent person would be invisible to Marsh, and thus invisible to Perry, which would mean that the whole thing could turn sideways with no warning. Perry held the sword tight and floated like a ghost through the hallways, opening doors only when absolutely necessary, which it mostly wasn't. The castle was a relatively new construction, not something that had been built over the course of hundreds of years by people allergic to sensible designs, but it was still a large, complicated place. Temmie's man had made a map, and Perry followed it, drifting through the quiet castle, taking the long way where possible to avoid guards, though almost all of the guards were facing outward, rather than patrolling through the corridors, down on the ground floor or up on the roof looking outward. When Perry found the room he'd been making his way toward, he stayed outside it for a moment, pressing his hand against the wall, hoping that Marsh would be able to get a better read on whether anyone was inside. No one was. The door was locked, but Temmie's man had a key, and Perry had a copy of it. The copy wasn't perfect, and the key had to be jiggled a bit before it would go in. But then Perry was through. A lot had been riding on Temmie's man. Perry didn't know his name, didn't know how he'd been induced into helping, whether it was love, sex, money, blackmail, or something else. Perry didn't have a lot of trust in Temmie, mostly because she was a spy, but her man had come through on his promises. The room was chilled with large blocks of ice. Perry couldn't feel the cold through his power armor, but he shivered nonetheless. It was shockingly primitive cooling, but the castle wasn't even fully electrified, so Perry wasn't sure why he'd have expected more. The blood was in metal tanks, which hid the red from view, making it look like a brewery to Perry's eyes, though at a smaller scale. There was apparently 2 weeks' supply of blood in those tanks, enough for all the Varkoli in the castle, and most of those outside of it, a central repository that the king had ultimate control over. Anyone who wanted blood needed a ration provided by the kingdom, which was a way of controlling the troops, ensuring that they stayed loyal. It wasn't guarded at night, not unless you counted all the guards everywhere else in the castle and the lock on the door. Harry took a pouch from the small bag that hung over his shoulder and emptied an eighth of the powder into the first of the 8 tanks. The tanks were large, containing the mixed blood of dozens of people, which was apparently better for being able to do tests, control temperature, and adulterate the mixture with anticoagulants and other materials. Harry was fairly sure that modern practices never had any blood mixed together, but they had done it for some reason, separating them by blood groups, at least according to the labels. The powder that Perry was putting into the tanks was pure silver, which was apparently deadly to the Varkoli, inducing a slow, creeping sickness that would hit something like 12 hours after they had ingested the blood. Harry had at first thought that it might be something like food poisoning, but Flora had explained that it was more dire than that, a sickness that was invariably fatal over the course of a few days. The idea wasn't just to kill them. It was to make a move in the ongoing war, forcing them to put more resources toward making sure that their blood supply was fresh and clean. They would have to post guards around their blood tanks, after replacing everything that Perry had poisoned. Harry wasn't sure how many people this would end up killing, since he didn't know the feeding schedule. Varkoli didn't need blood every single day, but that was what they preferred, a sort of drip feeding. Harry had finished the last of them and was in the middle of putting everything back in place when Marsh chirped.
Sir, there's someone coming down the hall.
Harry looked at the minimap, and even as he was doing that, he was using the sword to rise up. The ceiling was high, almost 15 feet, and the room was almost completely dark for someone without any kind of vision enhancement. Harry felt his heart beating hard. It was a single person, not necessarily going into this room. A dot on the minimap, a ghostly shimmer when seen through stone walls. The whole plan hinged on doing this quietly, because if there was a commotion, they would go check on the blood. That might ultimately have the same result of increasing the number of guards and shifting their people toward defense rather than the pure offense they were on now, but it wasn't what Perry wanted. Perry held his breath as the man came into the room. The man was gray-haired, wearing a heavy white lab coat, with a lantern held in one hand. He was inspecting the door, playing with the handle, and it was clear from his expression that he was trying to figure out how and why the door was unlocked. He was human, at least according to the criteria that Perry had sloppily programmed into Marsh. But that wasn't even close to perfect. Perry's eyes went to the tanks, where he saw the last one of them was slightly opened. He'd been in the midst of finishing. There was a risk that this interloper would go get a guard, wake someone up, introduce other people to the mix. Perry dropped down, less silently than he'd hoped. In the same motion, he grabbed the man from behind. He'd done a rear-naked chokehold a few times before with friends when he'd gone through a jock phase in high school, but he was both out of practice and wearing the power armor. The neck crunched as the full power of the armor was brought to bear, and the scientist, or whoever he was, died almost instantly, before he could say a word. He got out a sound, maybe the start of please. Harry slowly lowered the body to the ground and stared at it, then checked his minimap and did a scan of what Marsh could see through the walls. "What now?" asked Perry as he closed the 8th tank. Everything in the room looked like it had when Perry came in, minus the corpse.
I don't believe I have the faculties necessary to make that determination, sir.
It was more directed at myself, said Perry. He let out a shaky breath. The lantern had fallen to the ground, making some noise, but it didn't seem like anyone else was coming. And thankfully, the lantern hadn't broken. There was only one thing to do, which was salvage the mission. Perry looked over the tanks, again making sure that they were as he'd left them, snuffed out the flame of the lantern, then hefted that and the body. The power armor could easily carry the weight, but it was awkward, and Perry was very conscious of the sound, and the fact that somebody else might come at any moment. He had no idea who this person was, why he had come in the middle of the night, or anything else. He just had a body that needed to be taken away. Perry locked the room behind him. He had to force it a bit, and was worried that the key would snap off in the lock. The body lay behind him as he was doing that, and as soon as the lock was in place, Perry returned the key to his pouch and lifted the body up again. He was startlingly aware that he wasn't cut out for spy work like this. Infiltration was giving him what felt like, but probably weren't, heart palpitations. It would have been a relief, in a way, to get loud, to be in a fight for his life rather than this halfway state of possibly being thrust into a fight at any moment. He was watching the minimap carefully, looking through the walls, but still had a feeling like he was missing something.
Sir,
said Marchand, and Perry startled, making noise in the process. The corpse's head smacked against a door, and Perry worried that anyone awake would come running.
There appear to be corpses in the castle.
Perry was dead silent, looking in all directions. The castle had thick stone, but the acoustics felt unpredictable, as though there were certain places he'd be able to hear a conversation from even though he was 100 feet away. That might have been paranoia. Corpses? Perry finally asked.
There's a makeshift morgue, sir,
said Marsh. He changed something in the map to show its location.
At first I thought that people were simply sleeping in a pile, but after some recalibration using spare cycles, I determined that they were too orderly for that.
Is this important?
I don't know, sir. I was bringing it to your attention so you could make an evaluation.
Perry thought about it for a moment, conscious that every moment spent in this godforsaken castle ran the risk of a wild escalation that might result in his death. If there was a morgue, it was because the king was killing people, and if they were being stored here, then it was probably in order to feed his troops. The blood must have come from somewhere, and while it was possible to take only a pint from volunteers, it would be easier to hang someone upside down and then slit their throat. That would get you all kinds of things to eat for all your various vampires. As to where those people came from, this was a world with a number of prisons, and a king who ruled with nearly absolute authority, which was one option. There were also the poor and downtrodden, immigrants and vagrants, who could be taken in without raising too many hackles. The poisoning had been directed at the Varcoli, but the king had fresh Austin as well, and nothing could be done to poison the bones. They could, however, be destroyed. Perry hesitated. This had all been his idea. They'd been talking about the ways in which the castle was permeable, what an assault would even look like, how many people they would need, and Perry had said, I could just go in and poison their blood supply. It had only worked because of Temmie's man, who had gotten the key and opened up the window, as well as checking to see whether there was some actual gap in where the guards were positioned. Flora had been against it. She thought it was too much risk for too little gain. They hadn't been able to find out the feeding schedule, but it was possible if they were doing a long stagger, they might catch as little as a single vampire with the poisoning. The best-case scenario was that a large number of the king's men would die, but the worst case was that Perry would die. Not only did Perry not want to die, he was an important piece of the chessboard, the one who was helping to construct the tower, and even an injury might reduce his capabilities. He was a werewolf now, had mostly healed back from what they'd done to his arm, but they were clearly capable of doing damage to the suit. Perry looked out the nearby window, unfortunately not one of those that opened. The moon was waxing gibbous, and he could feel it. There was a current of aggression to everything that he did, and maybe that was why he was so on edge while sneaking around. While in the suit, or indoors with blackout curtains, the feeling was muted, the mind-affecting aspects barely noticeable. But he was worried that it had seeped into his brain somehow. He had never been on steroids, but it was how he imagined roid rage. But there was information to be gleaned, information about where those bodies were coming from, who the king was killing in order to fuel his new vampiric army. "Chart a path to the morgue," said Perry at a whisper. It wasn't far, assuming that Marsh's map was correct. It was down 2 staircases which were close by. Perry went to the window that was to be his exit, in a meeting room that no one would be using at this time of night. He laid the body there, setting it down gently so as to not make a sound or create more evidence. The body was probably starting to stink already, but the suit kept Perry from experiencing it. There had been a clink of metal when the body hit the floor, and Perry patted it down in order to find the keys he'd suspected were there. Then Perry was floating through the castle like a ghost, down the staircases, through the corridors, trying not to think too hard about how close he was passing to bedrooms and offices. There were still figures in some of them, lying down, either soldiers or servants, and if any of them woke up, there would be trouble in a hurry. The guards were one thing, but they didn't even seem to do regular patrols. A whole castle full of these people, though, especially Austin and Varcoli, along with whatever else the king had acquired. Perry would be lucky to leave alive. The morgue wasn't guarded, but it was locked. Perry tried 4 keys before he got the right one. There were tables for the bodies, but the tables were full, and beside those tables were more bodies that had been stacked against one wall. Perry had gotten used to death, used to the look and smell of it, but there was something about seeing all those feet that got to him. His stomach churned, and he looked away. "Full scan. Save everything."
"Right away, sir,"
said Marsh. Death didn't matter to Marchand. The AI was accustomed to the suit, but it had some knowledge of the ways of war. "Point me at any files."
"Over there, sir."
The voice was too chipper, too ready to do what needed to be done. Richter hadn't programmed the AI to be somber and subdued at a time like this. It was the little feet that bothered Perry most. The feet of children mixed in with the adults. Some of them might have been children that had died young, died in hospitals from some wasting sickness, but it felt like there were too many for that to be true. But if the king wanted people who wouldn't be missed, there were some children like that, especially in this semi-historical context. Street urchins. Orphans. Perry leafed through the files that sat on one desk, going fast enough that he couldn't read them, but slow enough that the camera would capture everything for later. The very moment that was done, he put everything back where it was and left, locking the door behind him. The truth was, he'd almost fallen for Cosme's sanctimonious bullshit. All the talk of being on the right side of things, wanting to lend his strength to rebels and revolutionaries. And here he was, helping the king to kidnap and kill children for their blood and bones. Cosme must know, must have seen it. Cosme had even said that he was tired of losing, that he was going to focus on winning more rather than scraping by. Morality had gone out the window, it seemed, in the interests of winning. The anger was boiling. Cosme was probably somewhere in the castle. If not for the fear of fighting off dozens of Varcoli, Perry might have sought him out. "Are we clear?" asked Perry as he approached the window. There had been no disturbances along the way, and if there had been, Perry would have felt relief at getting to end someone. He was angry, and felt as though he had every right to be.
"Yes, sir. I've been feeding information to the HUD, sir."
Perry took a deep breath, as though his breathing could be heard from outside the suit anyway, gathered up the body, and slipped out the window. He'd taken looks around to see what he could of the floors above and below, aided by the drone that he left in place. But there was no one watching, the fog making it pointless. It wasn't until Perry had retrieved the drone that he felt any relief. But the anger was still bubbling up like indigestion. He was out into the fog quickly enough, trailing after the sword, and soon he was invisible to anyone who might have been watching. That left the question of what to do with the body. Perry flew out away from the city, taking his time. He was feeling impatient, but that might cause a mistake, so he stilled his mind and kept going. The sword was practically glacial by the standards of motor vehicles, and slower than running with the suit, but it could move swiftly and silently through the clouds. A person's eyes wouldn't have been able to see anything in the fog, but Marsh came through, making a map that showed where they were. The time in the air gave Perry's anger time to cool. Maybe it wasn't that he was a werewolf under a waxing gibbous moon. Maybe he was just angry about the dead children. Or maybe he was angry and using that as an excuse for his rage. When Perry was a mile out over the water, he stopped and looked at the corpse. They were far from land, and the corpse would sink. But he worried that corpses also floated. Marsh, why do corpses float? Something about gases from bacteria, right?
Yes, sir,
said Marchand. Perry waited for a moment, but Marsh didn't elaborate. How do I keep it from floating? It was a grisly question. His thought was that it was the buildup of gases in the abdomen, which would mean that a corpse which had its stomach and lungs eviscerated wouldn't rise to the surface. But he also recalled something about feet floating to shore on their own.
Rocks placed in his pockets would be how I would do it, sir.
Rocks. He was above the water, which was deep and dark. They were a mile from land.
Rocks under the water, sir. We could dive down.
The repairs will hold?
Repairs, sir?
To the arm. The suit is watertight?
Just a moment,
said Marsh. Perry waited.
Running calculations, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Perry let out a sigh. Never mind. We're not going to risk it.
Fluid simulations are terribly complicated, sir. I'm sorry I've failed you in this matter.
I'm going to tear the body into pieces and hope that's enough. Hopefully the body isn't found until it's nearly unrecognizable.
Very good, sir,
replied Marchand. He seemed a bit too happy about it. Or maybe just happy that he could stop the fluid sims. It was grim and grisly work that made Perry queasy, though he'd done his share of dumping bodies in the river of late. Here he was tearing it apart, limb from limb. For good measure, he used the strength of the suit to crush the head, which would be the most identifiable piece of the corpse. When Perry was done, the pieces of the body drifting down to the bottom of the ocean floor, he flew back to the city. He was feeling better about the whole thing, about the scientist he'd killed. And if they found out about the poison before anyone was actually poisoned, well, that wasn't ideal, but there wasn't anything that they could do about it. The castle had no cameras to be caught on. Perry had left no evidence. And if they caught on, well, so what? Marsh, any conversations recorded? It was mostly the guards awake. Did the drone pick up anything?
A few, sir. I didn't relay them at the time, as I thought you would prefer silence.
Give it to me. Marchand played them in sequence. Audio processing was one of the AI's major strengths. But with the recent damage to the suit, Perry wasn't sure that he could trust the reconstructions, which had all kinds of supplemental work put into them, and some obvious places where Marsh was making some guesses. Much of it was inane, but there were a few bits and pieces that made Perry's eyebrows raise.
It's not the blood of innocence,
said one of them.
It's blood all the same,
said the other.
How many of us are they going to make? He needs soldiers. These monsters need to be rooted out. But the prisons are being emptied. What's going to happen?
Faith.
Said the first, as though that was an answer.
We're to stay like this for the rest of our lives.
The other replied. There was no visual to go along with the conversation, but Perry could practically see the man looking at his own body, the blood that pumped through his veins.
Mind your post,
said the first.
Enough chatter.
It was a question that set Perry's mind to one of the consequences of the poisoning plan. He had ruined a lot of blood, many bodies worth, gallons of the stuff, and once they found out, they would have no choice but to throw it out. They would get new blood, and Perry's assumption was that it would be a difficulty for them. But it was entirely possible he'd underestimated the king's willingness to slaughter his own people, especially the lower classes. The prisons were being emptied of the worst, and that was one thing. But everyone else, it gave Perry second thoughts. Monsters, though, that was rich. Coming from men who'd turned themselves into Varkoli, who'd be drinking whatever blood the king gave to them, 3 steps removed from when it had been in people. It wasn't until 2 days later that Perry heard anything about the success or failure of the plan. They met with Temmie only rarely, always at different places, though those places were often love hotels after a certain time of night. The seediest possible areas where people knew to mind their own business.
It worked,
said Temmie.
There are 30 dead.
Her lips were tight.
I lost my man on the inside.
Perry kept his face still.
The man I ran across. The one that I dumped in the ocean, he began.
It wasn't him. It was his father.
Ah, shit.
It was collateral damage,
said Flora.
We have to expect a certain level of that. We lost our eyes into the castle,
said Temmie.
My man doesn't necessarily know that it was our fault, but he suspects. His father, missing, on the same night that you came in. There's no evidence, but this was a man I'd been courting for some time. He thought that he was working against the monsters, that he was part of some human resistance, and now... my cover is blown, at least with him.
I don't know that I had another choice. I could have waited, up on the ceiling, and hoped that he wouldn't see me, wouldn't report the open door.
Restraint. Knock him out, steal him away, don't kill him, and then rip the body into pieces. I'm trying to help you see this through. I'm not going to be able to do that if I have to keep changing identities. My contacts know me as this woman.
She gestured to her borrowed appearance. She let out a sigh. If she was frustrated, there was nothing that Perry could do about it now.
You'll be happy to know that the king is apoplectic about it all. It took them time and money to vet all those people, resources to keep them satisfied. They needed to be kept away from their families. It'll take time to replace.
Then I'll contact Cosme. Announce that I'm ready for the fight.
And if you win, you leave, he does,
nodded Flora.
The tower is almost done. I'd stay and continue the fight, to see you through to success. But there's a good chance that I'm going to forget once the tower is done, even with Flora helping me reorient, even with Melon doing his best to carve out an exception for me or help make it so I can't forget.
If the king brings his full forces, you'll be badly outnumbered,
said Temmie.
And if we bring as many as we can to your side, it's going to be difficult to weed out the collaborators and spies. And Cosme? He's not the main problem. I know you have your own goals, but Cosme is a problem,
said Flora.
He's the one that opened the floodgates, yes, but he has insights into other worlds, knows things about these technologies that are being unleashed on us. He also has a significant amount of personal power and sees us as monsters.
Harry wasn't sure that was true. Cosme had never said as much, not even when it seemed like a good point, at least in terms of rhetoric. With the morgue and the castle, the king was doing worse than the vampires professed to do, with not even a veneer of being ethical about it. Cosme didn't have a leg to stand on. But their dispute felt like it had never been about ideology. There was no world in which Cosme would have said, "No, you're right, I was wrong, we should team up."
Maybe Cosme had been trying to argue that he was on the side of the righteous, that Perry should throw down his sword. That wasn't even close to working, even if Perry had felt the sting of sympathy. I'll set the date for the next full moon. It's in a week. I'll lie low until then. We'll gather up as many people as we can. The tower should be complete by now. And if I am affected, I'll still have an advantage. Flora and I almost killed him last time. But that wasn't to be. Because before Perry could get a message out, he got one from Cosme. A brief one delivered with icy purpose, suggesting that it was time to end the conflict once and for all. Cosme had set the arena as being the fairgrounds in 8 days. Perry didn't hesitate long before accepting. That meant there were plans to make, allies to gather, and a tower that needed to be converted over to its new purpose before that time. Chapter 34. We're all going to the World's Fair. Part 1. It was the night of the full moon. The next day, they would be going to have a big old fight at the fairgrounds in the shadow of the huge tower, which would hopefully be finished by then. The schedule had looked good until it didn't. The pieces that Perry had been putting in place had felt like they'd somehow multiplied thanks to Melon's indecision or ambitions. It was hard to tell which. Melon had promised that it would be ready, but his schedule had slipped many times before, and Perry wasn't sure that the deadline was going to be met. Perry and Flora spent the night before the planned fight together, which was how they spent every night. Perry could feel the effects of the moon, even with the blackout curtains. They had pinned and taped everything a week ago, and it seemed to work to keep the moonlight out. Flora was on edge and needed to run through every possibility with Perry.
There's a good chance it's a trap. Or that whatever happens will be identical to a trap. That is to say, this is a pitched battle, not a spontaneous one.
Pitched battle, said Perry, turning the words over. Pitched like a tent?
You don't have that word where you're from,
asked Flora. She was standing by the kitchen counter, where her papers were, and she set her pencil down.
This is another language issue?
We have the phrase. I just thought that a pitched battle was an intense one, rather than... He paused. One where both sides have chosen to commit. I guess it is pitched like a tent.
You've decided that you can win, and have leveraged your resources toward this battle. Cosme has decided the same. We don't know the extent to which he has the king's backing, but from what Temmie and her people can tell, it's less than he probably hopes. We have a good shot, assuming that the tower can be completed.
We also have more allies than they're counting on.
I don't know how much faith we can place in them,
said Flora. She sat down on the couch beside him.
None of us are fighters. The king's vampires were all made from soldiers, many of them veterans, but all of them trained. We'll have people who are craftsmen, scholars, bankers, people who have experience with their powers, but who haven't fought. Not really.
Except that some of them are veterans too. Good people to have in a fight, given they've been through potentially more wars than any human ever could. Flora frowned.
Still, some won't show up.
They had a map of the city, which showed the fairgrounds and all the buildings around it. One of the advantages of the grounds as a mutually agreed-upon battlefield was that there was no particular entrance or exit to it. People could stream in from practically anywhere, and stream back out again, which meant that the trap would be at the field of battle, rather than along the way. At least if Perry's superior intelligence service could avoid the worst of it. That superior intelligence of the enemy's movements was largely due to the power armor, the drone, and Temmie, but wasn't quite perfect. It had also helped in rooting out traitors and collaborators, a few of which Perry had dealt with as the time drew near. So long as Perry was standing on top of the roof of the building, Marchand could listen in on a whispered conversation 2 levels down. The map was sitting on the kitchen counter, where no food was ever made, slightly furled. What do you rate our odds? Flora let out a breath and craned her head back, exposing her throat.
With or without the tower?
You think Melon won't come through? Asked Perry. This had to be considered as a serious possibility. In that case, I don't think we'd have a choice but to call it off. We know Sho on Cosme. I'm sure he'll understand. Perry's mood had been more sardonic as the big day approached.
I'm not sure that we can call it off. The only reason people will come fight with us is because they think we can win. It would be such a blow to morale that there would be no recovery. People would turn traitor, take their chances under the king's regime, and hope that they would be granted clemency.
Melon says that it'll be ready. Realistically, the last panel needs to be installed tonight, so I'm going out in the suit to grab it. I'll stay until dawn if I have to. The suit should stop me from wolfing out.
It's not ideal conditions for testing that, but in theory, yes.
She was frowning. They were sitting with their arms touching each other. Perry's had grown hairier, like a second puberty. Hers were pale and slim, especially in comparison to his. Will you miss me when I'm gone?
Yes,
said Flora without hesitation. Come with me. Stay by my side. Step through the portal with me.
This is my home. These are my people. If I abandoned them, I could never live with myself. Besides, it'll be harder for me than it is for you with my limitations.
She spoke of her diet like that sometimes, as a limiter, a burden. She laid her hand on top of his and gave him a demure look.
You'll miss me too?
I will, said Perry. She was essentially his girlfriend. He didn't really know why that was the case, and they never talked about feelings. But there was a pull between them. In fact, most of their conversations were exchanges of information, or arguments about strategy and tactics. Music was one of the exceptions, and her time guarding him as they went about the city was another. Flora had never talked about who had come before him. If she'd had boyfriends, she hadn't spoken of it. If she'd had random encounters, she hadn't spoken of those either. She seemed to care about her reputation, and acted colder toward him when they were in public. He'd made the mistake of trying to hold her hand once when they were walking down the street together, and she'd scowled at him, like he was a misbehaving dog. I feel like I don't know you, and I feel like the time for me to know you is almost up. This is, hopefully, the end of Cosme Walsh, and with the adversary gone, the portal will open, and I'll be off to the next world. It felt daunting just thinking about it. He was rolling the dice, and of course, his model for how it worked might be completely wrong, even if Cosme's stories seemed to confirm a lot of the initial guesswork.
You will,
Nodded Flora.
This is what thresholders do.
She seemed so content with it, like it was fait accompli, something that she'd seen coming a mile off. Perry pursed his lips. I've been trying my best to understand this world, he said, which felt a bit like a lie, because there were certain aspects that were inevitably stupid or annoying to him. The world had its own version of Christianity, and Perry had about as much desire to understand that as he had to understand ultra-conservative Christians from his own world. A single sermon had been enough, mostly to hear some of the songs and watch the rituals. The people of Teaguewater were backward by his standards. Even the thought of trying to dive in and wrap his head around their stupidity was exhausting, so he hadn't done it. Not in full. He'd focused more on fabrication techniques and the trades. Sex to your people is not casual.
No,
said Flora. Her eyes were on him.
it is a matter of grave sin. Everlasting torment awaits those whose hearts are filled with lust, who succumb to their amorous desires.
And you don't believe that?
I do.
She gave a quite serious nod.
I grapple with it.
You don't outwardly grapple with it.
You wouldn't understand,
said Flora with an idle wave of her hand.
You said before that it was a casual matter. You told me of Richter and said in an airy, indifferent way that you had defiled her, that she had casually degraded herself with you.
I'm pretty sure I didn't put it like that. He couldn't remember what exactly he had said. If Marsh had overheard it, maybe it might be worth a listen. Maybe I talked about her working in her underwear, I guess.
I found that attractive about you.
The way I talked about her?
The casualness of it, yes.
She reached up and brushed hair from his face.
There are a few ways in which the world you grew up in makes you ideal to me. Others, not so much.
The jokes and references you don't get?
I can appreciate that. It has its own texture to it, and I like the way you see the world as an outsider. The things that fascinate you, the questions you deliver to me about certain things I'd never really considered. I meant more your attitudes toward certain subjects. The disdain you feel, the anger, sometimes at things I hold dear.
Sorry. She was talking, at least in part, about the monarchy, which Perry refused to pay lip service to. He had been a knight in the last world, but had never held any illusions that it was a good system of governance, and certainly the reverence rubbed him the wrong way. He'd tried to be less vocal, once he realized that it bothered her. Flora shrugged.
You are who you are, and I am who I am. We were thrust together, and we deal with the uneven places where we meet.
There was a moment of silence. They had nothing more to say about the planned battle. That conversation had run its course, planning and strategizing, running through scenarios, fretting about allies and whether the tower would be finished in time. There were other men before me?
Few and far between. Do you really want to hear this?
I'm very likely leaving. I don't think we'll see each other again. It makes me sad, but it would make me even more sad if I didn't have the full picture of you.
You won't think less of me.
There were quite a few things Perry liked about her. She could arch an eyebrow like no one's business. No, I won't think less of you. He wasn't entirely sure that was true. There were certain levels of promiscuity that he would likely have found alarming, especially given the dangers inherent in being promiscuous in this time and place. It would be like she was admitting that she had a meth problem, or perhaps less extreme, like a modern person saying that they never buckled their seatbelt.
The first, I was young, an orphan, alone. He convinced me that he was in love with me, and I convinced myself that I was in love with him, and we told each other that we'd be married because that made it easier to think that what we were doing wasn't wrong.
Well, it wasn't wrong.
This is why we haven't talked about this before.
I mean, there are whole realms of discourse around this sort of thing where I'm from. I don't know what else I can say, if not that. Flora frowned.
If the story is familiar to you, that of people convinced they're in love for the sake of sex, perhaps I can skip over it, and we have more to get through. It would suffice to say that it ended poorly. I buried myself in my work, but it happened again a year later. That same heady intoxication of false love. I don't think you can imagine how it is to be a woman in this world. Everything you've said about your own world says that it's different in so many ways. A female gendarme is something new. Did you know?
You'd mentioned. He understood the structure of the gendarmes pretty well, if not the reality of boots on the ground. He hadn't pressed her for details, though eventually she'd opened up enough to start complaining.
They wanted women as part of the police, mostly to deal with certain crimes. I wonder if it's the same in your world, how much we hate domestic violence. A murder, that's foul, but at least there's a clear killer, a clear crime, not conflicting stories that need to be sorted through, not victims that recant their story the next day or return to be victimized again. It's intractable. That's largely why there was a position for someone like me. They wanted someone that women might actually talk to, someone that could help those women. It didn't help much, of course, but it was the justification.
You worry about your reputation. That's why, before me, it was always something secret, hidden.
As much as it could be.
She looked at her fingers, which were now resting on his.
Discretion was the name of the game.
Thank you for trusting me. Flora gave him a skeptical look.
It wasn't trust that first time.
No. It was some kind of gross necessity.
The necessity was a comfort. It was an excuse to indulge myself, to do what I'd wanted to do.
I hadn't known you felt that way. Maybe I had some inkling that you were warming to me, but not like that.
If you could spot my sin from a distance, I would die of shame. We know each other better than when we first met, but we come from different worlds. I might understand you if I understood America. You might understand me if you understood Teaguewater. But that understanding comes slowly, so there will always be a gap between us.
No. You could talk to me like this. Give me the messy confessions. Take great hacking cuts at the important bits. We could get 80% of the way in a hurry, if we wanted to.
If that's what we wanted to do, it's what we would have done.
I'm leaving. I don't want to. I mean, there's every chance that we never see each other again. That I never find a way to go from world to world. That I either settle down somewhere or keep world hopping forever. I want to take as much of you with me as I can. And you're saying that we don't actually know each other.
The most likely thing to happen is that you die. If not against Cosme, then against the next person. Someone worse.
That's fair. Still, I want to not leave too much unsaid.
You do this.
She was watching him with sterling eyes.
You behave one way, then speak as though the behavior somehow wasn't you.
You think that I should have said something sooner? That, if it were important, I would have gotten on with it much earlier?
Perhaps the gravity of your departure is only now hitting you.
Maybe. I don't know. He felt deflated. I think in the next world I'll do things differently. I'll try to... I don't know.
That might be why you're a thresholder.
She turned away from Perry.
You should get some sleep. The final preparations for the tower need to be finished tonight. If Melon can pull through.
Perry frowned, but she was right. He did need sleep. It came more readily than he thought it would, even though his mind was troubled. 24 hours later, Perry was hanging in the air above the fairgrounds. Night had fallen once again. There was an unusual amount of smog in the air, though Perry didn't think that had all that much to do with the upcoming battle. It was a complication, nothing more. And while it was thick enough to hide him, it wasn't so thick as to block out the moonlight, only to likely delay a transformation. Flora had said that Perry would be stronger than her under the light of a full moon, but they'd had no desire to test it. Perry was hoping that it wouldn't come to that. Cosme was standing around on a large stretch of lawn, all by himself. If Perry hadn't had superior surveillance capabilities, he might have thought that Cosme really had come alone. Instead, Perry had been able to peer into the tents with the suit's powers, and Marchand had made some reconstructions. There were at least 100 men in the tents, all of them silent, waiting. Moved there in ones and twos throughout the previous few days. They'd taken in coffins as well, Temmie's people had reported, for unclear reasons. On Perry's side were 33 vampires. Most of them were older, which in vampiric terms meant that they had some advantages, but only perhaps a dozen of them had significant combat experience, some of it quite outdated. They were further away, outside the area, but stationed up and ready to go on Flora's signal. Melon hadn't come through. The tower had been left unfinished, and they would have to battle without it. Melon was, at that very moment, on top of the tower, working out kinks in one of the plates. but the wide-scale glamour with its multiple pieces meant to hijack the structure was pretty much completely untested. Perry had been stalling, hoping that Melon wasn't overestimating himself again. But it had been an hour and a half. At some point, Cosme would simply leave. They could try again, possibly. But the king's side was getting stronger by the week, and some of the meager support that Perry had been able to scrape together wouldn't come a second time.
We've given Melon as much time as we can,
said Perry.
We're going to need to act. I'm going to come in for a landing. Talk first. Flora, you listen in.
Good luck,
said Flora. Her voice was tight. They delayed several times already, always hoping that Melon's frantic, last-minute work would come to something, even though the tower was meant to have been done days ago. The earpiece was one of their advantages. Instant communication for coordination, rather than having to rely on signals of any kind. When Perry needed reinforcements, they could be there at a moment's notice. Perry landed in front of Cosme with little fanfare, descending out of the fog in what he hoped would make an impression. Cosme startled, then held firm, staff in front of him. The man was wearing black slacks, a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and a black vest with a tie tucked into it. Hardly the clothes that Perry would have chosen for a fight. Cosme was holding the staff by one end, as though it were a club, and his bracer was in full display, shining with as many rubies as it could hold. There was no sign of any other equipment, and the suit was too well tailored to hide anything.
I was expecting a surprise attack,
said Cosme. He was sizing up Perry. His eyes went to the places where the armor had obvious damage, the chest and arm.
I wanted to lay some ground rules.
Seems like the place to do that would have been over the radio,
said Cosme. He was guarded, wary. There was too much bad blood between them. He thought the worst of Perry, clearly.
We'll fight until the portal appears. Then, we're out. There's no need to go until the death, if what you've said is true.
I haven't lied,
said Cosme. He was leaning forward a bit, eager. He wanted to be believed.
I kept things back, things that could hurt me, physically hurt me. But I never lied. We ended up on opposite sides here, but I don't think that's how it had to be. There's still time for us to come to some kind of agreement.
You're working with a king who seems intent on starting a world war.
Marchand was keeping watch as much as possible. The drone was in the air, overseeing the fairgrounds, making sure that no moves were being made, that the conversation was costing nothing. Perhaps a month ago, Perry would have just taken the surprise attack. He wasn't sure whether his tactical considerations were being overridden by the fact that he actually somewhat sympathized with Cosme.
The king's not ideal, no. You have to look at the big picture, though. The trend of history, the effects of technology. I know we spoke over the radio, but there's time to have a dialogue on the subject.
Cosme had spent an entire radio broadcast opining that progress was, if not inevitable, then at least the most likely consequence of technological innovation. He used the worlds that he'd been to as proof. They were aligned on many things, but democracy and equality were two of them. And Cosme felt as though it was practically inevitable that you get egalitarian societies when technological advances led to moral, spiritual, and philosophical advances. That was the history of Cosme's world, and the history of a few worlds he'd visited. Perry was far more of a skeptic, but it was a question of degrees. Certainly, this world would have been a better place with more electricity, more indoor plumbing, better agriculture, and all kinds of things that Perry had taken for granted on Earth.
The time for dialogue is over. I saw the morgue inside the castle. There were children there.
Cosme's mouth fell open.
That was you? The poisoning? 50 men dead?
Perry nodded.
All in the past now. All that's left is the fight.
You think that your monsters have the moral high ground? They're vultures! Do you have that animal?
Yes. Scavengers. They could be worse than that, if they wanted to. Worse than people who pick over the bones of the dead. They could be what the king wants to be. Immortal rulers. Already he started to turn his soldiers into these same monsters you seem to despise. And thanks to Wesley, this kingdom is going to run on blood soon. The blood of the lower classes. They'll be lucky if they're not bled dry.
I couldn't have seen that coming. There are things that I haven't handed over. Chapters that I've torn from the books. Burned.
There was something pleading in his voice. Maybe he wanted Perry to believe, but it was also possible that he was pleading with himself, telling himself a story wherein he was the noble hero.
It's all spiraled out of your control. You couldn't have known how it would go with Wesley. And now you're here, having left the world worse, through no fault of your own. Is that it?
It was the vampires who came to us. They wanted amnesty, to make deals. I had almost nothing to do with any of it, save for the books speaking of blood.
Perry frowned, which he knew Cosme couldn't see. It was good to stall, on the off chance that Melon could fix whatever it was he was trying to fix. But the question of blame was lingering in the air, and Perry didn't like it. There was a good argument that everything that had happened was essentially inevitable, just moved up by a few years or decades. There was another argument that it was their presence here, nothing more, and the entire conflict had happened without much regard to their actual actions, as though it was this inevitable thing. So far as Perry was concerned, Flora's people could keep eating up the scraps forever. They weren't hurting anyone, or probably weren't hurting anyone. It was only intolerance, prejudice, bigotry. All the same old things that were causing problems. Maybe in another 50 years, no one would think all that much of it. But that might have been underestimating how long memories could be.
I've seen rebellions. I've told you about them. But your people, they're...
He paused.
It's different.
Different how?
It's...
began Cosme, but his brow was knitted.
strange.
It's strange?
There's something...
said Cosme. He had lost focus and was looking only at his free hand. Perry felt it too. A touch of confusion. Something was happening, and Perry couldn't place his finger on what it was. It felt dangerous, threatening. Cosme had started the fight. Perry took that moment to attack, not waiting for the next symptom. Marchand began firing the gun with a barked order. Perry swept forward with his sword in front of him, and he reached for a pouch at his side and flung a handful of lye right at Cosme's face. The staff did the work of blocking both the bullets and the sword, wrenching Cosme's arm all over the place, which was part of the point. Cosme spluttered from the powder, which would take some time to work. None of that was Perry's focus. Instead, Perry was thrusting with his sword, not in the places where Cosme was, but in the places where Marchand was predicting that Cosme would be. The staff moved to Perry in regular, predictable ways, and with some prompting and refinement, Marsh had been able to make an algorithm that would near perfectly guess where the staff would end up in response to any sort of attack from any angle. By following the dynamic plotting that Marchand was doing, Perry was able to score hits on the hand, if not anywhere else. It was soon bloodied and cut up, though Cosme's grip remained firm even as the staff grew slick with blood. Cosme himself was largely absent from the fight, letting the staff defend on its own as he used his free hand to get his eyes clean. If the man was blinded, Perry felt like the fight couldn't possibly last that long.
Movement from the tents,
said Marchand.
Shit. Keep an eye on it. Let me know what's going on.
The predictive algorithms were working.
Better than Perry had hoped they would, and a well-placed stroke of the sword sliced through two of Cosme's fingers, not just down to the bone, but enough to cut them off entirely. He screamed in pain, momentarily distracted from the lie in his eyes, and the bracer on his arm flared with power as he began swinging the staff with incredible power and great abandon. Perry backed off, floating backward with the sword, and called for Marsh to stop firing the gun. He'd gone through 7 bullets without incident, but he was worried about the gun heating up, the servos that drove it breaking under loads they were designed for. Cosme had been trying to drive him off, but a blow from the staff with the bracer at full power was something that Perry had felt before, and he didn't want to feel it again.
There's fighting in the tents.
Fighting? Our people?
He felt confused. The nearby tents were where Cosme's backup was hiding, and if Flora was going to move on them, he should have known about it.
Not our people,
said Flora.
We're not anywhere near there. Still on standby.
Perry looked at the tents, which were some distance away. Whatever was happening inside, it was violent, and there were screams coming up from within them. He had no idea what it could be, other than the king's men turning on each other. Something that Temmie had arranged without telling Perry? Some kind of internal coup? It seemed like too much of a stroke of luck. Cosme was blinking through red eyes. His whole face was red and looked waxy, the lie having done its work. It was a mean trick, unsporting, but also not something that had been brought up before. And whatever the bracer was doing for Cosme's health, Perry thought the other thresholder would probably heal from it. Perry would have used something worse, if he'd have been able to get his hands on it. The screams coming from inside the tent were getting louder. Gunfire finally broke out, and someone was launched out the side, bloodied and bruised.
What is that?
Asked Cosme. He'd turned to look at the tent too, but with his eyes as they were, there was no way that he'd be able to make anything out.
What are you doing?
I don't think I did this.
Werewolves,
said Marchand.
What?
Asked Perry. He was blinking, trying to make sense of it. Why would Marsh say something like that? Everyone knew that werewolves weren't real. The AI was supposed to be smart, supposed to know fact from fiction, but it had taken damage, and sometimes had trouble with magic. A large dog emerged from the tent, blood around its muzzle. It was huge, the size of a horse, with bulging muscles that seemed to get larger in the moonlight. A second creature joined the first, then a third. They had spotted Perry and Cosme and were turning toward them. A loud scream came from the tent, and they turned back, bounding inside. The other tent was opening up, this one with soldiers in it, men with heavy weapons, cannons similar to the one that had shot Perry. These were Cosme's people, but the wolves, or whatever they were, where had Cosme gotten wolves?
Flora, I don't know what's happening, but you should bring in your people now,
said Perry. Even as he said it, it sounded insane.
I think it worked.
What worked?
Melon's plan. The tower.
Perry frowned. He was drawing a blank, maybe because of the threats around him. The huge wolves, the cannons, Cosme himself. It was more than enough to be overwhelming, but still, he was drawing a blank.
Cosme is using some kind of memory-affecting power. I'm compromised.
Follow March. We have plans for this.
Perry frowned. They did have plans for it. He remembered that now. But so much of it was blurry. Melon's plan had worked, and there were plans for if Perry lost his memory. But were those things connected? He only knew of 2 powers that Cosme was supposed to have, the bracer and the staff, and possibly one other, which Perry couldn't call to mind. A muddled memory made him question everything.
The wolves, are they on our side? Something of Temmie's?
He had no idea how that would be possible. Cosme was recovering, but Perry didn't want to press the fight if there were these odd wolves out on the field.
The wolves are his. Either they meant to hold them back and didn't,
or they're willing to accept casualties. Perry, you're going to have to put them down, which is going to be hard during a full moon.
They're not werewolves. They can't be. Werewolves aren't real.
Cosme had turned back to Perry, murder in his watery eyes, malice across his red face.
What is this? Some trick of yours? Wolves to kill my men?
If it was a ruse, it was a baffling one,
Perry,
said Flora in his ear.
they must have stolen teeth when they killed the werewolves. They wanted something to use against you, but they must have forgotten about the precautions they'd taken. The coffins? Those were to keep moonlight out, but then they forgot why they were in coffins. I don't know how much of that you'll be able to understand, but...
Cosme lunged forward. He was shaking off the lie attack far too quickly, and part of that might have been that his bracer was flaring up with red light. After some discussion, Marchand had been cajoled into adding in a counter for the rubies as part of the HUD, and the bracer was already a tenth depleted. Perry did a quick step back and dodged the wild swing, but the staff hit his sword, the power of the strike ripping it from his iron grip. Perry let it go and rushed in, trying one of the more dangerous things that he'd made plans for. Grappling. The staff moved to block him, placing itself exactly in the path of his hands. But Perry had more than two hands, and he had his leg hooked around Cosme's. With the staff playing defense, Cosme couldn't strike out with it, and his ruby-red arm was the strongest part of him, which was stuck holding the staff in place to keep the grasping hands from getting to him. The hooked leg worked, and Cosme was soon on the ground, being followed quickly by Perry, who was on top of him, the staff still between them. Cosme punched with his free hand, aiming squarely at Perry's chest plate, where there was clear damage. Moments later, he was pulling his hand back in pain, even in spite of the rush of power he'd put into it. The HUD showed no damage from the punch, though it had hit harder than a bullet. Perry was gripping the staff with both hands, trying to use his legs to kick. Cosme's strength seemed to be located in the one arm, right where the bracer was, as much as that strength could spill over.
Shoot him,
said Perry. The suit's gun popped up and fired almost before the words were out of Perry's mouth, and the staff rushed to block, moving out of Perry's grip. Perry struck, but he struck slow, moving his right hand deliberately, like a hunter sneaking up on his prey. When his hand had made contact with Cosme's chest, he put his entire weight into it, all the bulk of the armor, everything he could summon with his leverage. Cosme was pushed against the damp earth, and then, unceremoniously, there was a crunch in his chest as the bones gave way. Perry pushed harder as Cosme let out an involuntary breath, and the white shirt beneath his vest grew bright red. The bracer flared hard, and Perry was pushed off by the staff, thrown into the air for a brief moment before landing on his feet. He held his hand out and the sword flew through the air, slotting neatly into place. But that had to have been a death rattle. The pieces of bone had gone into the lungs, into the heart. They must have. And while Cosme had demonstrated a much greater durability than a normal person, even with the bracer flaring, it should have been too much to handle. Cosme slowly got to his feet. He didn't seem to believe it either. He coughed once, hacking up a globule of blood. But then it hung in the air in front of him, suspended. After a moment, it drifted back into his bloodied chest, soaking in.
What was that?
He croaked.
Was that you? Or me?
I'm not going to be able to finish this on my own,
said Perry. The tent with the wolves was starting to empty out. There were a dozen of them, all coated in blood that was not their own. The men from the other tent had been watching the scuffle between the thresholders, weapons raised but not yet firing.
We're moving in,
said Flora. The wolves had gathered into a pack, and as Cosme dropped into a fighting stance that shouldn't have been possible given that he just had his chest caved in, the second round of the fight started in earnest. Chapter 35. We're all going to the World's Fair. Part 2. The tower had worked. Flora was stunned by that. Harry wasn't supposed to be their canary, but it appeared that's what he was, and he didn't seem to be able to maintain a single thought about vampires or werewolves or anything else aside from the battle. Sometimes when she spoke into the earpiece, it was as though he was ignoring her, and other times he would come back with a garbled version of what she'd just said. He refused to believe her, kept saying that vampires and werewolves aren't real, or offering other explanations. The effect was powerful. So powerful that within Teaguewater there would never be any need for the custom, never any need for individual glamours. People would disbelieve the evidence of their own eyes and be unable to follow the evidence. Melon had said that it would be strong. He had made all sorts of promises, though, and the more promises he'd made, the less she had believed him. The last-second work he'd been doing on the tower had been hopeless, an indulgence they granted to an egotistical madman who believed in his own genius a little too much. All those sour thoughts had vanished now. Melon had done it. Flora could only imagine what was going on among the king's vampires. They wouldn't know their weaknesses, their hunger, wouldn't have any conception of their state of being. It was a boon, if not perhaps the opportunity to deliver a death blow. That remains to be seen.
We go. Now.
Flora told the group she was with. There were a few hardened soldiers among them, though all from past wars. Some of those wars a century ago. None had fought in the Reclamation War. They filtered out of the house, most of them moving fast, the Strix on black wings, the others walking or running. They had no authority to do this, as the Jade Council was rotten through with traitors and collaborators. But they knew that it needed to be done all the same. Morale would be an issue, as their ragtag force stood a good chance of breaking at the first setback. But Flora knew that this was their only hope, especially given the werewolves in the mix. A werewolf was a dangerous thing, even the day after the full moon. If there really were a dozen of them, it was going to be trouble. Cosme spun his staff and began to rise into the air. Harry shot at him. The staff came around to stop the bullet, and the unlikely lift supplied by the staff stopped, dropping him to the ground. Whatever was actually happening, whatever the wolves were doing here, Harry wasn't going to let Cosme escape from it. The wolves didn't seem stupid. They were moving as a pack, trying to flank, sizing up their targets. The caution seemed unwarranted, as they were so large that against a normal person, they would just kill with a single bite. The wolves moved on the men with guns first. The guns were large, cannons, heavier than Perry thought a person could carry. He'd been hit by one in the arm, which had crippled the power armor, but he couldn't make any sense of the memory, or the fact that these men were casually carrying that sort of weaponry now. The cannons fired, thunderingly loud, especially in concert with each other. Most of them missed, but there were a few hits, which did little to thin the numbers of the wolves. Then the wolves were on the men with guns, tearing them apart, claws piercing them, ripping off limbs, shaking them like rag dolls. One of the wolves turned toward Perry. His jaw was dripping with blood, and the fur on his chest was matted with blood as well, centered around a dark spot off to the left side. The wolf had been hit, was limping slightly, but it bounded forward and opened its jaws wide. Perry dodged to the side, trying to do his best impression of a matador, moving faster than the wolf had counted on. He thrust out his sword as an afterthought, but it bit through the fur and into the flesh, a grazing wound as the creature bounded away and turned back toward him. A second wolf had joined the first, and they soon had him flanked.
Shoot out their eyes!
I'll try, sir.
The gun on his shoulder had been holding, the servos not broken just yet. Perry worried the bullets would just bounce right off the eyes, like he'd seen in a movie with superheroes once. But with 2 loud bangs, the wolf was blinded. And with another 2 as he turned, the second wolf was too. Perry raced at the nearest one, the one that had been struck by a cannon and still not killed, and jammed his sword into the open wound as deep as it would go. He felt the sword strike metal, the slug that was lodged inside, and changed his tactic, pulling the sword out to go for the head. Normal wolves weren't the size of a car, and they'd die from a chest wound. These weren't normal wolves, but the thing Flora had called them, werewolves, was insanity. In the back of his mind, even as he moved and fought, he knew that something wasn't making sense. They were more like wargs, the giant wolves that orcs had occasionally ridden on Seraphinus, and as soon as Perry framed them as being that, they were easier to understand. The wolf was thrashing around, blinded, or nearly so, but still with fight left in it. Perry brought the sword down again and again, using the full power of the damaged suit. He finally landed a strike that crunched through something, sliced a vital part of anatomy beneath the fur by the neck, and the wolf stopped moving. It was a full-on battle across the fairgrounds, and Perry had found the best way to deal with that was to focus on some small slice of the battle that he could win. The battle as a whole had too many parts to it, too much to see or conceive of, even with Marchand putting all kinds of displays in the corner of Perry's vision. One of Cosme's legs was bloodied, gashed open by claws or teeth in a way that should have been dumping gallons of blood on the soil. His staff was twirling without his input, blocking the claws and teeth, which worked right up until the point that the wolf bit down on the staff itself. The wolf gave an angry shake of his head, and Cosme was shaken around like a chew toy, snapped one way, then another. He released the staff and went flying off to the side, tumbling when he landed. And as the wolf tossed the staff and charged, Cosme quickly reclaimed the staff and struck with a flare of red light from his bracer. It was a sloppy, powerful strike that would have missed against a smaller target, but the blow cracked through the wolf's skull. Perry was barreled into from the side by the other wolf he'd blinded, and they were left tumbling on the ground together. When Perry pushed himself to his feet and called his sword to his hand, he saw the wolf was halfway healed already, one eye still broken, and the other milky white. The gun on Perry's shoulder fired again, a decision made by Marsh, and the milky white eye burst again, which gave Perry the time to plant his feet for a firm thrust of the sword. He went for the mouth, sliding the sword between sharp front teeth, and when the sword bit flesh, he pushed harder, leveraging the armor's full power. The cannoneers were being literally eaten alive, and a few of them were still moving, even with missing limbs or torsos whose deep wounds must have gone straight through their ribs. It rivaled the worst battles that Perry had ever seen, particularly the way one of Cosme's soldiers ran with his hand at his stomach, trying to hold in his guts. Perry bounded forward and cut the man's head off with a single swipe, putting him out of his misery. Only 3 of the wolves remained. They had fought viciously, killed dozens, but the cannon fire had been too much for them, and after the initial confusion, the soldiers had started to rally. It helped that they were supernaturally durable, though Perry didn't much understand that either. The first time he'd seen it, it had seemed like a trick of the light, or just a bit of improbability. Mortal wounds turned into glancing blows. It still wasn't clear where the wolves had come from, or why these soldiers were so resolutely refusing to die. Perry wasn't even sure why they were fighting each other. Perry went at Cosme again as the staff began to spin, commanding Marsh to fire the guns. The staff blocked it, dropping Cosme once again, as the cannons continued to fire, and Cosme swore in an unfamiliar language. Then Perry was on him, trying to press the advantage, bringing his sword down against the staff with quick strikes. All of the power that Cosme had been pouring into the bracer was taking its toll, and 2/3 of the rubies were gone, tracked by Marsh as part of the HUD. When the bracer was depleted, Cosme would be finished, and already Perry could tell that the counterattacks were coming slower, with less force behind them.
Servo malfunction in the backup gun,
said Marchand with a clipped tone. He always called the gun on the shoulder the backup gun, since it was assumed that anyone wearing the suit should have a proper weapon, something that weighed 10 or 20 pounds, maybe more given that the armor could handle it. Perry didn't like that, but he kept up the assault anyway. He'd been in lengthy battles before, and knew the limits of the armor's batteries, which were barely even being stressed. The fight could go on for a half hour before he'd need to rest and recharge. The ball of water came unexpectedly, leaping up from the ground, and had splashed harmlessly against Perry's armor. It wasn't a trump card, just a last-ditch effort. And as it moved over Perry's armor, all it was doing was covering the cameras, which Marsh could compensate for, especially given how many cameras were studded around the armor. There were artifacts in the vision, but that was it. The water spirit of Cosme's a non-entity in the fight. Cosme's chest was stained red with blood. His legs seemed held together with blood more than anything else, and he was panting, which was less of an effect that Perry would hope the cumulative injury would have given him. It was hard to say whether Cosme was being held together by the strength of the bracer or the mysterious other power he had, but Perry's only option was to keep fighting. A shout came up from one of the tents, and Cosme bounded away from the fight, pushing the staff off against the ground with his full might and sending himself sailing backward. Perry turned, not to track Cosme, but to see where the shout had come from, and he was just in time to see flaps being drawn back. Between them, there was a familiar hulking metal machine, one that he'd seen in Cormorant Wesley's workshop. Wesley was just behind it, at the controls.
Zeus Killer,
said Perry as he launched himself to the side. The machine let loose thick streams of lightning, which lit up the fairground, and where the lightning came down were immediate fires and blinding light that Marsh mostly blocked. For all the hardening that the armor had against electricity, Perry had no illusions that he'd be able to survive a direct hit from the machine. When Perry landed from his bounding leap, the machine swiveled to follow him, turning on its mounting, and Perry ran with the full power of the suit, just barely outrunning a line of lightning that was following him. He gripped the sword tightly in his right hand and whipped it toward the machine and its operator. Improbably, it was Wesley himself, a fact that registered only belatedly. But the sword glanced off the lightning machine or cut through the metal without damaging it. The sword returned to Perry's hand as he kept on running, until he was beyond the turning radius of the machine. The few remaining soldiers had regrouped and were reloading their weapons. Only a single wolf was left, and it was limping but still angry, and the remainder of the soldiers had turned their attention toward Perry. Cosme was looking angry. His face was red, but he'd gotten the lie off, or simply powered up the bracer and healed through it, or used whatever other insane tricks he'd been hiding. He didn't look like he was going to try to run anymore. Perry held his sword out to the side. The shoulder gun was a bust, which was unfortunate, and the soldiers were barely standing, their ranks having been winnowed by the wolves. Perry didn't like his odds, though, especially not as he saw a few of the cannons being reloaded.
Servos on the gun are broken. Can the gun still fire?
Yes, though it risks further damage and cannot aim itself.
Fire whenever you have a good shot lined up.
He raced forward, not toward Cosme, but to the soldiers who were at the back ranks, reloading their weapons. They hadn't been expecting that, and Cosme wasn't fast enough to intercept, which meant that Perry landed among defenseless men with a razor-sharp sword. He'd seen how much damage some of them were fighting on with, and went for the head, a smaller target, and more difficult to get at with metal helmets. The sword could cut metal, though, and cleaved halfway through one man's skull, then through the jaw of another. Cosme was on Perry then, swinging his staff. He had only 1/10 of the rubies left. Some of that power must have been going to healing, for him to be so low on them, and his leg was looking less like it was held together with hope and willpower. Perry dodged the staff once, then twice. The wide, powerful swings were easy to see coming, the wind-up betraying the strength. He tried to parry, and had his sword knocked from his hands, buried in the dirt, but the sword leapt back to his hands again, though it was only of limited use in defense. There were still guns being hurriedly reloaded. Wesley was making adjustments to the mounting his lightning gun was on, repositioning it. If there was a time to retreat, it was now. But that risked Perry being shot out of the air, and another fight against Cosme seemed like it had worse odds. Flora came in from above, her cape looking like dark wings, her approach heralded only by a brief chirp over the radio. She landed with her feet on the staff, which had come up to block her, and she flipped forward to land behind Cosme. They had him flanked, though Perry was dismayed to see that she'd brought no weapons, only her bare hands. It didn't occur to him to wonder how she'd come from above, how she'd made such a jump, or flown without the help of powers.
You're back,
said Cosme. His face was swollen, words slightly slurred. Others were showing up, men and women that were part of Flora's rebellion? They were just normal people, though, not even soldiers, and Perry despaired that many of them would probably die, especially against the secret magic that Cosme was wielding. One of the men who'd arrived with Flora punched one of the soldiers, who crumpled under the strength of the strike. Another landed with whisper quiet and grabbed a soldier by the head, giving it a twist so violent the head was sheared off the shoulders. Perry's mind reeled. He thought it likely that he was hallucinating. It was the only explanation that made sense, unless there was some power that Flora and her people had. Something that had been kept hidden from him for some reason. That didn't make sense, though. No, more likely it was something that Cosme had done. Some manifestation of power they had been able to usurp. He tried his best to turn his attention back to the fight, to Cosme. Even flanked, Cosme didn't seem to be slowing. He was whipping his staff around, making wide swipes that forced them back, a look of intense concentration on his face.
The machine!
Flora called. Perry turned to it. Wesley had done something, and the machine was humming loud enough to be heard over the sounds of battle. Perry threw his sword again, more on instinct than anything else, and the sword spun through the air, catching the lightning machine in the side. The machine exploded with lightning, whatever internal process was going on inside it spilling out. Blinding arcs came out of it, spilling in all directions, and Perry was brought to his knees. The armor had protected him, but something had gone wrong, and the display flicked off. The armor felt hot around him, and for a few seconds, Perry was blind. The display was rebooted with the test pattern, then with low-quality video.
Malfunction in the fusion core. I recommend immediate return to base for repairs.
It took Perry a moment to get his bearings. Cosme had taken a wound to his face, what looked like claw marks, and Flora was unsteady on her feet, making uncoordinated dodges that just narrowly let her avoid Cosme's staff. As Perry was calling his sword back to his hand, Flora took a hit from the staff, a clipping hit on her shoulder that spun her around. She didn't get up.
15% battery warning, sir.
That was much lower than it had been half a minute ago. Cosme turned on Perry. His one good eye, red and swollen, peered at Perry. The bracer was almost empty of rubies, but the staff was held like a bat, ready to strike. Cosme's clothes were nearly ruined, but he reached into a pouch of his black vest with his free hand, wincing as he touched his bloodied chest. He pulled something out as Perry went in to strike, but the staff moved easily and stopped the attack. In Cosme's hand were rubies, dozens of them. He slapped them against the bracer, and they bumped against it, drawn to it like magnets, until they had snapped into place, filling the small slots.
5% battery warning, sir.
This is it. The end.
Perry attacked, and the staff blocked. It was pointless, except that it would allow Flora some time to recover. An attack forced defense, as the staff wouldn't allow its owner to be hit. But the battery was running low in a hurry. Either bad diagnostics or a leak somewhere. Perry wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than a minute, and alarms were showing on the HUD, flashing reminders of impending doom. The sword came down over and over again, the staff always blocking. Flora wasn't moving from where she'd fallen. Her arm was twisted around. The suit faltered mid-swing, and Cosme pounced on the opening, striking at the chest with startling speed. Perry went flying and landed on his back, pain shooting through him. The power armor normally absorbed more damage, angled itself to take hits more easily. But now, his chest was aching from the strike, and his joints felt like they were on fire.
Emergency mode active,
came Marchand's voice. The HUD was gone, and the video was a simple feed from a single camera, somewhat smudged, without any of the stitching or correction that the suit normally provided. When Perry tried to move, to get to his feet, there was no assistance. It was only his own muscles fighting against the bulk of the armor, all the internal components and plating now weighing him down. He rose up on his elbows, propping himself up, and could only watch as Cosme approached, staff in hand.
Suit not working so well?
Asked Cosme. The battle around them had died down. Those who hadn't fallen to the exploding lightning machine had fled. Flora moved, but only slightly, a twitch of motion no more effective than Perry's own attempts at getting up.
The wolves were a nice touch. You kept that one in your pocket. I have to admit.
He was gloating. Perry seethed. There was nothing he could do, though. Not unless Marchand was working in the background, fixing up some of the suit's internal processes. It wasn't clear whether Marchand was even running, though, let alone doing emergency diagnostics and repairs on the microfusion reactor, if such a thing could be done. Perry was beaten. Even if he could use the quick release to escape from the armor, all he would have was his sword, and that wouldn't be enough to stop Cosme. It wouldn't even be close. Light spilled out from a portal as it appeared behind Cosme. Cosme frowned and looked back at it.
Interesting,
he said. He turned back to Perry.
It would seem the fight is over. By whatever criteria the portals use. Are you injured under there? Or are you just useless without the armor?
Perry said nothing. He was hoping that there was a way out. Something that he'd overlooked. That Cosme had also overlooked.
You're not going through,
Perry finally said. He hoped that his voice carried. He wasn't entirely familiar with emergency mode, but it did seem that the internal microphone and external speakers were on some kind of auxiliary battery.
I've done this a few times. I'm not worried about it closing.
He was looking Perry over.
What do you want from me?
I'm thinking about what you're going to do if I let you go to another world,
said Cosme. There was anger on his ruined face. The bracer was still pulsing with red light, the rubies being eaten through. Cosme was healing.
I'm not a bad guy. I was on the side of the rebellion here.
Cosme frowned. If his autobiography as given over the radio was right, that made him a hypocrite this time. The poor, downtrodden minorities were Flora's allies, her people. There was a piece missing, something Perry couldn't figure out. But Cosme had sided with the king, who wanted to exterminate them.
Take off your armor.
What?
Take it off!
It was printed for me. You won't be able to wear it. It won't fit.
Then I'll sell it, or study it. Take it off, or I'll kill you here and now. I'm not a dangerous person by nature, but for you, I'll make an exception.
Perry wasn't supposed to take the armor off. The fog had lifted, and the moon was shining bright. And for some reason, Perry was worried about that. Maybe it was all that ridiculous talk of werewolves. He didn't want to give up the armor. Couldn't lose his most valuable asset, even if it couldn't be fully fixed. Even if the reactor was damaged. It had been Richter's gift to him. It contained Marchand, his only companion. Flora's voice came into Perry's ear like a whisper.
Get out of the suit. I'll be ready.
There was, somewhere in the back of Perry's mind, a piece of the plan. Trust Flora. Trust Marsh. If it doesn't make sense, follow their instructions. He wasn't sure why that was in his brain, how they could have planned for whatever Cosme was doing to their minds. But he went with it. The emergency release could be done from within the helmet by biting down on the water pipe in sequence, which Perry did, slowly and deliberately. The latches had thankfully not been compromised, and the armor came off in pieces, snapping off as though it was a perfectly normal thing for armor to disassemble itself. Perry had only used it a handful of times, always when his body was broken, and while the portal seemed to think that Perry had lost the battle, while he didn't disagree with that, he was feeling fine. The pain in his chest had faded away, and as he climbed to his feet in his skin-tight suit, he felt better than fine, energized, as though the battle hadn't even happened. Said Perry, the noise coming from his throat unbidden. It was always a difficult time when coming out of the suit, his motions so different without the enhancement, the audio unfiltered, the vision no longer crystal clear, no HUD, fresh air. He was changing. He could feel it. His eyes went to the moon. He could smell blood in the air with an alacrity that had nothing to do with how much death there had been on the fairground that night. His body was shifting, bones stretching, muscle coming from nowhere, and soon he was towering over Cosme, who was looking at him in horror, until Perry came down on his front paws. The portal winked shut. The wolf barely registered it. There was prey in front of him, and he was hungry. He'd become a being of pure instinct, his uncertainty a distant memory, any thoughts of things more complicated than claws and teeth completely evaporated. He remembered what he'd seen, though, the way that stick had taken out the others, and circled his prey, wary of its stinging blow. The bloody human was like a snake with a poisonous bite, more powerful than his appearance led on. The wolf nipped at him, and found his teeth stopped by the stick. He growled as it stymied him, then went in with his claws, rearing back to meet the staff with force. It was resolute, difficult to move, even as the human grit his teeth under the weight. One of the corpses rose from the ground near the prey, her pale skin marred by wounds. She approached the prey from behind with footsteps that would have been whisper quiet to a human. When the wolf attacked again, moving forward to bite, she attacked in concert, her claws rending the flesh on the prey's back, opening him up. He cried out in pain, and the wolf bit down hard on the stick, holding it in place while she continued her assault. She was cutting deep into the flesh, and the blood was flowing freely, but the prey didn't stop moving until she sank those claws deep into his neck. He collapsed, though his stick still moved in his hands, as though it meant to protect his dead body. The wolf bit him, tasting the staff, but also sinking his teeth into flesh. A shimmering light opened up in the air, and the woman yanked at the prey, taking him from the wolf's mouth, throwing him bodily through the light. He disappeared, and the light with him, leaving the wolf alone with the woman in the moonlight. The wolf hesitated. She had a familiar sense to her, almost comforting, a scent of wrestling and nipping, mate scent. It confused him, and he prowled toward her, trying to get a better sense of her. She was frightened of him and backed away, seeing his movements for that of something else,
as though he hadn't recognized her. He growled at her, a warning, and she unfurled huge black wings, making herself look bigger. Her stance was wide, as though she meant to tackle him, even with how small she was. And the wolf learned that small things were sometimes dangerous. She made human sounds at him, loud ones, but she didn't move toward him, and he didn't move toward her. After a few indecisive moments, he stopped his growling, and in response she lowered her black wings, curling them in. She approached him, head low, and touched him on the muzzle. There were more human sounds, and this time the wolf felt a bit of the human, the second self that was buried underneath the fur and claws. He could understand what she said.
Let's go home.
Home. The small apartment they shared together. A place of warmth and food. It sounded nice to him, but there was so much he didn't understand. Like why she had thrown the prey into the light. He was still hungry. Hadn't had his fill of blood. And if he'd had a way to communicate it to her, he'd have said that they could return home once they'd both eaten their fill. Instead, he loped off to the nearest body, that of a fallen soldier, and began to rip away the fabric that served as a false skin until he had a bit of thigh to bite into. The woman was watching him, looking around, as though there was some danger. But the wolf would have known danger, would have heard it from a mile away, smelled it from 2 miles. There was only the stink of the city, the blood of the battlefield, the earthy fairgrounds that had been trampled by thousands over the previous weeks, the metal of the tower, hundreds of things. But not danger, not just yet. More humans would come. The gunfire had been deafening, but they had time yet. While the wolf ate, the woman gathered up pieces of metal, putting them into a sack. It was odd behavior, and when he nudged a corpse in her direction, she only ate a small piece of it. Eventually, the wolf had eaten his fill, and the woman touched his neck, then lifted herself up with her full sack until she had sat astride his midsection. It was uncomfortable, and he didn't like it. But she urged him on in the direction of home. His belly was full, and he did as he was bid. Chapter 36. World 3. Epilogue. Flora had stayed up through the night, mostly watching Perry, but also poking around at Marchand. The technology was so advanced that having it wouldn't have done anything for the scientists and engineers of her world, except that it contained copies of millions of books and an artificial intelligence that was a capable engineer in his own right. After some initial confusion over what Marchand was, Flora had settled into what she thought was an approximately correct understanding of him. Marchand was not the name for the armor. Marchand wasn't a person who spoke through the armor. Marchand was a creature whose brain was a machine, and that machine was encased in armor, powered by an unbelievably strong engine. Flora was no engineer, but the technology was so far beyond her world that it wouldn't have mattered if she'd been Cormorant Wesley himself. Perry himself had only an inexpert grasp on the capabilities of the armor, deferring to Marchand's expertise. The armor didn't fit Flora, but her head was small enough for the helmet, and Perry had allowed her to wear it in the past. It was a disquieting feeling to have it on, given that it muted out the world around her and blinded her to any danger. She couldn't quite imagine what it would be like to have the full armor on, with no light leaking in from outside. It would be like wearing a diving suit, claustrophobic and stiff. She didn't know how Perry was able to handle being locked inside that thing for such long periods of time, as the helmet was quite sufficient to stir something in her mind. She could only handle it for relatively short periods.
Diagnostics,
she said. It was connected to the main torso section by a thick cable, like an umbilical cord.
Troubleshooting. Analysis. Safe mode. Reboot.
She was saying words she'd heard from Perry, magical words that had some hold over the machine. It was the last of those that did something, and the screen went black, no longer showing her the inside of the room. She pulled the helmet off, fearing the blackness, and watched the inside of the helmet as it showed various unintelligible words, text scrolling by so fast she couldn't possibly read it. When it was finished with all that, she put the helmet back on. It was showing a view of the room, as though she was looking through a simple window, the same as before, only this time it had what Perry called the HUD, one of the endless acronyms that seems to be associated with the armor. She couldn't recall what it stood for.
Marchand?
Yes, ma'am. Is Master Perry okay?
Flora looked over at Perry. He was still an oversized wolf, curled up on the bed, snoring softly. He'd had his fill of the recently dead and was now sleeping off the large meal. She doubted that he would wake until the morning, at which point he'd be hit by the sun's early rays and become human again. Werewolves could be brutal, but they were also sated easily, if with a great deal of destruction. A werewolf with no control of his faculties would rarely kill more than 5 people in a night, and they'd been fortunate that there were dead bodies for Perry to eat, and enough blood in the air to calm him.
He'll be fine. Give me a systems report.
There is critical damage to a number of systems and subsystems, ma'am,
said Marchand. He had an accent that Perry described as French, and Flora took a small amount of delight in listening to him, which was still there, even after a fair amount of exposure to the machine.
The microfusion reactor has multiple damaged components, and I've taken the liberty of capping power production at 1/20th of usual. With wider limits, the reactor might be capable of generating 1/10 baseline power, but this would risk worsening damage and complete cold collapse.
The words didn't make much sense, but it was good to know that the suit wasn't completely dead.
Are the batteries charging?
Unfortunately, battery charge has been compromised. Charge rates have been capped at 50%, and total charge carried will be capped at 30%. Much of that is caused by damage to the secondary batteries, and as such cannot be overridden. It's difficult for me to tell without performing advanced diagnostics, but I believe much of the system problems stem from extensive damage to the battery vesicles in the legs. Repair seems unlikely, and replacement will require a long overdue return to base.
There's no base. You're in a different world.
I'm sorry, I don't understand, ma'am. Without a connection to the broader network, my capacity for complex problem-solving is a bit limited.
Flora frowned. Perry had said there were certain things that Marsh couldn't understand. In a way, it was as though he had his own glamour affecting him.
Can I help you do the advanced diagnostic?
Asked Flora. She had seen Perry do one, after the injury to the arm, and it mostly seemed to involve pointing the camera at different pieces of the armor.
I would prefer to wait for Master Perry,
said Marchand. It was odd to Flora that he used Perry's nickname, rather than his last name. But this might have been an affectation of Richter, his creator, or simply a difference in the ways that proper protocol had developed in their worlds. In her world, a servant would never refer to their master in that way, not even with a high degree of familiarity.
Let's just get it done. Perry's not going to be here for a bit. Once he's back, he'll need you fully operational.
Even with an advanced diagnostic, it will be unlikely for me to return to my full capabilities, ma'am.
There was a long pause, and she thought he might be done speaking.
It's perhaps not my place to ask, but if you could stress the urgency of a return to the workshop to Master Perry, it would be most appreciated.
I'll tell him,
said Flora. Her voice was soft. Perhaps Marchand wasn't fully a person, but she still felt some empathy for him. He was doing his best. The advanced diagnostic took a fair amount of time. Flora looked over every disconnected piece of the suit of armor,
turning them this way and that, sometimes pulling on ingenious levers, or opening hidden flaps to peer inside them. This was all done with one of the cameras mounted on the helmet, and exclusively for the benefit of Marchand. He offered no notes on his findings, not like she imagined a real person would have. He made no small talk with her, only asked for the next part, highlighting it with the HUD, or gave her instructions, which were written into her field of view, always with the relevant part highlighted. Sometimes she plugged cables into ports. When this was all finished, Marchand spent some time by himself, analyzing the results and doing some invisible work that happened below the level that Flora could perceive. There were apparently wires running all up and down the armor, various systems and subsystems that Marchand used in order to make it all work. It was shocking how much more complicated the armor was than a suit of metal, which was what it appeared to be at first glance. Flora sat and watched Perry as the sun began to rise, and he transformed back into a person. He shrank down, fur disappearing back into his body, the shifting of muscles and bones making sounds that were beautiful to her ears. Eventually, he was back to what he'd been, just human, naked on her bed, curled up and asleep. He had no wounds from the night before, no bruises, scrapes, or even the minor bumps of a normal life. She, by contrast, was marred, her face red, a bullet wound in her shoulder, and a few marks in other places that showed where a normal woman would have been outright killed. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and he jumped from the bed with a start, eyes wide, awake in an instant. He looked around, taking it all in. The balcony door had been broken off its hinges, and glass was scattered on the floor. In fact, he'd scrambled his way up the side of the building the night before, making conspicuous marks all over it. But no one had come in to see what all that was about. They would, with time, but her faith in the tower was growing. They would accept ridiculous explanations, even those that only made the barest amount of sense. There had been cannon fire from the fairgrounds, so perhaps a rogue shell could be blamed, even if the trajectory made no sense. What happened?
You don't remember anything?
I remember Cosme. We got him. We got him?
We did.
You threw him through the second portal.
The second?
There were two. He had me beat. One opened. I took off the armor, then... He frowned. He had no idea that he was a werewolf. Still had no idea, even though he'd actually experienced it. His eyes went to the broken balcony doors, then to the armor on the ground. Marchand, he said immediately. Is he all right?
I got it to reboot. The damage is extensive.
No, Perry groaned.
2 portals,
said Flora. She moved to sit on the edge of the bed.
Will you still be leaving then? Or can you?
I don't know. I don't know if the second portal was because the fight finished a second time, or if it was for him, or for me. I was so angry with him. I'd have killed him if you hadn't taken him from me. He frowned again. Was I biting him?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. Something is still foggy.
You might be trapped here. You said you don't control the portals, that they just... come?
The one in Seraphinus took some time. 12 hours. Enough time to get my affairs in order. The other, on Richter's Earth, took minutes, if that. He was still frowning, still trying and failing to piece everything back together.
It will make more sense in your next world. Or if you go outside city limits.
City limits? He remembered almost nothing of the plan in spite of him being instrumental in its execution. He'd personally placed most of the plates on the tower.
How long should we wait on the portal?
Harry looked around the small apartment, which had seen better days. How long can we wait? Are there people waiting on us? The battle last night. It was in our favor, wasn't it?
It was. And yes, now that you're awake, I should go.
It might be possible to get on the inside of the situation, using her position to take control of any investigation. The king would know that he'd sent forces for some kind of conflict at the fairgrounds, and he'd have eyewitness accounts of something. The work wasn't done, but Melon had landed the strongest possible blow in favor of the custom. You could have left me passed out. He'd jumped the inferential distance, thanks to the tower. His mind would land on whatever explanation was most plausible, the confusion not even reaching the surface most of the time. I would have been fine.
Maybe,
said Flora.
In truth, there was a strong chance you'd kill someone. I'm going to go now. Make up on some of the work I've been missing. I'll speak with a few of our people, see how they fared. I know we lost a few in the fight, but less than I'd been expecting.
All right, said Perry. He looked at the armor, which was neatly laid out. I'm going to suit up and wait for the portal. He reached for the nearest piece.
It's not going to move like it did.
I'm screwed without it. I need to adapt now. If the portal works, I'll have a fight coming up. Even if it doesn't work, there's a good chance we'll need to fight against the king's men, right? He seemed eager, but it wasn't the eagerness of bloodthirst. It was the eagerness of someone who wants to prove his worth, to contribute.
I helped Marchand with the advanced diagnostic,
said Flora. It felt good to say the words, the incantation of technical assistance.
Put the suit on. Wait for the portal. I'm going to get dressed and go.
Wait. If the portal comes when you're gone, I'll have to leave. This would be the last time we would ever see each other.
Yes. This might be goodbye.
Stay. Come with me. There are other worlds out there. Better worlds. Places where you won't be mistreated. Won't have to hide who you are. He had the puzzled look, one that she thought she would have to get used to, as the things he was saying didn't quite line up. She'd seen that now and then with a glamour, but he'd lived these things and still couldn't recall. The only saving grace was that the effect wasn't permanent, and would end once he was away from the tower.
No,
said Flora. She said it simply, and didn't back it up with anything. She didn't think she owed him that. He was a complicated fling, and if there had ever been a chance for them to be something more, it was soon to be gone. She would have to make her peace with it. All right. I had to try. He didn't, but she let him have the last word. It seemed like there was a good chance that he would still be there when she came back. She put on her uniform and slipped out the door while he was distracted with Marchand, not wanting the goodbyes to extend any longer than they already had. The city seemed different under the effects of the tower, but perhaps that was only because she felt safer than she had in years. The crisis was ongoing, but it had been stalled, contained, cuffed. The custom was, if not safe, then not under the direct threat it had been. The Jade Council was a part of the outstanding issues. They had proven themselves incompetent to govern, too concerned with their private affairs, too willing to throw everyone else under the wheels of a fast-moving carriage. It was possible that they would go unpunished, given the power they wielded, but a civil war between the council and those that attempted to betray wasn't unthinkable.
You're alive,
said Temmie, who'd approached Flora as she walked, almost unnoticed. The skin changer looked different, but she hadn't changed her gait, and the dress she wore had only minor alterations.
I am. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend the ball, but you know my kind aren't the most spectacular fighters. I heard there were cannons and wolves, and not our wolves. One wolf that belonged to us, and our Z, still with us, for now. His adversary is gone though, so I don't imagine he'll be far behind. Ah, what was a shame. I have the feeling we could use some muscle coming up.
They walked in lockstep, Flora in her blue uniform, Temmie in her red dress, making quite the pair for anyone who was looking, though both of them wore glamours, which tended to keep prying eyes from watching them.
Muscle? It's over. The king has lost. His plans won't work if he can't even think them. Or has something happened I'm not aware of? Those wolves at the fairground.
said Temmie. She wrinkled her nose just a bit.
They weren't the only ones our dear king had. A number of them had been stationed at the castle, which was perhaps ill-advised to begin with, but became a much worse prospect once all those soldiers couldn't remember why they'd been locked up and put in the deepest recesses of the building. There wasn't one calamity last night, then. There were two. It's not clear what the casualties are at the moment. There's a good chance that the king himself is dead, at least from what I've been able to hear so far, and Dawn is just barely broken. There's plenty of day ahead of us. What would that mean? If the king is dead, there would be a succession crisis, one that we might be able to leverage to our advantage. But as I think we both know, there are other problems, those close to home, that it would appear we need to deal with. Yes, you're the one with all the ears on the ground. Tell me what our options are. You're one of my best sources. Let's take the day and have a feel for the pulse, such as it were. You're likely to become a hero for what you did last night, if you weren't a hero to the people already. The current stink of the Jade Council hasn't stuck to you. What are you suggesting? There are too many imponderables right now. We don't know quite how safe the tower has made us. Don't know whether the king is alive or dead. Whether Wesley is alive or dead. He's dead. I saw him die with my own eyes. He was operating some machine of his, throwing lightning. Why was he on the field in the first place? Melon was on the field too, making last-minute adjustments, trying to get it working.
Temmie clucked her tongue and slipped her arm into Flora's.
I'll chalk it up to the mysteries of men. You think that I could be a figurehead, someone to rally around to get some reforms done. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? It depends on where and how the dust settles. I've taken more of an interest in our internal politics as of late, for obvious reasons. There's wide agreement after the latest cock-up that something must be done, even if it remains to be seen what that something is. We'll get out of this yet. The only problem is that with the danger past, we won't have a good starting point for whatever comes next.
Temmie broke away, walking with elegant steps down the cobblestones. They were friends, but she had an annoying habit of getting the last word in, and she played at secrets more than was really necessary. She was wrong, though. She thought that the danger was in the past, something that could only be seen by turning and looking behind them. The problem was that Temmie simply hadn't seen far enough in the future. Flora had spoken with Perry enough to see his vision of the world, one where technology and progress were inevitable. Perry had made a roadmap from his own world, with dates and names given to all the things to come. And Marchand had made a map from his world as well, which had all the same things, only everything had been faster. There was no reason to expect that computers, cameras, and everything else would be impossible in Flora's world. They had decades, maybe more, before there were serious threats to the custom, even if the tower held strong and stood tall. If they wanted to survive, they would need to start planning now, and for that, they would need a planner. Who, if not Flora? The options were thin on the ground. The day passed quickly. She was tasked not with handling the massacre in the fairgrounds, which was being called a training exercise, but with more domestic disturbances. She handled that as best she could, and asked her questions of the common folk about what had happened the night before. People had heard gunfire, the cannons of the king's men late at night. Children had been woken, and the whispers had started. None of the people she spoke to had known anything. She had poked at the citywide glamour a few times, testing it, asking questions that caused confusion for those she'd been talking to. The confusion faded away quickly, though, and they always came up with their own explanations, or readily accepted hers. The training exercise excuse seemed to satisfy them when they asked her what she knew. By midday, news had come from the castle that the king was still alive, though grievously injured. This they weren't calling a training exercise. Instead, it was labeled a failed coup, which was surely meant to give an excuse for the crown to exert its power. It matched the prior narrative of enemies moving against Wesley, and the evening papers would surely declare it a war against the century of progress. They didn't know quite how right they were. By the time dinner came around, Flora was dragging her feet, and while she was leaving the job much later than she needed to, she still felt guilty that she couldn't put in more work. Teaguewater was hurting, and it would take some time before anything went back to normal. If it ever did. Most of the blame could be laid at the king's feet. She had more work, of course, as the Jade Inquisitor, as she hadn't been able to sneak away for more than a few quick words with those under the custom. She stopped by her apartment first, to change out of the uniform. Of Perry, there was only a note, hastily scrawled, which said only, "Portal." She smiled at it. There was something of Perry in that note, in the way she could imagine him writing it, not wanting to leave without explanation. She stared at the empty room and all the damage it had sustained. She thought that she would feel worse about him leaving, but in her heart, there was something like relief, and unclenching of some psychic muscle. He was a dangerous man, too comfortable with killing, too eager to prove himself, to set plans into action. It was easy to get swept up in a man like that, easy to hurt when pulled into his wake. Flora gave herself a moment, then started changing clothes. She had work to do. This has been Thresholder Book 1, Teaguewater. Written by Alexander Wales. Narrated by Henry Kramer.
Featuring Justin Thomas James as Marchand.
Jeff Hayes as Cosme.
And Jessica Threed as Rachel, Florence, and the rest of the female cast.
Proofing by Dalton Lynn. Editing and mastering by Augustine Jacob. Credits music by Josh Cook. A Sound Booth Theater production. If you want to discover more progression fantasy like Thresholder, be sure to follow the Progression Fantasy subreddit. If you have enjoyed this production and would like updates on future Thresholder audiobooks, we invite you to sign up for our newsletter at soundbooththeater.com.
You are further invited to join our ever-growing community of narrators, authors, and audiobook lovers like you. The Sound Booth Theater Live Facebook group is a great place to interact with industry pros and other listeners and stay connected with the goings-on of SBT and its narrators. Similarly, you can join our Discord server where you can tune in and witness the behind-the-scenes while some of our narrators record live.
We hope to see you there.